This conference will now be recorded.
Just 30 seconds, I will be sharing the slide. So good morning. Uh, Small introduction about myself. I am Mani. I am CISSP certified. I have also done few other certifications like CCSP, CISA, CISM, CEH, CompTIA Security Plus, ISO 27001 lead auditor. I have been into the IT domain for past 20 plus years, and then I switched. Past 7 years, I have been associated with cybersecurity, and I have been coaching and taking instructions for these certifications as well. So that's a short introduction about me. Uh, can I have a short introduction about you, please? Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, can I have a short introduction about you, please?
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, so my name is Kenneth Mensah, and then I've been in the cybersecurity field for a little over 10 years. And now I have to take this certification. And I've been doing predominantly security control assessment.
Okay, great. So, uh, are you able to see the screen clearly?
Yes.
Okay. So, we will be covering so any other certifications you have already done in cybersecurity.
Yes, I have already done CISA.
All right.
And then some Azure, like yeah, Azure Fundamental, the basic.
Okay, great. So here I can see that you have a bit of background, and so in past any what role you are presently working at in cybersecurity?
Um, I'm a security assessor and security control assessor, and I've been urged to do this program, to take this course, so that I could be a lead, because that is what I'm shooting for.
Amazing. So it would be amazing that we share each other's our experiences in the domain, and it would
Sure.
be also amazing that since only two of us are there and there are not, this is not a batch, so that's one good thing about it is that we can keep it interactive. It is going to be a longish stretch of instructions. So to keep it a little interactive will make it more interesting. So let's try and do that. And wherever you have any doubt, any specific detail which based out of your experience you would like to share, it would make it even more and more. The conceptual clarity will come into the domain, right? So let's begin with
Okay.
the instructions. So I will be covering about CISSP at the end of our session today. I will explain you exactly what CISSP is all about, how the paper comes, how should you start, how should you attempt preparing for your certifications and things like that. So, but I will keep it at end of the day. Before that, we will straight away jump to the domain one instructions, right?
Okay.
So as you know that you have already done CISA, so you have a base of audit experience. Now, what is to be understood very clearly is that, like CISSP is having 8 domains, whereas CISA had 6 domains. And in this 8 domains, uh, yeah. So we will talk about domains when we will be covering the certifications. So first
Okay.
domain is governance, right? So in this domain, this has a maximum weightage. It has a 22% weightage in the certification, right? So this, as you know, this certification, you have to pass all the domains. And okay, let me cover that part. Rest of the key things I will be covering later on, but this is important to know. So I will cover the domain part at least. Yeah. So this is very important to know that there are 8 domains in there are 8 domains in this certification. Each domain has a certain weightage. That is, the first domain has a maximum weightage which is 16%, and the domain 2 and domain 8 has the least weightage which is 10%, and rest of the domain are close to 13%, like all are 13% except 6 which is 12%. So in 150 questions, you can easily get 24 questions in your domain one, which is the maximum you will be getting in any other domain. So that's why this domain is lengthy as well as important. And the most so because in CISSP you are generally upgrading yourself into a managerial role, so you are expected to understand the security management fundamentals with absolute clarity, because that is your key role. The other domains are definitely going to brush up on the technology aspects and the IT per se and the information security per se. But fundamentally, all the other domains you will be utilizing as a knowledge base, and you will be working in the organization as at using domain one knowledge. So that is why it is kept at 16%, right? So that is about the domain one. That is why I wanted to tell you that this is the most important domain. And let's start with domain one. So we will be starting with the IC2 Code of Professional Ethics. So can you explain me what is ethics? What do
Hello.
you understand by ethics?
I mean, I understand ethics. As a professional, you are bound by certain rules and regulations, and once you follow those rules and regulations, then you are in line with it, and you are following the ethics. Every um, professional body has their rules and regulations, and then there are some of them that they are kind of similar. So those rules and regulations that you follow, those should be your ethics.
Yeah, in a way, you are right. Uh, but then why don't we call it rules and regulation, right? If they are rules and regulations, obviously, but then why do we don't call ethics as rules and regulation? Why do we have to use the term ethics? See, we have to really understand the difference between the various terms when we are going to attempt CISSP. So it is extremely important to read between the definitions, between the lines. So they are
Okay.
definitely, whatever you said is right. There are rules. There are certain set of rules. There are certain set of but what is more to that? Why do we say that ethics? The word ethics.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let me make it little more refined now. Ethics means it is a set of moral principles or standards that guide a person or an organization's behavior, helping distinguish between right and wrong. Right?
Yeah.
So here it is saying that it is a moral principle, whereas rules and regulations are officially documented requirements you must follow. They are mandatory to be followed. Or
Okay.
rules and regulations, they are mostly on officially documented thing which you must follow, generally by external authorities like government bodies, industry standards, companies, policies like that. Whereas ethics are generally moral principles. It is based on values, integrity, and professional conduct. Okay, so that's the key difference between rule and regulation. Whereas it is rules and regulations are must to be followed, the ethics are generally a moral kind of a principle. Normally, we say somebody is doing moral policing and we don't like and all that. So that all terms are governed with the ethical value system, right? And when we give this ethical value system a professional color, when we say the ethical value system in an organization, like for doctors, there would be certain set of ethics. Like a patient which is coming, he needs to be given first aid first, then we will ask other things, right? So every organization, every profession has a basic set of moral principles, value system, integrity, and professional conduct. And the same applies for information security or cyber security. Clear?
Yes.
Yeah. So now coming to the code of professional ethics, which are for information security professionals or cyber security, is that according to the IAC2, which is the organization which gives this certification, all information security personals who are certified by IC2 recognize that such certification is a privilege that must be both earned and maintained. It supports for this principle. All IC2 members are required to commit to fully support the code of ethics. So, code of ethics here is something which has to be followed as far as your professional conduct goes. All IC2 members who intentionally or knowingly violate any provisions of the code will be subjected to action by the peer review panel. So there is a peer review panel. If a complaint is made against a professional who is holding a CISSP certification, this panel is empowered to take away that certification also. ISC2 members are obliged to follow the ethics compliant procedure upon observing uh, any action by a IC2 member that breaches the code. Failure to do so may be considered a breach of code of pursuant by canon 4. So what are the canons? This I am flashing next. So these are the four canons which you have to remember by heart because questions come from CISSP. All right.
All right.
Yeah. So these canons need to be remembered by a heart. Rest all explanation as I have covered what are ethics. So CISSP has four canons, and we will be doing a lot of mnemonics in this certification because there are 8 domains and there are lots and lots of data which needs to be memorized. So you have to first understand that canon number one is if you see normally also how do we stay in a society or in a country or in a city or in any if any organization, how do we say first comes the nation, right? So the society comes first, the organization comes first. So the first canon is for the organization or the society. The second canon or the second canon conducts is about the individual's responsibility or the individual's conduct. So how should you be behaving in an organization? The third canon tells about your professional conduct. How should you be conducting yourself professionally? And the fourth canon tells is the advancement of the profession in which you are. So that is how you should commit these four canons to memory. They have to be remembered in the sense that you should know what is 1, 2, 3, 4. You need not remember it verbatim, but read it 4 5 times. If you read it 4 5 times and you know the sequence, like first is for the society, second is for your personal conduct, third is for your profession, and fourth is for advancement of the same profession, right? If this four facts you remember in the same sequence, you will be able to attempt all the questions which are related to ethics. So I will just read the canon number 1 is protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure. So you have to protect the society, common good, and all that stuff. Second is act honorably. So that is your personal conduct now. Act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. So you will definitely have a question of ethics, at least one or two in the exam. And if you remember this slide, not verbatim, but in the same sequence as I explained, and just the words, you will be able to easily score those two questions. Canon number 3 is provide diligent and competent service to principals. And canon number 4 is advance and protect the profession. Advance and protect the profession. So now that you know all the four canons, let's revisit the explanation. IC2 members who intentionally or knowingly violate any professional, any provision of the code will be subjected to action by a peer review panel, which may result in the revocation of certification. IC2 members are obliged to follow the ethics compliant procedures upon observing any action by any IC2 member that breaches the code. Failure to do so may be considered the breach of the code pursuant to canon number 4. Canon number 4, we know that it is advance and protect the profession. Keep in mind that this high level guidance is not intended to be substitute for the ethics for the ethical judgment of the security professional. So preamble is the safety and welfare of society and the common good, duty to our principles and duty to each other require that we adhere and be seen to adhere to the highest ethical standards of behavior. Therefore, strict adherence to this code is condition of certification. Any question to this canon?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay, very nice.
So I got a question. It's I didn't get I thought probably I would have gotten the slide or the manual or anything to read prior to today, but I didn't get anything. Will you
Okay,
be
so
providing me with other materials later on?
absolutely, sir. I will just communicate this to the organizer. I am just the trainer, so definitely the organizer of this training will be providing you with the material. Even I will be sharing you some question answers and important materials like mnemonics and things which you need to need for memorization. There is a IC Square study manual. If you will share me with your email ID, I will share that also. So that is the baseline. That is the Bible of CISSP certification.
Okay, great. I will send. Okay, I'll type my email so that.
Are you typing it in the chat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where do you want me to type it?
You can type it on the chat box of our the go-to meeting.
I've sent it.
Okay, I'll just note it down. Okay, 1 second, sir. Yeah, great. So, coming back to the canon, this is the first topic, and let me give you an example. For example, canon number 1 says protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence. So, example is reporting a discovered security flaw in a public hospital system to the authorities instead of exploiting it. See, it is very important that none of the questions would be straightforward. It's a
Right.
tricky certification. So, what does the canon imply in a practical scenario? So, there will be a scenario based question. So, herein where the canon 1 is getting violated, if you know that there is a security flaw in the hospital system, then it is your duty to be reporting to the authorities rather than exploiting it, right? So, if you put it on dark web, your certificate and it is reported, then your certification will be taken away. Canon number 2 is act honorably or honestly, justly, responsibility, and legally. So, disclosing to a client that you lack expertise in a certain security tool, but recommending a trusted specialist is what you should be for. What is required in canon number 2. So if you don't have the expertise, you must be declaring that and recommend somebody who can do it is the way of honoring canon number 2. Falsifying a penetration test report to hide misses and missed vulnerabilities will be violation of this canon. Canon number 3 example is regularly updating firewall rules and patching systems for your clients to reduce attack risk. A violation of canon number 3 will be ignoring a known ransomware infection in your client's network because it's after office hours. So if you ignore, if you don't do a diligent and competent service, then you are violating canon number 3. Same way, the last canon number 4, the example is mentoring junior analyst and promoting ethical security practices at conference. The violation would be teaching someone how to exploit a zero-day vulnerability for illegal financial gains. So that will be a violation of canon number 4. Right? So these are the 4 examples for each canon.
Okay.
So now, since you are already having some this thing, and this is a backbone, I would say, of cybersecurity. So let's brush CIA. So what do you understand by CIA triad?
Okay. Yeah, I understand CIA tried to be confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And the confidentiality part, it's about um, preventing people or unlawful disclosure of information to people who are not supposed to have that access to the information. And then integrity is also about unauthorized modification or alteration of information. And then the availability, it's people not having access to the rightful information that they have to have access to because the information is not there, it's not available.
Okay, fair enough. So tell me one thing. Uh, what? Why do we say that this is a backbone of information security? I mean,
We say,
yeah.
yeah, we say it's a backbone because this is where we build on. This is kind of the basic or um, the bare minimum that we start from here and then we build on top of it. So that's where we say it's a backbone.
Absolutely. So let's head into the topic. So traditionally, we have been saying that CIA is the backbone of cybersecurity, but of late we have realized that in addition we also need two more pointers, that is N and A. So it is actually CIA and A, which is a non-repudiation and authenticity has been added to this basic and bare minimum requirement. All our technical systems or technical solutions are ensuring CIA and A mostly. CIA for sure, because that has been what the cybersecurity has been based on. Whenever we are doing any audit, whenever we are doing any assessment, then we are definitely evaluating whether all the technology, all the settings, all the configurations are confirming, as far as the security goes, are confirming to CIA as well as N and A, which is as we are getting into more and more into automation, we definitely need N and A, and I will be explaining them in detail. So when we call it, uh, um, it's called a triad because they have some interlinkages. That is very important to understand, that uh, they are not independent of each other. For instance, just imagine a situation that you have an on-premise setup where you have an on-premise data center, and suddenly your business owner feels that we need to migrate some of our infra to cloud. So when you segregate in such a manner, when you transfer some of the infra from on-prem to cloud, then what is the advantages you are getting?
Can you
Uh,
say that again, please? The last line.
yeah, when you are migrating some of your infra from on-premises data center to a cloud infrastructure, then what is the advantages which you are getting?
Um, what come on top of my head is you want availability, high availability. You want your data or your information to be available all the time, and also you want easy access. People can easily access it. Um,
Absolutely, you are absolutely right. The moment we are see, when you are on-premises, ideally you are on the internal network, and you are not on the internet, right? Mostly that is the scenario. And when you are moving to cloud, the availability component has gone up drastically, because now anywhere in the world you are in, your clients will be able to access that information. But if the availability is so high, what will take a hit in this CIA triad?
Confidentiality.
Absolutely right. So when the availability component is so high, the confidentiality component is taking a hit, because now even the hackers have access to the data. And if any misconfiguration or any legacy system is there or setup is there, then they can easily hack into that particular and take the information. So confidentiality is going to take a hit if you keep critical information in too secure, like you want to give a higher weightage to confidentiality and you keep it too secure, then vice versa is also true. The availability is going to take a hit, because the clients want to access some information, but that information is not available on cloud. It is kept on premise, so it is very difficult for them to access. Almost it is not possible for them to access. So there is where you, as a cyber security professional, you will have to always do a balancing between these three. When we are coming to integrity, again the aim is that the intended file or the intended information reaches to the authorized person, right? We don't want it getting manipulated, or somebody changing one or two bits out of it, or giving some false information. So again, when you are on cloud, whilst the availability is very high, even the integrity aspect is needs to be taken care, because sometimes, for example, if you are on a banking setup, if somebody is drawing some amount of money, and if a man in the middle is able to manipulate that and increase the money or decrease the money, the integrity of data is going to take a hit. So we apply a lot of technical solutions to ensure integrity. As you are aware, we do hashing and a lot of other stuff to ensure that the integrity is intact. We are encrypting to ensure that confidentiality is intact. What are we doing for availability, sir?
For availability, I mean, we are making the system or the data or the information, people who are authorized to have access to it to access it at any time.
Yeah, so to ensure that availability is always there, what technical solutions we are doing? Like for confidentiality, we are encrypting. For integrity, we are hashing. For availability, what is the technical solution we are doing?
We are putting technical stuff in to check for denial of service so that people cannot be flooding our website with illegitimate requests.
Yeah. So yes, so we want to avoid denial of service scenario. So we are doing the single word answer to that is redundancy. We are generating redundancy. So even on the in
Okay.
the cloud, even in the cloud setup, we have
Yeah.
our servers on multiple clouds, which are separated geographically. So, for example, Google will have the servers on at multiple locations. So, because of any natural issue, or there is a outage in one of the data center, it is not the services can still be diverted to some other data center.
Right.
So there is always availability. So we build redundancy. We when we are on premise, we normally have a star or mesh connection setup on premise system, so that if one particular network is segment is down, the data can still flow to our terminal to the endpoint using the redundant line which is available, right? And that is definitely checked also periodically in various drills also, that if a main segment of network is down, then the system should be able to support using a redundant line, right? So that is a key. So as you are clear on these concepts, let's build up a little more on these topics. So confidentiality. I think when I was copying this slide, so some the space mismatch has happened. So I will be reading it. Uh, so in confidentiality, the access uh, controls help to ensure that only authorized subjects can access objects, right? Confidentiality is the key to it. Confidentiality is that only the authorized subjects can access the objects. We know each one of us are either subject or the data is object, right? So all subjects are asking for information, or asking for objects. Only the authorized person has that access is the requirement of confidentiality. In case of integrity, we ensure that data or system configurations are not modified without authorization. There is no modification to data. Bit by bit, bit by bit, the data remains intact. Have you done the lab for hashing, sir? Ever?
No, I have not tried that yet.
Okay, so it will just take 2 minutes. I'll show you how hashing is done.
Awesome.
So I'm sharing. Yeah. So we can you can also go to this hash calculator.
Okay. Let me type it. Um,
Yeah.
uh,
Did you find this same URL?
Yeah, just a minute.
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Sure. Sorry.
Okay, I'm not getting that same URL.
Okay, what are you getting? Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll put it in the chat. So
Okay,
because yeah, the file. So I've shared the link, sir.
okay, yeah, let me grab it. Okay, I got it.
Okay. So let's see. Let's see. Let's write a small ABCD
Okay,
and calculate a MD5 hash. So it is calculating MD5 as well as SHA-1, and let's see the codes are matching or not.
okay, yeah,
Absolutely, both
yeah,
hashes are
they
matching.
match. Yeah,
Yeah. Now just put a space in between and then recalculate. After between C and D, put a space and recalculate.
okay, yeah, we got a different hash.
Exactly matching bit by bit.
Yes.
Yes. So that is the. So can you? Okay. Let me. So a hash algorithm is a program where any input will give a fixed length output. Okay. Any
Okay.
input will give a fixed length output. So even if you give a 1 GB file to this particular program, it will still give you a fixed length output. And what will be that output? It is based on the algorithm. For example, an MD5 is going to give you a 16-bit output, right? It will always give a 16-bit output. A SHA-256 will give a 256-bit output. Okay, so whenever you want to know that this file is the same file which was sent to you. For example,
Mm-hmm.
this is a very high value file. It has some information about some economic transactions, company transactions, and stuff like that. A very high confidential file, and through some channels, it has reached you. Now, your biggest scare is that some man in the middle should not have manipulated this file, okay? Because it is a very sensitive and critical information. So, what will
Okay.
you do is you will calculate the hash and you will tell the sender to calculate the hash of the original file, and if the hashes are matching, then bit by bit, see, when we had put a single space also, the hash value is changing, right? So even a single bit of that file is changed, the hash value is not going to match. So you will match the hash, and if they are matching, that means this file is the original file and it's not a manipulated file. Understood?
Okay, yeah, understood.
So coming back to the presentation, so integrity ensures that data or system configurations are not modified without authorization. Availability authorizes requests for objects must be granted to subjects within a reasonable amount of time. If the subjects want access to a particular information and it is not available, then it is a kind of denial of service, or the services are not available. So we don't want that scenario. We want availability for the correct person having the correct file. So this is the three key principles of cyber security: to the correct person, the correct, that is the correct subject, the correct object, and in the time. So in one of my organizations I had put a remark saying that this application will eat too much of bandwidth, so that will affect other applications, so it may be reviewed, to roll out that particular application into the production system of our on-premise network should be reviewed because of the bandwidth limitations. So the IT people came to me telling that, bandwidth is not your subject. My application has passed VA. It is very secure, and I have all the I have used all the latest technology, and all the settings are perfect. But availability is also one of the pillars of cybersecurity. Even if the application is perfectly fine, by putting it into production environment would lead to bandwidth issues. The other systems will get affected. So that is the reason why that particular observation was given. So that is why you cannot discount availability. It is one of the most important aspect when we talk of cyber security. So the latest trends with automation and man in the chain is going out, and things are getting automated. We need to know that authenticity is not taking a hit. So it ensures that data, users, and systems are genuine and verified. So we are again doing verifications. We are checking the genuineness. We are, ensuring a lot of logs. Logging is done. A lot of verifications are done, and then only the access is granted, or the subject is able to access the object after checking authentication multiple times, right?
Right.
And non-repudiation. For instance, nobody should be able to deny their digital actions. So that is where the logging is very important. Nobody should be able to repude that it was not him, it was somebody else. So herein where the logging takes a very important thing. Everywhere, for every action digitally happening, the logs are getting generated, so that at a later date we can do forensics about it, and there is a non-repudiation element also in play. So these five pillars are very important in cyber security. Some of the examples are high level confidential solutions for confidentiality. So before we move over there, I would definitely like to give some examples of confidentiality. So what are the threat to confidentiality? We know what is confidentiality. What is the threat to confidentiality? What all problems we face? Hacking, masqueraders, unauthorized user activity, unprotected file downloads, unprotected networks, unauthorized programs, social engineering attacks. Okay, these are my threats to the confidentiality, right?
Okay. Can you say those things again, please?
Yeah. So what are my threats to confidentiality? My threat to confidentiality is hackers, masqueraders, unauthorized user activity, unprotected file downloads, unprotected networks, unauthorized programs, social engineering attacks. So these are some of my threats, right? you know what a risk and difference between threat and risk. You are aware, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So threat is an external actor, somebody who is. We will be talking a lot about threat and risk in risk assessment. But right now, to understand confidentiality, these are my threats. These are my external actors, which are my threat to confidentiality, right? Let's come to integrity. What are my threats to integrity? Again, my integrity is threatened by, again, hackers, masqueraders, unauthorized user activity, unprotected file downloads, unprotected networks, unauthorized programs, social engineering attacks, authorized user corrupting data and programs accidentally or intentionally. Insider attack. Okay, in an insider attack scenario, an authorized person is corrupting the data and programs accidentally or unintentionally, also is a threat to integrity, right?
Okay.
For example, uh, insider attack, as I've given you. Coming to availability. Okay, tell me, this is a simpler one. What are the threats to availability? You already named one.
Yeah. Denial of service. And then distributed denial of service, and then illegally flooding the website with illegitimate requests, and I think even a power failure could be that power or hardware failure. Hello.
I'm really sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, it ran out of batteries. I just connected my charger.
No problem.
I'm just setting up the slides. Uh, they have to make me the presenter again. One sec. Can you make me the presenter once again? I got logged out. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
So yeah, we were on what are the threats to my availability, and almost all the aspects which are relevant you have covered it. Denial of service, distributed denial of service. Yeah. So that has been covered by you. Uh, yeah. Anything else which comes to your mind?
I was talking about hardware failure
Okay.
or power failure.
Hmm. Absolutely. Just a second, sir. I'll just Yeah. So it is denial of service, distributed denial of service, natural disasters like fire, flooding, storms, and earthquakes. So I gave you initially an example wherein the Google is going to have servers at multiple locations, the cloud servers at multiple locations for to cater for things like natural disasters like fires, floods, storms, earthquakes, etc. And definitely human actions like bombs and strikes, right? Those are the ones which are threat to our availability, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now let's see what real life examples are there. High level confidentiality solutions. We are definitely dependent on cryptography a lot. So WPA3 framework uses 192-bit cryptographic key to ensure that all the data which is getting transmitted and received is confidential, it is safe. It uses specifically AES 256 in GCM mode with SHA-348 as HMAC. So we will be when we will be going to domain 3 and domain 4, we will be talking about all of these. What are the features of AES 256, SHA series of hashing? Also dictates using CCMP 128 or AES 128 in CCM mode as a minimum baseline encryption algorithm in WPA personal mode. So because these algorithms have not been compromised till now, rest of the algorithms we will be covering algorithms in detail. They have some vulnerability or the other, or some instance or the other they have been compromised, whereas these are the algorithms which have not yet been compromised. So these are the algorithms, the cryptographic algorithms which are used in securing our data when we are using a WPA3 network. Confidential computing, like in AWS Nitro Enclave, it is hardened and heavily insulated computing environment that is installed and connected to the customer's interfaces of a virtual machine such as Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. No user, including admin or root, nor any application running on the VM has interactive access to the enclave. So the base machine, which is a cloud hosting environment, is kept really hardened and secured using those kind of settings, so that the VMs are not able to exploit either the VMs which are running in the cloud are not able to interchangeably exploit, as well as the base machine, the base environment is also kept safe. Homomorphic encryption. We will be talking a lot about encryptions in when we were covering encryption. So these are just the examples which I am covering, which are used in day-to-day life, which we see every day. Homomorphic encryptions is an innovative solution that contributes to a zero trust initiative by protecting data in use in untrusted domains, for example, cloud, without the need of decryption. The process involves the transformation of the data into ciphertext that can be analyzed and worked on as if it was still in its original raw form. The homomorphic encryption utilizes asymmetric algorithms and multifaceted algebraic functions to act upon encrypted data in use without affecting the existing encryption. So we will be talking a lot about encryption. These are the examples which are in day to day to protect the confidentiality of our data in a various types of environments, whether it is on premise or cloud environment. Same way for integrity, certain examples. We will be talking about Clark-Wilson integrity model in detail. The Clark-Wilson is a mandatory access control model. So we have a DAC, we have a MAC in discretionary access and mandatory access. In mandatory access model, which is a little more federal. It is a model which is used for federal purposes. In the government, it is mostly used. So, mandatory access control model that provides a structure for describing and analyzing an integrity policy for computing systems based on established transactions from one reliable state to another reliable state. The principle of separation of duties and the guarantor for a transaction and the deployer of the transaction are two separate parties. It's like a maker and checker system where the maker makes and the checker checks, and they are two separate parties. Security policies that relate directly to transition integrities. In a Clark-Wilson is more appropriate for commercial and industry tracks and procedure where the integrity of data and information is supreme at any level of classification, whether it is to be a top secret or a secret or a classified. Then other example of integrity solution is transport layer security TLS 1.3, which is latest. Earlier we were using a 1.2. So in modern environments, 1.2 is habitually not appropriately employed. It often renders websites and web application vulnerable to various threat agent attacks. TLS 1.3 eliminates obsolete and unsecure aspects of TLS 1.2, including SHA-1, RC4, MD5, and Diffie-Hellman, which is having a vulnerability which is mentioned 2016071. All of this is of when we will be going deeper and deeper into integrity, we will be covering all this. It also gets rid of obsolete confidentiality such as DES, triple DES, or AES CBC. So availability measures are attackers' ability to disrupt or prevent access to services or data in a client service or a distributed environment. For CISSP, availability solutions often involve introducing controls against distributed denial of services and botnets, assuring that security infrastructure devices are deployed in an active standby or active clusters. I hope you know the difference between active standby and active cluster.
Yes.
Yeah. And contributing to business continuity and disaster recovery. So these are very important that we need to build redundancy into our networks as well as ensure that we don't get hit in the availability aspects by these kind of issues. So we definitely want a high availability RAID 50 or RAID 60 arrays. We want modern hypervisor clusters. We want VXLAN data centers. We want multi-zone cloud solutions. We want digital resilience, multi-regional active cloud deployment. So this is what we want when we are going into a cloud environment to ensure higher availability. As far as authentication goes, we want that everything, every subject or object should be authenticated. It should be again checked, verified, and then only the access should be granted. So integrated identity platforms like companies such as ID-RAM allows you to manage all system services and applications from one executive dashboard. Passwordless QR code on endpoints. Bring your own identity, zero trust. So all these solutions are in place to ensure correct authenticity. Zero trust network access. This technology makes it feasible to implement a zero trust security model. Zero trust is an IT security initiative that accepts that threat exists both inside and outside a network. The insider threat is more critical. It can impact any organization, more than an outsider. Because whenever an outsider is trying to hack, he may not be in a position to access the critical resource the way an insider who knows the organization in and out will be able to do. So when we are whenever we are deploying a zero trust architecture, we are we have to ensure that not only the outsider but the insider is also not trusted. We don't trust anybody. So zero trust network access demands strict authentication and identification for every subject before authorizing them access to the internal resource objects. And when we talk about non-repudiation, non-repudiation represents the inability to refuse participants in a digital transaction, a contract, or an email communication. With crypto systems, a public and private key pair in use, the owner, the custodian of the private key must protect the key and notify a trusted third party when the key is lost, stolen, or compromised. Non-repudiation is usually accomplished with digital signatures and digitally signed certificates. So we will be covering this two technology, digital signatures and digital certificates in detail, how it works when we are covering crypto systems. So before we move on to governance, are the pillars, the 5 pillars of cybersecurity and the canons, the 4 canons, absolutely clear?
Yes.
We discuss the threats, we discuss the mitigations, we discuss so in the questions, mostly in these two topics will be a direct standard questions. They will be asking you about non-repudiation, they will be asking you about cryptography, so they'll less tricky. They will be direct questions, I would say a little easier on the CISSP exam. And if you cover this, understand these topics thoroughly, you are going to get 100 out of 100. There is no chance that you will be missing or making a mistake in these two topics. And next we will be moving on to an extremely important topic, which is governance. And so what do you understand by governance?
Okay, my understanding about governance, it's top executive or senior executive setting a direction for the organization or for the company to follow. And those direction might not include details. It is just a high level direction and then for the organizations to follow.
Okay, so let's talk in a really plain, and let's take some real life example which is non-technical, because see, unless and until we understand the fundamental need of governance and aligning our everything, strategies and other things to the governance, the good governance, the requirements, we will not be able to do justice to as a security manager. So that is why this domain is paced at a very high level, because you are going to be a manager. The role is expected out of a CISSP qualified person is a managerial role. So for that role, it is extremely important to differentiate between key topics like policy, procedure, right, framework, those kind of things you should be able to differentiate. So, and you should be also able to understand the requirement of good governance. So what you said is absolutely right. What I am trying to come at is that, just imagine if in your country, in your province, if there is bad governance, the government is not good, so people are putting a lot of effort, people are putting their heart and soul to develop the nation. But will it happen if the governance is bad? You got my question? Did you get my question?
Yeah. Well, your question was what is the people doing bad, the government doing bad?
No, my question is that people are doing really good. People are giving their heart and soul, but the governance is not good. So
Okay.
will the nation grow?
No, no.
Why?
Because the government is not doing good and the people are doing good, but I mean, the government is just providing the direction, and if the direction is not there, people doing good will still not work.
If the government is doing really good and the people are not doing that great, if in that scenario, what will happen? If we compare the two scenarios where in the first scenario people are really good, government is bad. In the second scenario, the government is really good, but the people are not that great. Which scenario is better?
I don't think any of those scenarios is better. Um,
Yeah, but if you are to choose between the two, because the CISSP is going to trick you in these kind of scenarios only.
okay. Uh,
Yeah. No, nothing is right or wrong. I'm just trying to,
right.
trying to introduce you to a particular concept. So that's why I know both are wrong, but which is a better wrong?
Okay.
That's my
Then
question.
I would say where the people are better or people are good, but the government is not good. That would be better than where the government is good and the people are not good.
Okay. So the people are good and the government is not good. Is as per you a better scenario than the government is really good that the people are not doing that great, right? But if you
Yes.
see what impacts more in an organization, we are talking of an organization of our country or a nation state, right? In your company, suppose uh, the board of directors issues a bad policy, but everybody is working very hard. To the scenario, same scenario in your company, a board of directors are not good, they are issuing bad policies, but everybody is very good, hardly very hard working. Via which the board of directors are really good. They are putting a lot of good policy measures and things like that. And the people are not that great. Now, what is better?
The board of directors are not good. Management, um, the people are good. They'll be doing what the direction that they got pushed to do. Because at the end of the day, the people are waiting on the board of directors or management to set them on the right path or the right direction. So if it is not good, I mean, the people will still be doing good, but I don't know if that will help the organization achieve what they want to achieve, or if you go be steering the organization to the right angle.
Yeah, absolutely. So the point is that we are in a triangular sort of pyramidal sort of structure where uh, at the apex level, at the top level, if you do 1% good, what reaches to the bottom is gold, right? Because
Right.
the initial the top side, whatever decisions are made at the top end of that pyramid is going to affect the entire pyramid, whereas the vice versa is not true. Cybersecurity is a top down, mostly it is a top down approach in any organization, because when from top certain things are pushed, it has a bigger impact, whereas from bottom if things are pushed to top, it takes much more effort to reach to the top, the good part. So that is why if we see that, understand that concept, in a country, if the government is doing slight good, but the people are not all the people are doing good, the good policies and good strategies will slowly and slowly mold them into the right direction. Whereas in the other side, it will take a longer time, a much more effort, where the government is not doing their bit, but the people are struggling to still do good. The effect will take a longer time to achieve. In an organization,
Okay.
is the same thing. The management, if it is really good, they will take corrective actions because they are strategizing, they are continuously monitoring. They know that the workforce down below is not good, so they will do some strategy, they will do some take some punitive actions to ensure that the company is steered in the right direction and you are achieving the right goals and you are complying to the right objectives. Whereas if the management is not good, then people doing whatever they want to do, it will not give the desired impact. So this is to be understood, that aligning our requirements to strategy, goal, mission, and objectives which is defined by the senior management is the most important thing in cybersecurity. You will at least get 4 to 5 questions in this one line which is written on the top. Okay,
Okay.
this one line you will get at least 4 to 5 questions just to grill this concept in deep inside a CISSP professional, that do whatever you can, but your target audience to sell your program is the senior management. You should definitely take them into the confidence, because they are the people who will be signing off your strategies. They are the people who will be giving you the resources, they will be giving you the money. And the cybersecurity is a top driven activity. Unless and until you have management in your confidence, it will be very difficult to run a cybersecurity program inside any organization. So before we go ahead, it is very important to understand each and every term and then analyze it with that angle. So what is a goal? It is a broad, long-term desired outcome. Any organization will have a goal and a mission. So difference between goal and a mission: goal is a broad, long-term desired outcome. It is a very high level in nature and generally not measurable. For example, improve the organization's overall cybersecurity posture. So my goal at the management at the top of top of the pyramid at the management end is to improve the organization's overall cybersecurity posture. How, when, why, that is not defined. It's just the journal statement, a high level, non measurable statement. If we go to the mission, if we go to the mission, a mission is defined as the organization core purpose or the reason for existence. So my goal is a high level statement. My mission, on the other hand, is my core purpose or my reason for existence. It is inspirational. A mission is generally inspirational in nature, and it is a big picture. It is defining a big picture. For example, to safeguard our customers' financial data through secure banking services. This is an example of a mission. It is inspirational, it is giving a big picture, and again, it is not giving you a very specific things. It is just giving you a high level uh, statement only. But difference between goal and mission is that a goal is a desire, a broad, high level desire, whereas a mission is core purpose or reason for existence. But again, it is a big picture. It is at a high level only. Coming to the objective, objectives are specific, they are measurable, and they are the steps to achieve the goal. It is important for you to understand these terms, because in CISSP you are going to they want you to be at the managerial role, and when you are doing a CISO's role, or when you are the person who is a subject matter expert in the organization, where everybody is expecting you to give the management or the executives are taking your advice for cybersecurity related things, then these terms are the ones which are generally should be absolutely clear. The difference between them should be absolutely clear. So objective is specific, measurable steps towards achieving a goal. It is a time-bound activity. The example of objective is reduced phishing email incidents by 40% within 12 months. So that is my objective. Next 12 months time frame, I want the phishing email incidents to be reduced by 40%. For achieving this objective, I may roll out a policy. I may make a policy. A policy is a high level statement of manager's intent. So from the director, from the higher management side, you are now coming to a slightly low. Even the higher management people also roll out a lot of policies, but just for the purpose of understanding, like you want to achieve a particular objective, for that you need to prepare a policy. So it's a high level statement of manager's intent. It is mandatory in nature. While policy is not a guideline or it's not an intent, it is mandatory. Everybody has to comply to it. It is mandatory, set directions, but not detailed steps. Again, policy is not also defining a detailed steps, but the policy is definitely mandatory for everybody inside the organization to follow. For example, all employees must use multi-factor authentication for remote access. So there is no ifs and buts in a policy. When you go to an objective, reduce phishing email incidents by 40% within 12 months is a desire, right? It is a measurable desire. We want to achieve this, but the difference in policy is that policy is mandatory. Means if it was a policy statement, then it was bounding for that company to achieve 40% reduction. Whereas in objectives, you still have a scope of error. You may achieve 30% and the management will still be happy. So that is a leeway in the objective. But in a policy, there is no ifs and buts. It is mandatory. It has to be implemented, and that is how it should be. So all remote access should be using a MFA, multi-factor authentication. Otherwise, the access will not be granted. So that's the difference between objective and policy. Guideline, coming to another term, important term, guideline. When we are talking of governance, it is a recommendation. It is not mandatory. It will be also like a policy, but not mandatory. It is a best practice. It is something which is recommended by the industry experts for everybody else. If you follow that, it will be good. So that is coming from out of experience. So they make certain guidelines. However, it is advisory, it is flexible, and it is not mandatory. For example, it is recommended to change password every 90 days. This is not a policy, it's a guideline. So people can, there it is recommended, but people can change it after 90 days also. No penalty will be imposed. However, if it was a policy statement, then after 90 days, if somebody is found to be using the same password, he can be asked questions about it. And the last one is the procedure. The most step-by-step instructions on how to perform a task. A procedure is a step-by-step instructions. Again, the procedure is a mandatory requirement. Detailed operational steps. For example, procedure for onboarding a new employee means create user ID, assign roles, enable multi-factor authentication. So it's a step-by-step mandatory procedure. So I have seen multiple trainings which I have taken. I have seen people using these terms loosely. They don't understand the difference between strategy, goal, mission, policy, guidelines, objectives, roles, responsibilities, processes. It is very important that each and every word, why a mission is not called a goal, should be understood. I don't want you to remember the definition. I don't want you to memorize the word to word thing like we do in schools and colleges. But I want you, as a manager, you should understand the key differences between these three. Otherwise, it will become very difficult for you to do the questions correctly. Yeah, I'm making sense.
Yes. Yes.
Any questions you have, or whatever explanation I've given?
I think I'm good. Thank you.
So this is what this particular topic goes. So we will dive into the topic. So I have taken a time in the first slide itself. So because when I am covering the subject, this terms will be coming. So you should definitely question that why it is a strategy, why not a goal, why mission, why objective. So once we have that kind of cross questioning, the things will become absolutely clear to you. So I explained a lot in the first slide as to why aligning security with strategy. So what is strategy? Strategy is nothing but it is a high level plan. So we are at a suppose I want to climb a Mount Everest. It is some I don't know, I think 10,000 feet or something, right? So I want to climb Mount Everest. I am at 1,000 feet above sea level, and I want to climb 10,000 feet, right? So I am at this present place. I have to cover 9,000 feet. Now I have to make a strategy as to, and I have said 2 days to do that or 3 days to do it. I'm just taking a rough arbitrary example, just like that. So if I have to cover 9,000 feet in 2 days of time, then I will have to strategize based on multiple high level factors. So what is going to be the weather, how much water I have, how hungry I am feeling, how much stamina I have, what about my team members? Are they fit to do it? Are the team is the team good to go? What are we trained enough to do? So I will be strategizing on multiple factors. And once my strategy is ready, I will be rolling out a plan, which will be slightly detailed step by step activity, which I eventually will be aligned to my strategy. Right now, again, we are talking of governance, right? We are not talking of anything which is technical. We are talking of management, right? The key management decisions, how they are taken at high level. So when you have a high level strategy, you are now going to prepare a plan. What is your aim? What is the requirement of a company? It has to cover some distance, right? It has to travel. So in my case, I have to travel from 1,000 feet to 10,000 feet. Some IT company would say that I want to generate a revenue, say 100 million more from in next 12 months. So it has to travel from the present revenue to plus 100 millions, and the time frame is 12 months, right? So in that current financial year. So again, we will be talking of time frames in strategy, which are strategies and plans that we will be covering later. But just an arbitrary example. So I will make a strategy. Then based on my strategy, I will be making a plan. The plan and strategy should be aligned to the goals, missions, and objective of my organization. The goals, missions, and objective of my organization, my strategy, plans, and other things should be aligned. And when we are dealing with security, so my security strategy, my security plans, my security program, which I have designed, it has to be aligned to the business goals, business objectives, and the missions of my organization. Otherwise, the security will fail. If the business owners, the money is coming from the business, right? So if the business management of the company or the organization is not in alignment with your security requirement, for example, there is a new application which has been made and it is going to be rolled out. The company has made announcements. Okay, they will be inaugurating it after 2 days. They have done marketing. They have done lots and lots of they have spent a lot of money in marketing. They have already taken money from the clients, and as a security head, you are poking into the thing that this is not a secure application. It will lead to data breach. So in this scenario, what will happen? In this scenario, if there is an application which has to roll out, you are the CISO of the organization, and when you do a VA, you realize that this is not a stable application. It has a lot of vulnerabilities, and the organization has already decided the date of rollout. It has taken money from the clients, and after 2 days is the inauguration. So what in this scenario, what should happen?
I think you have to bring it to the attention of the management that the upgrade that we're planning to is not a stable one, and then the vulnerability or the risk associated with the level we want to go, you point it out to them, and if they give the go ahead, fine. If they don't give it go ahead and come out with another plan, you do what they want.
Okay, so you are the CISO, and the management says that no boss, whatever it is, we need to roll it out because it is going to take away. It is a reputational loss, and it will also affect a lot on our revenues and reputation. So we can't. We have to roll it out. So what will you do? You will accept it?
Yes, you accept it and then come up with because before you realize that you did some kind of risk management and then you find out that this is not a stable one, then you have to come up with what you can do in addition to make it something like a compensating um, controls to put in place to make it work.
Yeah. So yes. So see, yeah, I understand that you have been into the domain for some time. But so the first thing when you find that there is a vulnerability which is an internal weakness, right? And the environment has an internal weakness and an external threat actors. So whenever we see that there is a vulnerability in our system, the first thing any professional should do is do a risk assessment. Okay, it should do a risk assessment professionally that this particular application is having A, B, C, D, E vulnerability. Now, if this vulnerability is exploited, what will be the impact assessment? How bad it will be? Okay. So when you're talking to a senior management, which is more aligned towards generating revenue, you have to talk in terms of money, right? You cannot give too much technical data because they don't understand it in that depth which you would understand as CISO, right? So you will have to give them that at present, whatever revenue loss you are expecting by not rolling it out or delaying your rollout by a week would be so and so. However, if there is a PII disclosure or loss of data, then you will end up into some regulatory problems, which will have a very large impact. So there is an impact assessment. So you will prepare an impact assessment that loss of PAI or loss of critical data can lead to A, B, C, D, E. Then you would definitely give your professional recommendation in terms of mitigation factors. You can say that we can roll out 80% of the features, but the critical ones we can roll out after we have fixed the vulnerability. Or you can add on to some compensating controls till the time the correct controls are put in place, right? So those are, when I understand if you are not getting everything about it, but as we are getting more deeper into the other domains like risk assessment and things like that, that will be covering today itself. So I don't want to jump the gun, but what I'm trying to say is that when you do this professional assessments, be it risk assessment, impact assessment, mitigation methodology, compensating controls, all this when you will discuss with your senior management, then a correct decision to will can be arrived at, right? As a professional, you have to at every point in time you should be, so that is why it is extremely important to have amazing communication skills when you are a cybersecurity manager, because if you are not, you are a bridge between the technical people and the business people. The problem with the business people is that they talk in a language like this: goals, missions, objectives, strategy, all blah blah blah. They are only they have generally done some MBA, and they are talking in this language only. Whereas a technical people will be talking in terms of vulnerabilities and indicators of compromise and all that. So they don't understand this. So you are the somebody who understands both, and you have to act as a bridge between the two. And at the end of the day, it is your responsibility that the both the parties understand it, in the way it should be. So the business person should definitely allow you to roll out 80% and hold 20% of the features which are very critical. So when you're doing a risk assessment, you are categorizing, right? What is critical, what is not critical, what is and criticality to what degree. So when you are defining that matrix, you know that the critical things can be rolled out slightly later. that will save the face of the company, as well as it will not get the company into the regulatory problems. So those are the scenarios which you will be tested in CISSP very in great detail, wherein your understanding of strategy, plans, goals, missions, objectives will be tested. So let's go to the slide. It says more than ever, security managers and architects must be sure that security governance policies and guidelines are closely aligned to the overall organization strategy, goal, mission, and objective. Period. There is no doubt about it. You cannot be tangential to the business requirements. You have to be in the same direction. You can't be opposite. You can't be tangential. You have to run in the same direction, because that organization is because you are because of that organization, not the other way around, right?
Right.
The process has become highly cross-functional and interdisciplinary, involving a blend of skill and competencies that the CISSP certified person would possess. So this is a polished way of bringing out whatever I said, that a great communication skill, understanding the lower level as well as the higher level, bridging the two. So all that thing which I've told is put on the slide in a more polished fashion, and where it says the blend of skills and competencies that a CISSP certified person would possess. Aligning the IT security with the business strategy. At least 5 questions on this concept, at least 5 questions everywhere where it is written, aligned with the business strategy, aligned with the just close your eyes and tick that, select that. Recognize the business goals and risks. So as a manager, you must understand what are my business goals and risk of the organization. The business owners, they definitely look forward to you, because for the technical needs. But at the end of the day, you should also understand the requirement of the business, understand the service, the product, the value proposition. Everything is about money, so you have to put your neck into the financial aspects of it. Till now, we have been generally associated with the technical aspects, not thinking about the financials. But herein now, we definitely will have to put our neck into the financial proposition also. Know how the organization handles risk for every asset class, whether the risk is mitigated, accepted, transferred, and things. So you, when you do risk assessment, what is your risk handling, so the appetite of the company, based on the appetite of the company, the risk appetite, how the risk is going to be handled. Whether you are going for insurance, in which case you are transferring the risk to third party, whether you are mitigating it by putting controls, or you are accepting the risk, saying that it is impossible for me to mitigate it, or it is so low that I need not mitigate it. So there are different ways of handling the risk, which we will be covering when we are studying the risk assessment. But the point remains here at this stage itself, that handling of the risk should be absolutely clear to you as the CISO, as a manager who is running the cyber security in the organization. Define your security strategy and metrics. So as I told you, I have to climb 9,000 meters to reach to the top. I need to define my strategy. Once my strategy is defined, that okay, I have 3 days, weather is going to be good, I have so much of food, my team, or blah blah, the higher level things. When I have decide a strategy and I have given a go ahead, then I will make small plans. I will make a roadmap from present position to the desired position. I will make a roadmap. In that roadmap, I will put markers. I will put milestones. That milestone will tell me whether I am on track, whether I am on time, or I am off. So if I am off, then I need to improvise. So that's how a strategy and a roadmap and the plans are made and deployed. So your security strategy and metrics, which the information security manager is making, that should be aligned to your business goals and risks. So in the words of Sun Tzu, in the art of war, tactics without strategy is noise before defeat. If you want to really have good tactics, as I told you, At a lower level, you are really good. Okay, you are the best tactics in the world. But if you at higher level you are not aligned, if you are not delivering, then the tactics is just noise. You will still get defeated because the impact at higher level is much more magnified than lower level tactics. Have access to all the relevant and meaningful metrics and key indicators. So you definitely need a lot of information to decide. So you should have access to all the relevant and meaningful matrices and indicators. If meaningful matrices do not exist, then they must be accurately generated. So as a CISO, you are not only, you are, remember canon number 4, you have to nurture your profession. You have, whichever organization you are there, you know, whatever is the requirement the organization is lacking, you have to nurture your organization. You have to generate those matrices, implement those matrices, so that eventually you are able to have enough information to strategize and align your strategy to the business goals. And implement and integrate security solutions. Implement and integrate. This is how you are aligning to the business requirements. Implement and integrate the security solution. For example, consider a AWS well-architected framework. AWS well-architected framework will allow you, it's a framework which will allow that anything which is on the AWS cloud is secure and it is done in a professional manner, right? Review and improve your security performance. Consider an initiative such as ITIL4, right? So, for continual improvement. So, this is a framework which ensures information technology infra library 4. ITIL is information technology infra library 4, which is a global framework for IT service management. If you follow this framework, eventually you will be there will be continual improvement because you are now generating a lot of matrices, lot of information which you are tracking and you are implementing based on this framework, and slowly there will be a continual improvement in your organization. Implement robust configuration and change management practices. Needless to say, any IT professional will vouch for it that your configurations management and change management is the baseline to ensure things happen safely in the organization. If you have IT professionals which are doing arbitrary configurations, arbitrary change management, then later on such things will lead to a major breach because they are not safe practices. Maximize the service desk, generate meaningful reports, right? So at a managerial level, it is extremely important to take a feedback from the environment. How can you take a feedback from environment? By generating meaningful reports from the at the ground level. When you are getting data back from the environment, you know that you are on track or you are not on track. What has gone wrong? Big nations are managing their governance by doing this only. There are so many financial indicators which the government is continuously monitoring. Those financial indicators are nothing but reports, and those reports tell the government whether they are, whatever is their objective, are they on track or not. So this is how you can, even same things apply for your information security, wherein you have to put some meaningful reports, generate some indicators, monitor them, and evaluate eventually that whatever you are doing for the company, whether for the organization, it is correct or not. As a security manager or architect, continue to add skill and personal experiences into the environment. When you are having when you talk at the governance level, right, at the highest level, at the apex level, the need for governance exists anytime a group of people come together and accomplish an end. Whenever there is a group of people, there is a requirement of governance. And if we don't have governance, people will be doing whatever they want. and their effort will not be directed into the right direction. They will do whatever they want. The effort will not be directed in the right direction. That is the importance of governance, because it brings a set framework, put everybody into the correct framework where they are doing things what the company desires. So automatically everybody gets aligned. Typically, governance is typically focused on the three attributes or characteristics. First is authority, and the most important is decision making. At the top, if the decision making is poor, the governance will take the biggest hit. As the saying goes that a great decision delayed in time is a worthless decision, whereas a mediocre decision taken in time is much more, will give much more value to the organization. So quick decision, correct decision is the attribute, a most important attribute of good governance. Authority, yes, because everybody will comply only and only if you have authority. And the accountability, monitoring the things what you want to see. So accountability, making people accountable, asking them, demanding accountability out of them. Governance is focused on the structure and the process of sound decision making, accountability, management, and conduct of at the top of the organization. So, now that we understand the pillars of governance, we understand what exactly governance is all about, how an organization is financially driven, and in multiple aspects. Maybe it may be HR, it may be any vertical. But a good governance is the basic requirement for an organization to take it in the correct direction. Same way in your security governance, which you will be the head of the security governance activities in your organization. It is not different from the definitions which we have covered in other aspects of governance. It is the same. The security governance or the security must be aligned and must continually permeate through all organizational processes, including governance, steering committee charters, cooperative initiatives, and more. All the instruments of good governance, which is applicable in other domains, are equally applicable into the security governance domain. So you definitely need steering committees, you need corporate initiatives, and much more. You have to make security strategies. Security strategies must account for any major changes to organizational operational activity, operations or activity. Any major changes to the organization, it cannot happen unless and until you are also part of it. The security should be embedded into each and every activity. You are not separate. You are the part of the same major activity. The alignment begins with defining organizational and security governance. When you define the organizational governance and your alignment in terms of security governance, there is where the alignment will happen. So you have to understand both your requirement as well as the requirement of the organization. This initiative directs how an organization's security objectives are determined and achieved, determines how risk is controlled and addressed based on the rules to protect the assets and continuity of an organization, guides the course and control of organization security operations, initiatives, and activities. The security manager strategy will be derived from the effective security governance. So, your strategy is an outcome of requirements of good security governance. Your good security governance is the requirement of the good organizational governance. So, we are going a step down. So, we will also be covering what are the steps required in preparing a good uh, security strategy. But before we go to following the steps in preparing a good strategy, we should definitely understand the requirement of why the requirement of good strategy is there. So, what are the good security governance activities? Creating a risk register or a database solution. Publishing all compliance and regulatory requirements. Some of the activities which will ensure good security governance. Performing a vital role in risk assessment and management. Tracking and recording all compliance and remediation initiatives. Documenting stakeholders, interactions, and reporting related workflows. Right? So, yeah. Any questions till now?
Okay, I don't know if you can talk a little bit about the risk register.
Yeah. So we will be covering when today itself we are going to do risk assessment. That is part of our curriculum. During that time, we will be covering risk in detail. That time, I will be covering that also.
Okay,
Risk
thank
register.
you.
So once we understand the governance, the next instrument is governing committees. So what do you understand by governing committees?
Yeah, my understanding it's a committee made up of it includes some level of senior management, and it kind of cut across all management across the business. It also includes business owner, operative, and then senior level, and they take decision based on the reason why the governance committee was formed. Usually, there could be an issue going on, and they need them to take a look at it and then come up with a recommendation or a direction that the company should follow.
So yeah, so absolutely right. Basically, the word which should come to your mind, immediately you listen to governance committee is the stakeholder, right? When we involve all the stakeholders, so yes, it is definitely driven from top. It definitely has senior stakeholders and generally headed by at least chairperson should be from the board of directors. One of the members should be from the board of directors, right? So that is the minimum requirement mostly in most of the scenarios, and that one person along with lots of senior stakeholders from all the verticals which will get impacted from that committee. For example, a group of senior stakeholders who oversee and guide an organization's strategic direction, ensuring policies, compliance, and objectives align with business goals. For example, approved high level policies. The role of the governing committees are approve high level policies, monitor compliance and risk, make strategic resource decisions. For example, a bank's corporate governance committee, okay, corporate governance committee that reviews risk reports, approves budget for security projects, and ensures alignment with regulation like guidelines, right? A security governance committee, on the other, is a part of a governance committee. A security governance committee is a specialized governance body focused on information security and risk management within a broader corporate governance structure. Its role is to set security policies and framework, align security strategy with business objectives, oversee compliance requirements like GDPR, HIPAA, PCI DSS, and review major incidents and risk matrices. Its members include a C-level people like CISO, CIO, a legal counselor, a risk officer, and key business unit heads. For example, a security governance committee in a hospital meets quarterly to review the incident reports, approve data encryption projects, and ensures HIPAA compliance for patient records. So this is a very important body wherein most of your projects, most of the programs and projects which we want to roll out, which are linked to security of the organization, will be signed off. So these senior stakeholders, you as a CISO or as a security manager, you should definitely reach out to them, take them into the confidence, so that you get adequate resources for your running your security in the organization. So now coming to the slide, a security governance committee is responsible for knowing all security regulations that apply to the organization, right? It will
Right.
document and hold accountable all assigned ownership custodians of regulatory compliance within the organization. So whether it is a business owner or business side or any vertical, the key stakeholder will be part of it, which will be thereafter take the ownership. They will be assigned the ownership and they will be given the custodianship so as to ensure that the security in that organization is implemented. The committee processes will also oversee the cybersecurity teams who will be responsible for mitigating an organizational business risk. For example, your incident response, for example, your forensics. So any specialized teams which are to be running and developed, that will the oversight will be given by this committee. Security steering committee establish and maintain the security framework. Which framework is best for the organization to assure that security strategies are aligned with and support the objectives of the organization. Since they have the members from all the stakeholders from different subject matter experts are there, the final outcome which comes out of such meetings is extremely aligned to the organization requirement. The selected security framework should ensure that the activities are consistent with all applicable laws and regulations. So definitely we have a legal counselor as part of the security steering committee. So therein where the requirement of applicable laws and regulations is also verified. Other activities include ongoing reviews and actions due to macro changes in the organization like acquisitions, merger, and disinvestments and things like that. So all the business activities which are currently happening, what impact it is going to have onto the security posture, overall security posture of the company. That decision, that review, that process of reviewing is the responsibility of this security committee. Security issue. So what are these macro issues? So we must understand the acquisitions, merger, and disinvestments and stuff like that. What are these macro things which are happening? What all risk such kind of activities impose to an organization? For example, in case of an acquisition, in challenging economic environments, it is common for an organization to conduct mergers and acquisitions or M&As to improve the financial posture. So whilst your M&As are for towards the financial activity, this process can put organization sensitive data at risk. So it is extremely important that you do a high level risk assessment, maybe an audit. You definitely have to audit the company which you are going to acquire as in terms of security requirements. So it could be a third party audit which you would ask from that company before you acquire it. Or you may send your internal teams to audit on premises or whichever way, but you definitely have to audit that particular company, see what security aspects that particular organization was following, whether it is aligned to the requirement of your security requirements. If that is not the case, then again you have to do a risk assessment. You have to see what are the controls which are weak, and then you have to deploy the better controls before you merge and you start transacting between each other. Otherwise, there is a risk of data disclosure, right? So the process that can put organization sensitive data assets at risk. Employees not involved in negotiation may hear about merger talks and possibly leak data to the press or
Hey,
to the
I got a question here. Can I ask?
yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, sure. Um, so if I got you right, um, if a company is coming to do acquisition or a merge, the first thing to do is to do the audits and then also do this security, what kind of security apparatus or security aspects that they have in place. and then do the risk assessment. Those are the vital things you have to do before you do a merge or acquisition, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
See, herein what I want to say is that whilst your mergers and acquisition, the decision making is done based on your financial posture,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Mostly, it is a financial decision making where the mergers and acquisition done. But when you are acquiring a particular merging or acquiring a particular company, as a cybersecurity professional, you have to see how they are handling their information security. And how are you going to see that? How will you come to know? Because you don't work in that company, right? You are a CISO of this A company. You want to acquire B company. You don't know. The financial heads have decided that yes, let's acquire. We will pay that company so many $1,000. Now, as a CISO, before you start transacting, before you start sharing your critical data into that particular infrastructure, you have to first professionally evaluate. And how do you do that? There may not be too much of time for you to send your teams and check their servers, check their firewalls, settings, how on cloud they are resident on cloud, what are policies they are following. You may not have time for all that. So the easiest way is to ask them the last audit which was done, latest audit which they have undergone, because that is a regulatory requirement. So when they were an independent company earlier, definitely they would have undergone their latest audit. So you ask them their audit report, right? That would be the easiest way. You sit with a team of experts, analyze that audit report, and you see how they are handling their security. And since you are the subject matter expert in your company, is it aligned with your requirements or not? For example, you may be using A type of a firewall with some firewall settings. He may be using a B type of firewall. So when you start, when you merge their network into your network, what all vulnerabilities can come? Is it safe? Is it patched? It is upgraded or not? What is so you have to go into those kind of details. What policies? What type of how are they running cybersecurity into their organization? And when you are 100% sure that your sensitive data is not at risk, that is a time in such a scenario of merger and acquisition, you should start the business activity. Unless this doesn't happen, you may not have time to do the complete VA, but eventually you will have to do whenever the VA cycle comes, whenever your VAPT cycle comes, that time you will be doing it into the entire A and B company together. Right now, I'm going into diving into not. I'm not talking at a higher level. I'm talking at a managerial level. That how are you going to assess the security in that company, right? So the easiest would be to at least check their latest third party audits, right? Am I making sense?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So, for example, you have to do due diligence. So, in this, the technical term would be that in a pre-merger and acquisition, you will have to do some due diligence stage. So, due diligence activities would include identify risk, assets, and risk. Check their IT assets, data types, cloud accounts, intellectual properties. For example, check if the acquired company stores customer data in plain text or encrypted. Then
Right.
review security policies and compliances. Like compare with your organization security policies, legal regulatory requirements like GDPR, HIPAA, PCCI, DSS. So are they complying to this legal and regulatory compliances or not? Then do a VAPT. Do a VPT. Test your own vulnerabilities before integration, right? You do your VAPT, you can do their VAPT, but test your vulnerabilities before integration. Also do a third party risk review. Call for a third party risk review, a fresh third party risk review. Audit vendors or supply chain dependencies needs to be checked. ठीक है, network and system access control. Restrict cross company access until systems are vetted. Until you are not sure, cross company access should not be allowed Create a temporary network, stage through. Create a temporary network segmentation between the two companies till the time all these audit activities or VAPT activities are not over. Till such time you can go in for a networks, a segmented stage 2 network to transfer data from A company and B company, but don't merge the two networks. Data classification and migration security, like encrypt data before transferring between systems. Incident response plan alignment, very important. What is their backup policy? What is their incident business continuity model? What is the incident plan? Are they aligned to our incident plan? All those things needs to be merged first before you start transmitting directly to data to the B company, right? So that is what I was
Right.
saying. The employees not involved in negotiation may hear about merger talks and possibly leak the data to the press and to competitors to hinder the process. So that is an insider kind of a thing which is always there. And the most significant risk of merger and acquisition is not doing cyber due diligence, is not doing cyber due diligence on the companies being acquired. So cyber due diligence activities I just covered that all those due diligence activity needs to be undertaken before you go in for a merger. Security issues from acquisition. So changing personnel can also create gaps in your security initiatives. Obviously, the other company doesn't know what you do, so there can be some gaps. So you need to identify those gaps and liquidate them. Employees with high level knowledge may leave the company. So whenever this scenario comes, many high level employees they start leaving the company. So that critical process and procedure must be redocumented and updated. If departments or groups are understaffed in vital areas, they may take shortcuts that leave sensitive data exposed. So that vulnerability is always there in any organization, that you can't keep people understaffed, because they will start cutting the corners. They will not follow the correct procedures and policies. It is important to prioritize security training and update all the employees on the policies after a merger or acquisition takes place. Very important. Security training is an ongoing effort, and especially in a case when there is a merger and acquisition scenario, training of the newly acquired people about your security requirements is extremely important, because the other people may not be aware about it. They will be very blissfully sitting knowing that whatever they are doing is right, but that is about the B's policy when they were an independent company. But when they are merged, they have to comply with the global policies of the acquiring company, right? So that training is absolutely required. Same way, if you're splitting, it will introduce many of the same security vulnerabilities as a merger or acquisition will have. So similar issues will be there. Threat actors will use the situation to gain the access of sensitive information. So threat actors can be, in this scenario, the insider threat is extremely active, right? The key players may be leaving whenever you're splitting. The key players may act as a threat actor. So insider threat is extremely active in such a scenario. They may misuse the sensitive data, trade secrets, and other professional information. They tend to increase the number of people, systems, and assets involved, uh, consequently heightening the possibility of human error and negligence. Splitting often includes mass layoffs, because the situation arises when the business is not doing well, right? So mostly in that scenarios, there are mass layoffs. The flip side to layoffs is that the person is the insider knows in and out of the company and he's free. He's not being employed properly. So layoffs, which in turn may rise to a number of disgruntled ex-employees who become threat agents. So there is where in case of when a business is not doing good, uh, these kind of vulnerabilities, these kind of problems are something which needs to be guarded against. Right? Any questions?
No, I'm good. So I I don't know I don't know when it's gonna be the break times.
So yeah, I was about to ask you that. shall we go in for a 5 or 10 minutes break?
Sure, sure. I think I need to use the
Yeah,
restroom. Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely. So let's catch up after 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, I'm ready and I'm back.
Great. So how are you finding the training till now?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. You are breaking things down for me. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback. So we are now moving on to the next topic, which is asset and data owners. So can you define what is an asset and what is a data owner?
Um, my understanding for a data owner, it's somebody who owns who owns the data, but um it does not necessarily mean that that person manages the data. It could be a different person who manages the data, or even where the data is housed, it might be somebody's responsibility, not the data owner. And asset is something that adds value to the organization all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Asset is anything that has value to the organization and needs protection. Because it adds value to the organization, it needs protection. So the types of assets are information assets like databases, source codes, customer records, and the physical assets like servers, laptops, buildings, and intangible assets like brand reputation, patents. For example, a CRM database containing customer contact details is an information asset worth protecting. PII data is worth protecting it as a regulatory requirement to be protected. So the key and about the data owner is an individual or a role responsible for determining how data should be handled, how the data should be handled. For example, a data owner is responsible for classification, granting access, retention, how long it should be retained, and protection so that it stays protected. So these are the key responsibilities of data owner. He is responsible to classify the data, whether it is public, confidential, or secret. He defines the security requirements. He approves the access to the data. For example, the head of customer services may be a data in owner for customer account records. For all the customer account records, the data owner is the head of the customer services who who is responsible for deciding that the records must be encrypted and only access to authorized staff. So these are the responsibilities, key responsibilities of the data owner. So yeah. So the difference between the two is that a data owner is a person or a role making decisions about the data, and an asset is a thing like data system or a resource that needs protection. So often the ones to create, acquire the asset or data is the earliest stage of the life cycle. Maybe creators in the discretionary access control model. Owners can determine the classification or sensitivity level of the asset. They are the ones who know it is their data, right? For example, the example which I gave in sorry, the example which I gave in uh, in a CRM database, for instance, the owner is the person who knows the best security classification of that data, right? As a security professional, you may have the technical knowledge. You may have the technical knowledge to protect or to how what encryption standard should be used, but you don't have any knowledge about which data is more which data is to be protected and which data is not required to be protected, which is an asset, what category of the class of asset it is, right? That classification is the requirement which should be met by the data owner, not the security professional, right? So he is the guy who is responsible for tagging, labeling, handling of the asset, how access is to be granted, tagging, labeling, what type of privilege is to be provided to which type of a person. All that critical decision making activities have to be undertaken by the data owners for the assets. So they have to define what is asset, what is not, what class of asset it is, and classification of sensitivity level. They are to be they have to label, define the thing, and they are actually responsible for protection of that asset. The information security team is helping him to or advising him to use the correct technology, but it is not the direct responsibility of the information security team for protection of that asset, right? That is a very important thing which is to be kept in mind. So who are the custodians? The role of a custodian was to typically maintain the assets in the technical, from the technical perspective. So a a manager which is managing the stuff, right? A system administrator who is administrating the SAE's role is from the technical perspective. He is managing the assets for the data owners for the things which have already been defined by them. They often answer directly to an officer or possibly the asset owner. So whosoever is in the ownership is having a complete. So we will be discussing the RACI charts in a couple of slides from now. Somebody who is responsible, he can delegate certain of to the custodian. That responsibility can be delegated, but ultimately the accountability remains for the owner only. The responsibility he has delegated to the custodian to technically, from the technical perspective, manage the assets in the correct perspective. But the accountability does not cannot be delegated. The accountability remains with the asset owner only. Am I making sense?
Yes, you are making sense. So
Yeah,
let me ask a question here.
yeah.
Um, the data owner has approved access level for a particular person, and
Okay,
maybe that person's job has changed, so the access need to be modified. Does this
okay,
still has to come from the data owner?
okay. So asset modification is to be undertaken, right? That is the scenario.
Right. Yes. The
So, so the ultimate accountability for its correct implementation will be with the owner itself. The
okay.
custodian will facilitate. He may be given some responsibility in facilitating that, but eventually it has been done correctly or not. His ultimate responsibility is for the data owner only.
Okay. All right.
He may
Thank you.
not be a technically qualified professional, so he may need the assistance of the custodian. So that is why the role of custodian is extremely important. But eventually, that the thing has happened or not happened, that ultimate responsibility rests with the owner. They often answer directly to the officer or possibly to the asset owner. May be charged with maintaining. They may be charged with, they may be delegated the responsibility of maintaining CIA, confidentiality, integrity, authenticity, and non-repudiation services. So, if a data owner has said that encryption of this standard needs to be put for all data at rest or data in transit. Now, the custodian is responsible, that the responsibility is now delegated to the custodian to ensure that the CIA is implemented properly, right? There is where they may be charged for it, and but the ultimate responsibility still stays with the owner, right? If the custodian has not done the job, he can be charged for it, he can be penalized for it, but finally the loss of information will impact whom? Not the custodian. Custodian is just doing his is just a role he's playing. He will not get impacted. The person who will get impacted is the owner of the data. For instance, in a customer head of the customer services will be deeply impacted if there is a loss of customer record. Not the customer, not the custodian, not the person who is maintaining that CIA of he will not be impacted. He was just doing a job, right? But eventually, the most impacted person will be the data owner. That is why the ultimate responsibility always stays with the data owner to ensure that things are implemented properly. Are more involved, the custodians are more involved in the technical aspects of asset management, wherein a data owner is responsible to define these kind of things: tagging, labeling, handling of assets, who will be given access, what is the classification. They are the ones who will define the rules. Once these rules are set, based on these rules, the custodian will be just implementing the technical. If the rule is
All right.
flawed, if the rule is flawed, he will not be responsible for it. But if the rules exist and technically not implemented, then he can be charged for it. A data steward, this role is usually a person who usually manages the assets from the business or compliance perspective. For example, a very key regulation like PCI DSS or HIPAA needs to be implemented in our organization. So, what will be the role of data steward? He will ensure that the compliance of that is done properly to the data, right? He is having, because he is the person who is having the expertise to handle such thing. They have the expertise with interfacing with interfacing with internal and external customers and stakeholders, may be tasked for ensuring compliance like standards and controls and data quality, often involved with onboarding and offboarding of assets with joiners and movers. So I will give you example of data steward. Suppose there is a healthcare company. The chief medical officer is the data owner of the patient records. Why? Because any records are lost, he is the guy who will be impacted the most. So whenever you are confused in any of the questions, the owner is the person. If you own a particular asset, right? You own a bike, you own a car, the loss, and you have hired a driver, right? Let's break it in that fundamentals. The driver is just technical person who knows how to drive it, right? You have told him that, whenever there is a red light, you have to stop. So he has to comply to that. Certain rules which you have set, or the government has set that, okay, these are the traffic rules of this particular area. So you hired a driver and you tell them, please comply to the traffic rules. So he is just doing the job. He is just doing the job to implement it technically, to of following those traffic rules. But the loss of or the damage to the car will be impacting maximum to you because you are the owner, right? In the same way, when you talk about data, the owner will be impacted the most. So he has the ultimate responsibility and accountability towards correctness of all the process. But he may not be a technically qualified guy, so he hires the certain roles like custodians and stewards. Now, in this scenario, there is a chief medical officer. He is the data owner of patient records. A data steward is the in the record department, ensures that all patient entries are correctly written. He is more interested in correctness of the defined rules. No unapproved changes are made in the medical history. data is formatted consistently across the system. So the accuracy of the data, because that is a compliance requirement of particular regulation, that compliance is the role of the steward, right? That is so the one line difference between is that a data steward is focused on data quality and proper usage, whereas a custodian is responsible for technical storage, protection, and implementing key controls. So there is a difference between custodian and steward, and the owner is the person for which it belongs to. He is the person who has defined all the rules. He is the person who has categorized it, what is critical, what is not critical, and what is sensitive, what is not sensitive. So these are very important to understand fundamentally when you are answering CISSP questions, because they will try to trick you. They will try to trick you whether the steward's role is this, or whether the custodian's role is this, or what is the owner's responsibility. Most of the cases, the ultimate responsibility stays with the owner only. While the custodian may have moved up, the owner is responsible that to ensure that custodian is doing his correct job. So that oversight is responsibility of the custodian, right?
Right.
So we have moving on to certain officers who are key officers inside the organization: Chief Information Officer, Chief Information Security Officer, and Chief Privacy Officer. So what is the key difference between these three roles?
The chief privacy officer, it's the one in charge of privacy staff within the organization. And then the CISO, it's also in charge of security information staff within the organization. And then the CIO, that is also in charge of all information within the organization.
Okay. So CIO is the Chief Information Officer. His focus is overall IT strategy and enabling business through technology.
Okay.
He is overall responsible of implementing the IT strategy across the organization aligned to the requirement of the business. His scope is broad. It covers IT infra, applications, budgets, innovations. His primary goal is to make sure IT supports business objectives. And for example, approving the a new ERP system into the to improve operations is the charter of CIO, Chief Information Officer. He basically enabler towards IT. A CISO, on the other hand, has the key role is to focus is to information security, implementation of information security strategy and protection of the same information assets, right, which have been implemented by CIO. So whatever information assets exist, protection of that assets is the key responsibility, key charter of CISO, Chief Information Security Officer. His scope is towards risk management, compliance, incident response, security architecture. His primary goal is to minimize security risk to acceptable levels, to minimize security risk, the overall risk within the acceptable level. For example, implementing a zero trust network model to protect sensitive data would be something which will be a charter of CISO. Coming to the CPO, CPO is the Chief Privacy Officer. His main focus is specific to data privacy and protection laws. So there are multiple laws like GDPR, HIPAA, CCPA, etc., which have this compliance requirement to protect the data. So that is the focus of CPO. His scope is to ensure personal data is collected, stored, and used in compliance with the privacy laws. And the goal is to protect personal data and manage privacy risk. An example is overseeing compliance with GDPR, right to be forgotten request, etc. So these are the key differences. CIO is IT strategist, CISO is security strategist, CPO is the compliance strategist, privacy compliance strategist. CIO's role is technical system operation, CISO's role is infosec and risk, and CPO's role is personal data protection, right? So I hope there is total clarity in these three roles, right?
Yeah, right. Thank you.
So now it is very important to understand the RACI chart. Have you heard about the RACI chart? I'm sure you would have.
Yes.
Yeah. So every organization needs to have a RACI chart. It is always good to have a RACI chart. It enables governance in a very specific way. For example, who is responsible, who is accountable, who should be consulted, and who should be informed, right? So suppose there is an activity where the activity is to establish the provider requirements, right? So the GRC department should be is responsible as well as accountable. So first we should understand the difference between the terms known as responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. What is the difference between these terms? Very important to understand the difference between the various closely associated terms, because normally when we talk loosely, when we are talking in a day-to-day vocabulary, we normally use responsibility also with the same framework as the accountability, because it's generally loosely used terms, but there is a very major difference between the two. So as a CISSP profession, for CISSP certification, you need to you need to catch these words. They are the keywords. Wherever in the question you find responsible, you should definitely say he is responsible. And there is a difference between responsible and accountable, right? So you must understand the differences, right?
Right.
So can you, in your own words, can you attempt between differences between responsible, accountable, and consulted and informed?
Responsible, that is the person is the one in charge of executing it or performing it on a daily basis. That the person is responsible. And when we
Okay.
say the person is someone is accountable, the one accountable does not necessarily does the day-to-day operations of it. He might assign it or delegate it to somebody to do the day-to-day operations, which is their responsibility part. But the one accountable might be at the top, and that is within or that that is within the person's accountable scope. But he assigned somebody who is so responsible. The one responsible is solely um, is responsible for the operational, undertaking that operational activity. And they're consulted. Um, I'm trying to come up with something.
Yeah, you're doing good actually. So feel free. It's okay. I mean, if you will put it in your own words, and when I will be explaining you, it will become very clear to you. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, the one consulted, um, it you are consulting that person to get their opinion or their view because they might have certain skills that does not necessarily relate to the issue, but like instance, if it is something that has to do with privacy and you being the person accountable, you might not have a privacy background. So you consult if you are taking a decision on that thing, maybe about personal information. you might consult the privacy experts to get their view or opinion about how you can properly manage it in accordance with the law, with the privacy law. So that's why you consult with them. And the informed part, I think, um, I think for the informed part, I'm lost. So you have to help me there. Oh, I think Nani line went again.
So, sir, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So in the meantime, I'll cover. By the time I'll display the slides, I was talking of RACI, responsible, accountant, consulted, informed, and you were absolutely right when you were saying things about the different roles. And I appreciate that you have a very clear understanding on the difference between them. Somebody who is responsible is going to be doing the uh, going to do that work, responsible for that particular work, for task execution. He is the person, for example, security analyst performing a vulnerability scan. So he is responsible for execution of that specific task. Somebody who is accountable is a person who is the final decision maker, the ultimate answerable for the outcome. So, whereas a responsibility is focused on the activity, the the accountability is focused on the outcome of that activity, right? So, ownership, the signing of work is somebody who is accountant. So we say accountant. The accountant is finally signing off, right? For example, a CISO approving a vulnerability scan results before submission is accountability of the CISO. The responsibility would be of that security analyst, but the accountability is signing off authority is of CISO. And consulted is generally for a subject matter expert who will be, because he's a subject matter expert, he will be consulted. He will be consulted. Somebody who will be informed, the person who are kept who are kept updated about the progress and results. So some senior person, he would say that he would need to be kept informed about it. So in a RACI chart, it is very important that we know which person or which person is assigned which role in the RACI chart, and it is very important for good governance. Sir, presentation rights, please. So the key differences are, at the action level, the responsible does the activity. For example, does the patching. The accountable person is responsible for the outcome. For example, signs off the results of the patching. The consulted person gives the expert input because he is the subject matter expert, and the informed person is gets the updates. He is to be notified, so that he keeps things in. He is aware. Generally, the senior management is somebody who is notified of the results. So this is very important. The RACI chart, again, you may expect some questions on RACI. I have already spoken. They are just giving me presentation rights in next 5-10 minutes. In some time. So yeah, it is there with me. So I'm just sharing. Yeah. Okay. I hope this problem doesn't appear again. Yeah. So we were on the. RACI. Yeah. Any questions are in RACI?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah. Now coming to the important topic, that is security control frameworks. There are very lot of frameworks which can be copied and paste. So we can just pick up that framework, check if the same framework is going to work in our environment, and implement that framework. So framework helps is that you don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? You don't have
Yeah.
to reinvent the wheel. So, uh, for example, it's a structured set of guidelines, best practices, and processes that provide a common approach for managing, governing, and security systems and data. Right? It can, for example, the ISO 27001 is the Information Security Management System Framework. A NIST cybersecurity framework is for identify, protect, detect, respond, recover. So you need to know certain steps in certain frameworks, which I will be showing you in the slides. So ISO is International Organization for Standardization, which brings global experts together to agree on to the best methods for many activities, from making a product to managing processes. So this organization is something which will roll out a lot of frameworks, a lot of guidelines, a lot of best practices. ISO has empowered trade and collaboration between people and organizations since 1946. For cybersecurity, the ISO is Information Security Management. The ISO is 27001. You definitely need to know the number of ISO. It may come in the question. So ISO IC 27001 is the international standard for information security, detailing specifications for effective information security management systems. ISO 27001 guides helps organizations manage their information security by addressing people, process, technology, or the short form PPT. And normally, whenever you know how the audit, we generally would make a matrix of people, process, technology versus CIA. So when we evaluate a particular system, particular network, we are normally evaluating the people, process, and technology for CIA, right? So that is the framework which ISO 27001 mandates. Now, the other important framework is NIST. The National Institutes of Standardization and Technology offers a broad portfolio of services for measurement standards, legal, scientific studies of measures. NIST provides solutions that ensure measurement, traceability, support, quality assurance, and blend documentary standards with regulatory practices. For cybersecurity, the NIST publication SP 853 is relevant. It provides a catalog of controls. We will be talking about a lot about controls in the next section, where we will be doing the risk assessment and defining what are the different types of controls. So all of that is given in this particular publication, SP 853. Definitely you need to know the number and broadly understand. You will not be asked what exactly the publication says, but you should broadly understand what this publication stands for. It controls of system and organization to manage information security and privacy risk. Then the next important framework is COBIT, Controlled Objectives of IT. Uh, it assists organization in addressing business challenges in regulatory compliance, risk management, IT strategy alignment with organizational goals. So COBIT 5 is the latest iteration of the framework, which was released in 2012. It is one of the oldest, which actually is the when cybersecurity was in a very nascent stage, and it was there was a realization that your IT assets are vulnerable. At that is a time, it was one of the very first, a very popular framework which was implemented, and slowly it has iterated into COBIT version 5. and it has 5 principles. These 5 principles needs to be known to you, because COVID 5 questions are definitely there on the chart. So the 5 principles are meeting the stakeholder needs. See, when you will read these principles, you will realize that they are also the somewhat the IT principles only. So COVID was something which was a IT enabler as well as the information security enabler, right? It was aligning the requirement of IT and IS with the business. That was the main objective of COVID. The second objective was covering the enterprise end to end. Matlab, whatever you are doing, it will should be implemented on at a scale of the enterprise, not a department or a particular segment. It should cover the entire enterprise. Applying a single integrated framework, enabling a holistic approach, and separating. So most important is number 5, for which multiple questions coming in the exam. The COVID says that the governance and management should be two separate activities. A manager and cannot be involved in governance, and somebody who's into the governance should not be managing. They are two separate activities. So this is a very important principle of COVID, and mostly the questions in the point number 5 are asked. And it is one of the oldest frameworks. It is 2012 was COVID 5, so it started long back, and this is one thing which has actually, I would say, that the information security as a separate domain started with this particular framework. Then SABSA, Sherwood Applied Business Security Architecture. So yes, in this particular certification, this is one of the flip side is that you need to mug up too many things at a very not too much into depth, right? You need not do research work into SABSA, but you definitely need to know these frameworks which I'm covering. What is their full form? What exactly it is required for? So what is given in slide, only that much you need to know, not more than that. But that will you will realize that that is also quite a bit, because we have just started. We are in the first half of the domain 1, and there are 8 such domains. So what information you will have to commit to memory is quite a bit in this certification. So I am not going too much in depth, not required. What is required for the certification, I am covering. So just stick to this information what I am giving. If you start, learning the steps of SABSA, that will be a overkill and it will take a lot of time. So Sherwood Applied Business Security Architecture, SABSA, is a well-established framework for constructing business-driven risk and opportunity-focused security initiatives. It works at both enterprise and solution level that supports traceable business goals. So wherever you need to have a requirement, the use case is for the enterprise, or the use case is to drive a solution. This particular framework can be picked up. It is also widely used for information assurance architecture, risk management frameworks, and to align and integrate security and risk management into IT architecture methods and frameworks. So whenever the requirements are these, then the SABSA framework can be picked up. SABSA is made up of 7 cohesive frameworks. So it's a framework of multiple frameworks basically. So there are 7 cohesive frameworks, models, methods, and processes which are included in SABSA framework, which is business requirements engineering framework known as attribute profiling, risk and opportunity management framework, policy architecture framework, security services oriented architecture framework, governance framework, security domain framework, and through life security service management and performance management framework. Now when you start picking each cohesive framework of SABSA, it is a subject in itself. So you should stick to just knowing these 7 names. You need not mug up them, but you read 4 5 times, so that if the question comes on SABSA, you should know that it comprises of 7 cohesive frameworks, and these 7 cohesive frameworks are these. That is it. Further, for your own interest, you can dive deeper into it. There is no nobody stopping you, but For the certification, this much information is enough. The another very important framework which you should know from for certification perspective is PCI DSS, Payment Card Industry Digital Security Standard. So normally the question would be that if a particular organization is responsible for issuance of credit card or debit card, which standard will be applied? So it is PCI DSS. They will be giving you a short form and a expanded form also in many other questions. During that, you should be able to pick that yes, in a PCI DSS is a standard which is required for whenever there is a company which is dealing with issuance of credit card or a debit card. So it is a compliance structure aimed to secure credit and debit card transactions against data theft and fraud. Through the PCI, though the PCI has no legal authority to force compliance, it is a requirement for any business that processes credit and debit card transactions. So normally you will say that we are the banks will say that we are PCI DSS compliant. So when they say they are compliant, it invariably means that the framework they are using that framework, and generally the processes are safe, and then you can blindly trust them. So that's the implication of when we say that okay, PCI DSS compliant, HIPAA compliant, and things like that. The PCI certification also considers the best way to protect sensitive data and to help business build trust with its customers. So as a customer, when you see that he is a PCI DSS certified, that means you can trust that particular organization. Another important security control framework is FedRAMP, the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program, which was established to offer a cost-effective risk-based approach for the adoption and use of quality services for federal government. FedRAMP empowers agencies to use modern cloud technologies with an emphasis on security and protection of federal information. In December 22, the FedRAMP Authorization Act was signed as a part of FY23 National Defense Authorization Act (NDAA). The Act codifies the FedRAMP program, the authoritative standard for security assessment and authorization of cloud computing products and services that processes unclassified federal information. So 2-3 keywords in this particular framework. It is for federal. It will not be applicable for the other companies, right? It is something framework which is applicable for the federal the government agencies only. Second keyword is it is for the cloud infra. So there is where the CISSP will trick you. So when you are viewing the name of that particular framework and what are the at the broad level, what is the utility of that framework should be known to you. NCRC CIP to enforce the resilience of US, the government created a North American Electric Reliability Corporation (NERC) framework that is directed at protection of portion of US utility infrastructure. So there is a IT and there is a OT. So when we say the OT network, so this is a very important framework which is targeting the OT network, where the NERC critical infrastructure protection CIP standards deal specifically with the cybersecurity attributes of bulk electric system and its capability and steady supply. So where the services should not go down, there is no outage as far as the electricity is concerned. This particular framework has been promulgated by the US government. Very important framework is HIPAA or HITECH. The HITECH Act updated HIPAA and is focused on promoting the implementation of secure and private electronic health records and meaningful use of health information technology, and is a part of American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009. Very important. This act, multiple questions will be asked from HIPAA. The HIPAA predates the High-Tech Act by 13 years. So this information is also important. They may say that HIPAA and what is the relation between HIPAA and high-tech? So HIPAA predates high-tech by 13 years and deals with the probability of health insurance, ensuring employees do not lose coverage while between jobs, and the privacy and security of health data is maintained. So these are few of the frameworks which are key. I put on the slide. There are n number of frameworks. If you put a use case that I am from so and so business and I have so and so infra, cloud infra, this which frameworks to use, you will find that there are n number of frameworks, security frameworks, which you can pick up and implement in your organization. But the key thing is that they should be tailor made for your organization. If you are not getting certified, for example, certain regulations say that you should be PCI DSS, are you PCI DSS certified or HIPAA compliant? If those are not the requirements, then you can pick up any framework and use it. But key thing is that you have to tailor made. You have to tailor made that particular uh, for your specific business requirements. You just can't pick it up and just put it just like that. So again, you need to do a risk assessment, see what is your requirement and how which framework aligns the best for your requirement and how your risk is mitigated if you use this framework, and that is how you should pick up a particular framework for your business. So now yeah, any questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
So now we are coming to an extremely important definition, that is due care and due diligence. So due care and due diligence. So I will take you to the start of the presentation, which I was supposed to be covering in the end, but I will cover this topic from here. So just imagine that there is a decision line. So suppose there is a activity which is going to happen. For example, you have to implement a new firewall in your organization. Okay, that is a use case. So to select which firewall to pick, right, there are too many vendors in the market, so you will have to pick a particular vendor. So you will do lot of checks, you read lot of reports about that firewall. You will see how is it meeting your requirement and things like that, and then you will decide that okay, out of this 10 I have evaluated and this one I am picking. So there is a decision line. For every activity which you do, there is activity things which are done before the decision is taken and things which are done after the decision has been taken. So if we take the datum as this decision line, then things which are done before taking the decision is due diligence activities, and the things which are done after the decision has been taken is due care. If you remember this, you will at least do 2 or 3 questions correctly, because due care and due diligence is at least 2 or 3 questions are asked on the same concept of which is whether it is due care or it is due diligence. So as a security manager, you must remember that there is a decision line in between. Whatever is happening before you have taken a decision is due diligence. Whatever you are doing after the decision has been taken is due care. So mnemonic is do detect, that is you are trying to find as a detective. Before you are deciding, you are trying to do a lot of activities like a detective. So DD, do detect, and do correct. After you have done something, you will be correcting it, right? So do care is do correct. So due care is always after decision, you have taken a decision, and due diligence, do detect, detection is always before the decision has been taken. Due diligence is practicing the activities that maintain the due care effort. You are investigating a lot about the firewall. Out of the 10 firewalls, you are evaluating. You are digging deeper and deeper. Finally, to achieve a due care, that means once you have taken a decision, after that, that decision should hold ground. So that is why you are doing due diligence. And due care is when you have decided, then you will be doing something what a what a reasonable person would do in a given situation. For example, if you are a doctor and 10 persons come to you, give me treatment, but you are a single person, right? So you can only treat one person at a time. So to select the correct person would be is called triage, right? So when there is accident and a lot of people who are into an accident scenario, the medical fraternity do something known as a triage. So they decide who is the they apply due diligence as to who should be the person we should pick for treatment. And once they have picked, then they carefully treat him. They do take a lot of care in treating him so that they become all right. But before they pick up the person, the due diligence is done so that whether they will be able to save that person, whether that they will not be able to save. So there are multiple decision matrix based on which they do their due diligence activities. And once they have decided, they do due care for that person, particular person, and that is a reasonable any reasonable person would do in a given situation. So multiple times this question comes as a prudent man rule is a due care effort. That means when you have decided after that how what activities you are doing is the due care activities, and that is a prudent man rule a reasonable person would do in a given situation. Why I'm stressing again and again on this, because definitely prudent man rule questions come, and definitely this difference between care and diligence is asked in the exam from quite some time. So I have I will go on to a detailed definition. A due diligence, which is done as a detection activities right before the decision making. A due diligence relates to the act of performing thorough search before committing to the particular plan of action. It involves proper information gathering, planning, testing, and strategizing before development, production, and deployment. Attentiveness may include understanding which framework is required by law or is applicable under vendor due diligence. This has become a critical initiative with supply chain disruptions, changes, and related security gaps. So, if you are doing a due diligence, the gap should not appear, because if you are very careful, you have done your investigative work nicely, detective work correctly, then eventually the due care efforts will should reduce considerably, because the you have already catered for the problems. The examples of due care are the example of due diligence are comprehensive background checks and proofing practices before hiring. So when you are doing a background check, it is a due diligence activity. It has been asked in exam in this way. Background checks is which type of activity? Due diligence, due care. So there will be four options. So it's a due diligence activity, right? It's an investigative kind of activity. So it's a due diligence activity before you have hired him, right? It is happening before you have hired him. Investigating a cloud service provider, investigating, right? Before you have taken the services, you are doing a lot of research with the cloud service, with the CSA cloud controls, matrix or star registry before signing a memorandum of understanding. Before, right? The keyword is before. It is not after, it is before. So it's a due diligence activity. Testing and evaluating non-repudiation techniques like digital signatures before signing contracts or using code. So whenever there is a before activity, it is a due diligence, which is detection. So DD is detect, right? So before. When federal agencies mandate how controlled unclassified information must reside in a non-federal system or organization. So again, anything which is before is due diligence. Due care is a prudence man rule. It is how normally a person should be behaving in a particular circumstance. So due care refers to a degree of attention that a reasonable person takes for a particular entity, life cycle, or a program. So reasonable means generally what 90% people would be doing, you should be doing that. So it's a reasonable, acceptable kind of decision which has been taken as a part of due care activities. It is a level of judgment, attention, and activity that a person would engage in under familiar circumstances. Due care relates to ongoing maintenance activities, operational excellence, and continual improvement, like ITIL4 initiatives, right? ITIL4 examples. Let me give you one odd examples. So in IT infrastructure library, version 4 is a framework for delivering IT services. It is a framework for delivering IT services aligned with business needs. That is what is ITIL 4 framework. The purpose is to restore normal services ASAP after an unplanned disruption. If there is a disruption, then how you should be restoring ASAP. For example, an e-commerce site goes down due to a database crash. The help desk logs the incident. The IT team restarts the database services, and the user can shop again within 20 minutes. So this particular activity would be part of this particular framework. So those things, due care relates to ongoing maintenance activities. After the thing has implemented, now how will you maintain good quality in the services? Once you have taken the decision, how will you deliver and justify the decisions which you have taken, and what all activities will you be doing so that it sustains and delivers the thing which should be which you have picked it picked it up for, you bought it or hired it for. So some of the examples of due care include is performing the necessary maintenance and test patch management to keep the system or application available and secure. So patch management is again a question is there. Patch management is due care activity because this is happening to increase the sustainability of something which is already existing after you have taken the decision, right? Taking all necessary precautions to ensure that an IP packet arrives with CIA properly applied using various improved controls. So controls have been selected, they have already been implemented. Now all necessary precautions so that it delivers. Using security principles like least privilege, defense in depth, separation of duties, zero trust, and more for continual improvement and maturity. So all of these controls which we have talked are all due care examples. Updating the security policies, updating policies are already implemented, right? Updating after the thing has been happened. Training and awareness, including new threat and technologies, for example, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and those initiatives. So you are enhancing the existing infrastructure's life, quality, and deliverability, right? So all of that is a due care activity. So very important. This only four or five slides, but they are. It's a very I would say you can expect at least two or three questions from due care and due diligence with examples, right?
Right. Thank you very much for decoding it or breaking it down. I really appreciate it, and it makes sense on how you broke everything down on that due care and due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now we are coming to a topic called cyber crimes and data breaches. So I think we are already 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 3 hours and almost 3.5 hours into our training. So time, am I right? We have already what time frame you are in CET?
No, I mean, yeah, CD, standard time. Sorry, central time.
Yeah, central time, right? So yeah, so yeah, 3.5 hours we have spent into the training, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we are on track as far as the pace is there. So yeah. So cyber crimes and data breaches is the next topic. We will be talking about. Uh, so what do you understand by cyber crimes and data breaches?
I understand it to be ways. I mean, ways that hackers take to get access to our databases so that they can do either those three security trial, and they could use social engineering. They could steal somebody's private key. They could do any of those things. DS is to just get access there and then use it or exploit the sensitive information for their personal gains.
Okay. So yes, so fairly normally any security professional will definitely be able to differentiate. Like very nicely, you have told what you understand by cyber crimes and data breaches. So this is something which we want to avoid. So the entire effort is of the blue team is to prevent any other cyber crime or data breach to happen in our organization. And when, if at all it happens, then we move on to something known as incident response, right? Business continuity, disaster recovery. But our main goal of our whole effort, the entire domain of information security is aiming at ensuring that at the first place this cybercrime and data breach do not happen. So we keep strengthening internally. That means we find our vulnerabilities and try to mitigate those vulnerabilities, patch them. We keep evaluating about the threat, newer threats which are emerging threats in the environment, and start finding the mitigations for those threats. And this is a continuous effort. This is a continuous effort to find the internal weakness known as vulnerability and an external threat, and start and continuously keep mitigating our existing systems or upgrading our systems so as to prevent the cyber crime and data breach to happen in the first place. So eventually when it happens, then we have to do certain things. We do incident response, we do disaster recovery, right? But that is a separate thing. But our aim is to prevent the cyber crime, and the cyber crime is commonly defined as a following result of threat actor. A threat actor who is able to exploit our vulnerability, harm and harm and destruction of data, stolen financial instruments, positivity, productivity loss, theft of intellectual property, personal identifiable information, and other financial data. Embezzlement, fraud, hoaxes, post-attack interruption of a normal course of operation, including forensic investigation, restoration, and deletion of hacked data and systems, and reputational harm. So this is what all is a can create havoc in our organization, and our aim is at the first place that this should not happen only. So cybercrime and data breaches. The costliest cybercrime recently reported by FBI was business email compromise and personal emails compromise, which targets businesses and individuals that engage in wire transfer by breaking into their emails. The business email compromise is a form of cybercrime where the scammer uses email or more elaborate hoaxes to trick someone into sending money and divulging confidential company info. The cost as of 2024 has approached almost 10 billion US dollars according to a particular website. Licensing issues and intellectual property requirements. Some commercial licensing is using on-site, do not transfer well to virtual environments or cloud service providers. Host shadow IT, such as unauthorized Type 2 hypervisors, can run unlicensed and pirated software. So I hope you are familiar with hypervisors.
Yes.
Yeah. So those hypervisors very easy to run, very easy to put Type 2 hypervisors, multiple Type 2 hypervisors on a blade server, and every critical server, I would say, is an asset. So that asset needs to be taken up into the risk management process. And if you are not doing risk management efforts onto a particular IT asset, then it becomes a ghost or a shadow IT, right? Something which is not accounted in the company asset list. So we will be talking about an asset list. So we make asset list for all assets, right? Physical assets or software assets. So when we make a asset list, if certain IT resources are unaccounted, they are unauthorized, used, then they make shadow IT. So the hypervisor creates a lot of risk of having a shadow IT in an organization, which may run pirated and unlicensed softwares. So, that is not right. For example, if a very reputed company is found to be using pirated software, and it is fined by fined for use. So how much reputational loss will be there? Some manager or some admin would have, for ease or ease of use, quickly would have set up a particular server using a hypervisor. But if they are caught with pirated software, then there will be a lot of reputational loss. So those kind of risks are there in the shadow IT. So definitely the company, a reputed company, should be using a licensed version of softwares. Licensing can be different in various countries and regions of the world, and even for the same application, right? This is also a very important thing to be known about licensing. Many organizations have a lack of licensing management. So the example which I was giving, that there is no management of licensing there. So especially in the cloud and software as a service environments, so there is where the risk of infringing into the licensing requirements may cause a lot of reputational and legal loss to the company. So there can be open source licensing issues. There are over 200 types of open source licenses that can be used. For example, Apache, GPL, and MIT, most of which have a lack of warranty for its security, support, and content. Many of these licenses are incompatible with each other when certain components cannot be used. The more components you use, the more difficult it becomes to track and compare all license stipulations. Some licenses include copyleft clause that requires the release of any software created with the covered component as open source in its entity. Let me Copyleft is a licensing approach that allows others to freely use, modify, and distribute a work, provided that any derivative work can release under the same license. So this open source license, they permit you to modify and use it under the same licensing schema. Keep software free from all future uses. For example, GNU General Public License is a classic copyleft license. If you take a Linux kernel GPL license, modify it and distribute your version, you must also release your source code under GPL so that others can modify it too. So normally it is somewhere the open source OS like Linux. This GPL license is there. So for exam, please remember that copyleft is share alike, like freedom preserved in all copies and derivatives. So shared alike is copyleft, where the freedom is preserved in all copies and derivative. Copyright is the creator holds exclusive right, can restrict use. So normally when we say a copyrighted has, the thing is copyrighted, that means the exclusive rights are with the created. When we say it is a copyleft, that means the exclusive rights are not with the creator. It is free to be modified, and the same license can be used on the derivative also. Then there is another kind of license which is permissive license, like MIT and Apache, which allows reuse with fewer restrictions, that is can be made proprietary, right? So copyleft, copyright and permissive license, you must know what are the types or different type of licenses, and the problems which if the license management is not done properly in the organization, then what all problems can it can attract. The next important topic is information rights management, or IRM. This can be implemented by DRM, digital rights management solution, like EDRM. The goal are to implement controls that work with access control to protect data and file access. So normally in a digital rights management software, we know who is the owner of that file, and then that owner of the file assigns the reading, writing, modifying rights to that particular file to a particular user. So the goal is that at any point of time, that particular file, which is how it is going to be used, is under control by the owner of that particular file. The DRM is used by publishers, manufacturers, and IP owners for digital content and device monitoring. Since since digital signing and certificates are often used, the enterprise public key infrastructure (PKI), we will be covering and talking in detail about PKI, may be part of the policy. So IRM, DRM with Adobe Documents. So you'll see how in this example, managed document use restricted to specific IP classless interdomain routing ranges. Deny authorized sharing. Watermark PDF files. So these are all the things which will be technically implemented in a DRM Adobe software, so that you have complete control over how this particular object is being modified, used, or transmitted among the different users, different subjects. Import export controls and trans-border data flow. The US Department of Commerce Bureau of Industry and Security (BIS) administers US laws, regulations, and policies controlling the export and re-export of commodities, softwares, technologies placed under jurisdiction of export administration regulation. The main objective of BIS is to progress national security, foreign policy, and economic goals by safeguarding the effective export control and treaty compliance system, as well as promote continual US strategic technology leadership. So trans-border data flow, the moment you listen to this, you should what should come to your mind is is GDPR, right? So when in the GDPR, they have a very restrictive policy towards trans-border data flow, right?
Yes.
Yes. So the ownership of data stays with the originator, even if it has it has been given to some third party, or the fourth party, or the fifth party. If the breach happens in the premises of the fifth party, even then the impact is coming to the owner, which is inside the European Union. So European Union has a very restrictive policy, especially when it comes to PII of the people in this trans border data flow regulation, which is GDPR. And most of the countries are making some GDPR equivalent rules and regulations in their own countries, so as to ensure that the rights of the owner, the owner of the particular object, is not infringed by data breaches. Bureau of Industry and Security (BIS) is answerable for deploying and enforcing the EAR, which regulates the export and re-export the transfer in country of items with commercial usage, which can also be used in conventional arms, weapons, or mass destruction terrorism, or human trafficking and rights abuses, and less sensitive military items. The BIS Export Administration reviews license applications for export, re-exports, transfers, and deemed exports subjected to EAR. So trans-border data flow, as I said, can be defined as the electronic transmission of data across political borders for processing and storing in file, block, or object storage. For private sector entities, cross-border data flow reinforces daily operations, logistics, supply chain, and global communication. Accountable cross-border data flow can reduce human rights abuses, support cybersecurity, promote economic development, and financial inclusion, health, sustainability, and more. How will companies prevent privacy in a target country? How? So these are the very legitimate questions which needs to be answered, because the rules and regulations are different. The organization which will be investigating a breach would be different the moment the data has crossed a particular country to another country. The rules and regulations of the next countries apply unless and until they are GDPR compliant. In normal scenario, that the next country it applies. So how will the companies protect privacy in the target country? How will government seek access to the data for national security and law enforcement, auditing, and forensic initiatives? How do organizations that use the cloud to distribute content to other areas handle different local laws, regional differences, and varying cultural and religious sensitivities? Is there a realistic global framework open to democracies operating under the rule of law that is right, protective, practicable, and scalable? So these are the challenges we are still facing. We don't have a very definite answer to these type of questions, because that is how this is a problem statement which needs to be covered under a particular legal framework, so as to prevent privacy of data. So European Union has been able to answer this some of the questions by implementing GDPR. The European Union General Data Protection Regulation is concerned with data protection and privacy of EU and EU Economic Area. It introduces strict privacy controls for how organizations worldwide collect, use, and store the PII of EU citizens. GDPR covers all countries, citizens, and areas under its jurisdiction, regardless of whether the data is created, processed, or stored. GDPR provisions can bring stiff penalties, so organizations anywhere must be mindful of its requirements. The Privacy Shield framework replaces Safe Harbor. So this is important. What is Safe Harbor? What is a Privacy Shield framework? And on approximately which date? Generally, this kind of information is also asked in the exam. The European Courts of Justice, European Highest Court, concluded that US-EU Safe Harbor Agreement between the European Commission and the US Department of Commerce was invalid. Although the Court of Justice substantially invalidated the Privacy Shield framework in 2020, participants are still obliged to comply with some of its requirements. California Consumer Privacy Act. The California Consumer Privacy Act (CCPA) is a privacy law that controls how business can gather, use, and share the PIIs of California residents. The law also grants consumers the right to know what data companies collect about them, to request destruction of their data and opt out of the sharing and selling of their data. The law applies to business that have customers in California regardless of their location or operation. So there's something called as right to be forgotten. So in this particular act, there is a provision that they have a right to be forgotten, which is also there in GDPR, where the data which has been collected by the companies, the owner can or the person can say that I need, my data should be deleted, and the companies are obliged to do so. Personal information protection law. So
Annie, I
some,
got a question.
yeah,
Okay, so can you go back to the previous slide, please? Yes, when you look at the last bullet, you said the law applies to businesses that have customers in California, regardless of their location or operation. The last line, regardless of their operation, is it referring to the company?
yeah. So it law applies to the businesses
Okay,
that have customers in California. So suppose I am a company based out at a X place in the world, and you are my
okay,
customer.
okay,
You are resident of California, and you are my customer. So the
okay,
requirement here is that the customer's location is in California,
okay.
and the business provider can be anywhere in the world. They will
Uh,
come under the ambit of this particular act, which is CCPA Act.
okay. Okay. And in that case, the customer, me being the customer, has the right to tell you, being the company, to delete my data or not share my data with any third party, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
So going further, the purpose of this act protects California residents' personal data by giving them control over how business collects, use, and shares it. The key rights of the customers are right to know, right to delete, right to opt out, right for non-discrimination. It applies to for profiting business, for profit business doing business in California that meet any of these. There are some requirements of the business, like annual gross revenue should be greater than 25 millions US dollar, buy, sell, share personal data of 50,000 plus customers, households, and devices, and derive 50% revenue from selling personal data. So what is given on the slide is a very brief overview, which is applicable for the certification for you to know. But if you actually go into the act, it is a very detailed and a complicated act which is applicable, right? So it has certain clauses like 20 greater than 25 million revenues, greater than 50%. So that the applicability on the businesses are on basis of this. Anybody who is not applicable for this criteria, this law may not apply. Okay, that is also the thing.
Thank you.
CCPA is a US state level, California only, and focused on consumer control. Compare it with GDPR, which is a wider, broad scope and stricter consent rules. Right. So that is about the CCPA. Coming to the personal information protection law, something like GDPR, which China has evolved. China Personal Information Protection Law (PIPL) is a relatively new data privacy law in China. This is aimed at personal information protection and challenges with personal data leak and loss. PIPL applies not only to entities physically located in mainland China that handle PII, but also to entities located outside mainland China that engages in certain activities involving the personal information of persons physically located in China. See, of all these privacy laws, they all are aligned to GDPR, wherein the biggest challenge was these questions. Biggest challenge was these questions. Sorry. Biggest challenge was these questions. The questions were that when the trans-border data flows happen and the data has crossed a particular country's boundary, then how will we do? So they are answering all the, especially the privacy part of it, has been answered in most of these rules and regulations, that they clearly specify that it is not only limited to the geographical boundaries of China, but also outside the mainland China that engage in certain activities involved in personal information of person physically located in China. So if one of the parties is located in China, then it will still apply. So most of all the privacy protection laws are referring to this clause. Then there is another privacy law, Protection of Personal Information Act. The Protection of Personal Information Act, or POPIA, or the POPI Act, is a set of laws that govern data protection and privacy in South Africa. The act was passed to regulate the rights to privacy and enshrined by Section 14 of the Constitution of South Africa, and the function is concerned with the promotion of access to information. Constitutional, legal, industry standards and regulatory requirements. In cloud computing, for instance, the legal responsibility of data protection falls to the customer or user who solicits the services of cloud service provider. In all other cases in which a third party is given the task of processing personal data, the user or the data controller is responsible for ensuring that the relevant requirements for protection and compliance with the requirement of PII and PHI are satisfied or not. Right? Contractual PII. Contractual PII is where an organization or entity processes, transmits, or stores PII as part of its business or service. The information is required to be adequately protected in line with relevant local, state, national, regional, federal, or other laws. The relevant contract should list the applicable rules and requirements from the organization who owns the data and the applicable laws for which the provider should adhere. Regulated PII. When regulated PII, the key focus and distinct criteria to which the regulated PII must adhere is required under law and statutory requirement. For example, GDPR, PCI DSS, Sarbanes-Oxley. This is different than the contractual criteria that may be based on the best practice or organizational security policies. Here, the state or the law enforcement agencies involved, and heavy penalties are imposed if the PII breach is happens. So there's the difference between a regulated PII and organizational contractual PII. In a contractual PI, only the organizations which have contracted between each other, they are responsible. They are regulating the use of PI. Here, the state or the federal agencies are regulating the use of PI as with by use of this particular laws. Investigations and policies. So, when the objective of this particular section is to explore the requirements for investigation types, develop, document, and implement security policy elements, examine candidate screening and hiring, survey employment agreements, policy driven requirements, onboarding, transfer, and termination processes, learn about vendor, consultant, and contractor agreements and So this will be our next section. So let's take a 5 minutes break if you're okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we will start this section.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's start, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
So normally when we talk of investigations, the key mindset for investigations is broadly divided into two criteria. For for the investigations for a corporate per se is not mostly related to finding the root cause or the key culprit, but it is related. It is aimed at preventing it for not happening again in the future. Whereas when we talk of the federal investigations or forensic investigations, it is of it has multiple outcomes. Basically, it has outcome that law, crime prevention, and stuff like that. So those are much more detailed and much more, I would say, thorough in its approach, whereas the corporate investigations are mostly for administrative reasons, wherein the aim is not to find the culprit but to prevent or to mitigate that particular weakness and secure your network again by mitigating that vulnerability. So what is the main goal of investigation should be very clear. The main goal of administrative investigation is to collect and scrutinize data and information regarding incidents or allegations of wrongdoing, policy abuse, or other assorted reckless behaviors. These investigations assist in lowering the organizational risk or harm. So we are not targeting the individual when we are talking of administrative investigations, but we want to lower the risk and prevent future occurrences, uh, maintaining organizational mission and integrity, and helping maintain compliance and accreditation. So nowhere here in a corporate environment we have aimed at finding the culprit and punishing that culprit. We are more focused on the organization, trying to mitigate the problems and so that it doesn't happen in future. The requirements of administrative investigations is the team must ensure that when they witness any witnesses are deposed, they have certain rights. They can be attended, represented, and counseled by legal parties. Counsel for a witness can instruct on objections about the scope and range of questions. Counsel cannot interrupt the questioning beyond permissible objections. Once the process continues, counsels may appeal for clarifications of the answer. So these are certain legal requirements, a setup in which that a particular person and his counsel can cross-examine. He can see attend, represent, and witness the entire proceedings. He can ask questions, right? Counsel cannot interrupt the questioning beyond permissible objections, right? So this is how administrative investigation occurs. For example, the Department of Defense officials of Inspector General. The Department of Defense of Inspector General (DoD) conducts administrative investigation to investigate claims of misconduct by senior officials, report the whistleblower reprise case, manage the DoD hotline and contract disclosure program, offer ongoing training and awareness on whistleblower protections, and accelerate the voluntary resolution of retaliation allegations. Now coming to the criminal investigation. So administrative investigations are, as I told you, have a very different outcome in mind. But a criminal investigation is which is generally state-driven investigation. Companies don't really prefer to report things unless and until it is bound by the regulation or they are bound by the local law. So they are just focused at doing an administrative investigation and moving on from there, fixing the problems. But if the thing is it blows up beyond a proportion, then it moves on to a domain of criminal investigation where there are several requirements for security managers to conduct proper criminal investigation. So this is very important that if in your company there is a breach or there is a incident which falls into criminal investigation, then from the start itself, you have to be really, really cautious. For instance, maintaining of chain of custody. That is a legal requirement in the court of law. So, a particular hardware or a particular software, who confiscated it, where did it was stored, and who thereafter took it from that initial person, the first responder. All those are very critical things which have to be kept in mind if your investigation is falling in this particular domain, that is a criminal investigation domain. There are several requirements for security managers to conduct proper criminal investigation. Process practical knowledge of applicable criminal law. Be available for to recognize and examine electronic and possible physical evidence. Process skills and expertise with interviews, interrogations, and cross examination. Adhere to high level standards and ethics. Have proficiency in specialized software application and data and statistical analysis. So there are multiple forensic softwares, FTK, NCase, Backlight, which are used in doing this criminal investigation as well as the administrative investigations. However, for example, if a copy of a particular file is made to be made, or cloning is to be done, then you have to use a write blocker. So in an administrative setup, you may not use a write blocker, but here in a criminal investigation, there is a legal requirement to be using a write blocker and ensuring that there is no modification on the initial artifact. If the artifact is modified, then the court will not, it will not be admissible in court. It will not be considered as an artifact in court, right? So those are the very basic difference, but very important difference between an admin investigation and a criminal investigation. And the outcomes are also very different. Where the outcome was something else, here what we are looking at is something else. Common cybercrime investigations, which are according to the US FBI, the most common cybercrime categories in 2023 was business, phishing and business email compromise, BEC, intellectual property right theft, computer intrusions, hacking, economic espionage, theft for trade secrets, online extortion, international money laundering, identity theft, child pornography, ransomware. So this is a graph which displays the number of incidents in 2023 by. So in a civil investigation is an inquiry to gather data and support evidence for a civil legal matter. A lawsuit claiming damages due to a company vehicle accident. Both sides of the case performing an investigation to collect materials they will use to pursue a case or contest claims depending on the scenario. So understand the difference between criminal. A criminal is a little more, infringement of a particular thing. So whereas a civil investigation, where there is suppose breach of contracts, right? There was a contractual requirement that has been breached, so it will not fall into the criminal investigation per se. It will be a civil investigation where no crime has happened, but there is a requirement to go to court to settle the dispute. So there is where a civil investigation will take place. Again, in civil investigation also, say because you are going to court, you will have to follow the process so that the artifacts are admissible into the court. So you will have to go step by step, maintain a COC, use write blockers and correct hardware, correct tools. The tools should be licensed tools. It should not be open source and expired license tools. So those are the things which needs to be diligently maintained, whether you're doing a criminal investigation or civil investigation. Mostly the companies hire the teams from outside who are experts in this, and generally they don't maintain in-house team who will be competent enough to undertake a civil investigation or a criminal investigation. However, administrative investigation, yes, it can be undertaken by the local team if the company is big enough and they are maintaining the investigators. So, civil investigation is an inquiry to gather data and support evidence for a civil legal matter such as lawsuit. Both sides of the case performing an investigation to collect material that they will use to pursue the case or contest claims depending upon the scenario. The security managers may need to seek outside counsel. So that's what I was saying, for attorney who specializes in the civil matters if their legal department does not have the expertise. And the regulatory investigations, they form the investigation. This form of investigation will force security managers and officers to contend with external auditors and investigators who are seeking damages such as fines and penalties for regulatory breaches. For example, an investigation, their companies were given following GDPR fines. Google was fined 50 million USD in 2019 for violating GDPR. H&M was fined 35.3 million USD. Telecom Italia was fined 27.8 euros. Sorry, not USD, euros. So British Airways, Marriott International. So these are the fines which GDPR has imposed on companies for breaching the GDPR norms. So they are the regulatory investigations which are initiated when there is a breach of a particular regulatory norm. Security professionals must realize that data incident investigations may take months or years until resolved. They will have to interface with the state attorney general, federal regulators, and state administrative agencies. The more regulators get involved, the longer the investigation takes, especially with the bigger cases. Regulatory investigation must get resolved in one of the four ways: with a litigation, with a settlement, with a closing notice, or keeping quiet about it. List of common industry standards, very important. Definitely, one odd question will come asking about them. I said ISO 27001, Information Security Systems Management 27701, GDPR compliance, 900 family is quality management, CMC, Cyber Security Maturity Model Certification. We will be covering the maturity model in subsequent slides. OSHA fall protection in construction, NIST 853 family, which we have covered. So this is definitely you will have to commit to memory. Develop, document, and implement cybersecurity policy. So we spoke a lot about strategy. From strategy, once your strategy is decided, then you will have to come to policy. And policy is something which is a high level, but mandatory. It is mandatory for compliance. When you make a policy, that there will be all the access, all the remote access should have multi-factor authentication. So that kind of a policy is to be complied 100%. There is no leeway for this policy. So that's how the policies, multiple policies will be made to ensure that a particular strategy which you have decided is complied with. This is again a governance instrument. Most security professionals will rely upon existing templates to construct and implement security policy elements. I will show you an example of security policy. What are different types of security policies are there? I will show you. A good example is in SANS Organization Security Policy template. So let's go to SANS website and see. You can go to SANS org policy. So if you open this, I'll share you the link. Can you open this link, please? You will reach at this page. Just select from 12, make it 60. Any multiple policies are there, templates are there. You would have seen most of them. So anything out of your own interest, just click it, download it, and refer to it.
Okay, thank you.
Like log management policy, email management policy, internal network access management policy. These are all policy templates which you can choose based on your strategy requirements. Internet acceptable use standard, mobile device management policy. So most security professionals will rely upon existing templates to construct and implement security policy elements. There are many templates which are available by various organizations. One of the one which I have shown you is from SANS org. In collaboration with information security subject matter experts and volunteer leaders with security policy experience, SANS have developed and posted a set of security policy templates for public use. Now, policy, especially security policies, institute a general framework within which people have to function. They are also a guiding direction in which to move forward in the future. The function of a policy is to categorize guiding principles, steer proper behavior, and to provide a roadmap for implementing various security controls. Information security policy is a directive that outlines how an organization plans to protect its data, applications, services, and systems. So, information security policy should be flexible, comprehensive, enforced. It's mandatory to comply with realistic, applicable sanction. So whenever a policy development happens, it is not implemented immediately. It is sent to the stakeholders for review, and their feedback is taken, and thereafter reassessed whether this policy is relevant for and applicable for the enterprise or not. So very important that it should be realistic and applicable. There's just not that it should not be a diktat. It should be something which gives value to the organization, and that can only happen if there are multiple iterations before it is finally implemented. So So this is the objective of when we are making a policy. These all objectives should get satisfied. So that's the reason why eventually at the end it should be sanctioned. Policies must be authorized. The policy requires support of executive or C level management people, because cybersecurity is a prop driven activity. If it is, if the support of executives are not there with then there is a problem. Then the point is that if people start bypassing the policy, if they bypass the control, then the very reason for implementing that control is lost. So that is why it has to be supported by executive management and C-level management. They are often one owner for or accountable entity for a security policy. So, for example, there will be somebody who is responsible, somebody accountable, somebody should be consulted, and somebody should be informed. This demands visible involvement and ongoing activities such as communication, funding, campaigning, prioritizing, due diligence, and due care activities associated with security policy. A policy should be applicable, which must be appropriate and relevant to the organization. They must be in concert with the charters, mission, strategies, and value propositions of the enterprise. Strategically, the information security policy must support the guiding principles, for example, ITIL4, and objectives of the organization. Tactically, policies must be closely related to those stakeholders and principals who must confirm. Templates should be customized as needed to meet the objective. So again, like a framework, you should tailor make that. You should make amendments to tailor it for your need. It cannot be just picked up and implemented just like that. So you need to pick it up, then do a due diligence activity before you implement it into the organization. Policy should be realistic. In actuality, the policies can be effectively executed. Policies must mirror the actual state of the environment in which they will be applied. Information security policies and procedures should only demand what is possible in the given time frame. If the assumption is that the policy goals are to reduce risk and advance the organization guiding principles, then the positive result is anticipated. Policies, for example, mock phishing campaigns should never set up principles of failure or retribution, but rather offer a clear track of success. So that's why involvement of stakeholder, multiple iteration, the initial objectives, how a policy should be implemented, should be followed. Otherwise, the realism in implementation of the policy, or the effect which we want to derive out of that policy, will not be achieved. And it should be flexible, must be agile and changeable. So it should have a room of iteration. So information security policy should be accommodate sudden and rapid modifications when necessary. An adaptable set of policies will realize that information security is not a static point in time initiative. Its ongoing process, designed to support the organization mission, must adapt to new opportunities, technologies, competitors, and business continuity challenges. For example, pandemic. So recent pandemic is a correct example where you need to have a flexible policy in place, and because of which the work from home culture has started from the pandemic onwards, and it has become a successful change. So most of the companies are have to, as per the requirement of the workforce, have now implemented the work from home culture inside there. Policy should be comprehensive. It should not be for a particular segment or a section. It should be equally from the top person to the junior most person in the organization, from each every office. It should be applicable for the entire enterprise. The scope of information security volume must be inclusive and include all applicable internal and external parties and stakeholders. The policy must consider customers, stakeholder, organization objective, laws and regulation, cultural norms of employees and customers, business and strategic partners, vendors and suppliers, environmental impacts and sustainability, global cyber threats. So To sum it up, basically the policy should be applicable across the board. These are all the stakeholders which are being listed over here. But if we have to say in nutshell, it should be applicable across the board in the internal and external environment for it to be effective and comprehensive.
So, Manny, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
So, how often should be a policy reviewed or updated? I know you said the policy should be flexible. So, how often should it be updated?
A company policy review, for example, some companies have a 10-year policy review, the policy of policy review, right? Some
Wow.
companies, some companies have a shorter time frame. It depends upon the nature of the business, right? Second is
Okay.
if there is a major change, for example, there is a merger, acquisition, or if the company is splitting, that will be the time again you should review the policies, because now there are major changes which are happening in your organization. If you are upgrading the existing infrastructure, right? If you're buying new the IT systems, information security systems like firewalls, this that, then the associated policy needs to be reviewed. So it's there is not a definitive answer to this. Normally, if everything remains the same, then a 10-year time frame should be the, I think, the maximum. And if there are major changes which are happening in the environment in the organization, then at the same time the policy review should happen.
Okay. Thank you.
And policies are not a guideline; it is a mandatory enforced document. Information security policy should first be enforced and then subsequently enforceable and then subsequently be enforced. Enforceable entails that countermeasures have been implemented to support the policy and adherence to the policy is permissible or is measurable. When necessary, proper actions will be taken. For example, email or phone call reminder, verbal or written warning, sanction or removal of privileges, suspension with pay, suspension without pay, termination, criminal or civil legal action. So there should be a very clear uh, requirement that it should be enforceable and subsequently enforced, and violations will entail a lot of punitive action. That should be very clear to the employee. They should be very clearly told that first time violation will entail so and so, second time violation will be so and so, third time will be termination, so that the people, the employee, for whom the policy is meant, are absolutely clear that they are absolutely educated and absolutely aware. It should not be a document which is kept hidden from the people for which it is meant for. It should be extremely publicized. It should be readily available. There should be enough trainings which should have happened before you start taking the punitive action. You should give time for people to go through and make it a habit. For example, you say that this particular policy will come in force with effect from so and so date. Everybody in the organization to make themselves familiar with the latest policy and carry out amendments and changes as desired. So this is an initial statement of that policy. Okay, we are giving you 1 month. After that, this policy will come in force. And then initially you should be little flexible. You should not punish the people but check them again and again. Okay, you have violated. So once, twice, or thrice, if you have given enough warnings and some time has passed, then you will make it enforced policy wherein any violation would have some punitive action. It could be even the suspension with pay or without pay and stuff like that, right? So that is how it's a very strong instrument of governance, because it gives you the power to to take action against people for violation. So it's a very very strong and very very powerful instrument for the managers to ensure compliance. So there are some sample personal policies which we know we see every day. Endpoint use policy, corporate vehicle policy, mandatory vacation, uh, rotation of duty, no piggybacking and tailgating, web surfing sites, sorry, clean desk policy. So all of these policies are enforced and implemented, right? With me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Candidate screening and hiring is the next topic. So very important in a big organization when onboarding and termination is taken extremely seriously in any organization. And from the information security perspective, this is not only an HR activity. From the information security perspective, also it is very important that this activity happens with due diligence. If the due diligence is not applied in this, then it can lead to a security issue, information security issue, because if a person who does not have a clean background, he comes into the organization, then again there is a problem. If somebody who is disgruntled and he leaves the organization and then later on creates some data breach situation, that is also a problem. So there are certain steps which should be aligned in the HR management system where the information security requirements are also embedded. For instance, if you are terminating an employee, before giving him that letter of termination, you should have you should have logged his account so that he is not able to take the data, copy the data or transfer the data or destroy the data afterwards. So before you give the news to an employee that you are being terminated, before that only his credential should be logged, from the system, so he is not able to log into the system. Similarly, when you are hiring or onboarding, the credential should only get activated once the due diligence process of screening has already been taken. They can be sitting on the desk till the time that particular clearances have been properly received and the checks have been done, undertaken or not. Otherwise, this may again lead to a problem. Second problem which generally is seen in an organization is that the same person gets promoted and uh, having the privileges of the previous account as well as the next higher account. So the elevated privileges are already there, and the privileges of previous roles have not been taken away. So these HR policies and HR procedures which are in force should definitely be aligned with the requirements of cybersecurity. The moment a person is given the privileges of the next role, the previous privileges should be revoked. That should be part of the system. It should not happen that somebody who stayed for 20 years has having privileges of all the roles he has done from that 20 years and it never reviewed and revoked. The privileges of that person individual has never been reviewed or revoked. So these are certain cases which are candidate specific problems in cybersecurity which is seen in an organization. So, a security policy steering committee must work closely with HR and legal departments to determine best practices for candidate screening and hiring. At the start of an interview, it is not uncommon to sign a NDA, non-disclosure, or a confidentiality agreement. Many organizations will have employees sign an additional employment contract that may include non-compete clause or extended NDAs. New employees should sign off on all security policies as well as the acceptable use policy. Employment candidate activities. Working with headhunter organization and online hiring sites like Indeed.com. Conducting technical Zoom or phone interviews before on-site meetings. Confirming all references and verifying educations, certifications and experience. additional fact-checking of resumes, performing background and credit checks, adhering to compliance and privacy requirements. So, employment, candidate screening and hiring, promotions to higher sensitivity levels, periodic reviews of employment policies, compliance and privacy policy requirements, and incident response in forensic investigations are few of the important pointers when we are conducting investigations. So this is a flowchart of NBIB, how National Background Investigation Bureau undertakes the basic background checks or investigations. So very important to understand the NDA clauses, the key things about non-disclosure agreements. It is also called as confidentiality agreements, a legal contract based between two or more parties representing a confidential relationship that is often strictly enforced. Can be business to business or business to employee. The identity identifies confidential information on the way identifies confidential information they wish to share with each other. For example, IP, trade secrets, technologies, campaigns, ideas, new processes, new products and services. Also restricts the sharing of that information commonly used during the interview process. Service level agreements, we are not aware. We need multiple third parties for for provisioning of services. So what quality of service we expect are really defined in the various service level agreements, and those agreements form a key for running of an organization when we are employing the third party services. A settlement that defines the detailed responsibility of a service provider or a vendor in settling customer expectations. It also explains the support system, for example, service desk or technical support response to problem or outages for an agreed level of service. For example, the network availability should be 99.9%. It could be a service level requirement, but the charges would be accordingly. You will be charged accordingly. For example, if you're saying that I want a 99.9% uptime, then he will have to technically set up a active set of backup server. So that will cost him. So it will cost to the provider. He will charge you accordingly. Whereas if you say okay, 80% uptime is comfortable, then he will not go for a active backup scenario. He will definitely charge you less. So whatever type of services which you want based on your requirement, the agreement will be signed, and based on the requirement the charges will be defined, right? So that is how the company has to come to a agreeable requirement wherein how much you are ready to spend for the services which you are going to take. Although it can be an interim between business units or departments, it is usually external SLA. It is usually external. SLA should be used with a new third-party vendor or a cloud provider for 24 hours support. So those are the third-party service providers between which we are generally signing multiple SLAs. So operational level agreement, an OLA document documents the relevant information for regulating the relationship between the internal service recipients and an internal IT area service provider. The difference between the SLA and OLA is what the service provider is promising the customer versus what functional IT groups promise each other. An OLA often corresponds to the structure of a SLA with a few specific differences based on the enterprise. Memorandum of Understanding, we are generally aware of it. MOU is also called a Memorandum of Agreement. It is more official term for a historic letter of intent. A formal MOU usually precedes the more formal and final contract signing process. It defines common courses of action and high level roles and responsibility in a management of a cross domain connection. It will usually terminate a customer's provider search process so that the subsequent time and resources can be dedicated to the next steps of a formal contract process. Reciprocal agreements, also something which is very common and known. An agreement between two organizations with similar infrastructure and technology. These agreements may be difficult to legally enforce and usually led to arbitration. Most common goal is that one can be a recovery site for another in case of disaster or lengthy outage. Also defining as a quid pro quo agreement in which two or more parties agree to share their resources. For example, data backup, whereby two departments or organizations agree to store one each other's backup data on their computers. For it can be used for disaster planning, whereby each party agrees to allow each other's use of site, facilities, resources, etc. after a disaster. So basically, in this agreement, two companies of basically similar size and similar business and having a similar technology infra in their businesses, they agree that in case of a disaster, I will be your DR site or I will be your backup site. So therein where they don't have to spend money for setting up a different DR site or a backup site. But eventually, it has been found with the previous experiences that such an agreement has is very difficult to enforce and usually has led to arbitrations. Interoperability and agreement. Interoperability agreement is between two or more entities for collaboration and data exchange, often used by sister companies under a holding group. Binding agreement for sharing information systems, telecommunication, software, and data. Not the same as reciprocal agreement. Another example would be that the intercommunication security agreement that a customer signs for AWS Direct Connect or Azure Express Route. So identity management, employee lifecycle. Somebody would be a joiner, somebody would be a mover, somebody would be a leaver. So here the initially when he joins, the IT department and HR department should do the due diligence activities before he is given the new employee status. So that requires background check, signing of NDA and stuff like that. Then he is given the role, business role, access review role. Then when he gets promoted or moves to the different role, then the role change should definitely have some processes where which are again ensures that uh, previous privileges are revoked and the fresh privileges are given. Then if there is any change, then proper change management should be there. And when he is leaving, then access disable the access immediately before he can create some issues. And exit from organization should be as far as possible should be in a good note, not as a disgruntled. So onboarding process, also called as provisioning, where asset, guides, knowledge, skills, and behavior are distributed to joiners and movers, providing all devices and equipment. Initial training and awareness will include video, printed material, computer-based CBT, lecture, formal, informal meetings, and organizational mentoring. Involves team member introduction and explanation of standards and practices, standard operating procedures, clearly defining roles and responsibility, elaborated upon acceptable use policies, exceptions, and additional human resource activities. Managers must remove any ambiguity and uncertainty during the onboarding process. Automating onboarding is the offboarding and deprovisioning is the reverse. So it's offboarding. Offboarding and deprovisioning is the reverse process and is typically less automated than onboarding. Enterprise often deploy systems that involve self-service onboarding of personal devices. For example, bring your own device, choose your own device, corporate owned personally enabled device, and employee registers a new device and a native suppliant is automatically provisioned for the user and the device is installed using a suppliant profile that is pre-configured to connect the device to the corporate network. Startup companies will often use a software as a service provider or a cloud access security broker. Handling organization movers. A mover is an employee who is granted a promotion, changes department or team, or moves across the organization because of.
Money.
Yep.
Sorry, Manny. Can you talk a little bit about the um, cloud access? Is that was it on? It was on the previous slide. I think it's the CASB. Yes, CASB, which is the cloud access
CASB
security.
is a cloud access security broker. He is a subject matter expert basically. When you when you want to set up a suppose you have an on-premise setup and you want to move to cloud, right? Now,
Mhm.
a cloud service provider has multiple uh, pay plans. He will be
Okay.
charging you for a particular service based on time or based on data use, right? So like Google, Azure, or all the different cloud service providers, they have multiple accesses. They will give you what I'd say that all of them would be giving you similar services, and there are different features and different charges for that. Now, a
Okay.
CASP is a expert who knows which is the best plan for you. Okay, for example, if you want to set up, you have a on-premise business, you want just go to a CASB and you say that I want to set it up to the cloud. So he will tell you, okay, take Google services for this particular segment. Take AWS services for this particular segment. It will be beneficial for you. So he's just a broker.
Okay.
When you go and buy shares, you go earlier when it was not online, everything was offline. We used to go to a broker and we say used to say, okay, fine, I have so many money. Please tell me which are the best shares I should buy. So the broker
Okay.
used to track the entire market and he used to be very familiar with the correct stocks and their price point, and we used to blindly put our money based on the broker's advice. So similarly, Class B is the broker for multiple cloud services. You just walk up to him, you tell him that, see, I have this much, this is my requirement. You please tell me which service I should take. So he will advise you, and you can blindly go and move your infrastructure on cloud. So that is the main role of the CASB.
Okay. Thank you. I think you have decoded it the way I want it. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. So we were on handling organization movers. So and movers is an employee who is granted a promotion, changes department or team, or moves across the organization because of a restructuring strategy. The interdepartmental collaboration between IT, HR, and operations empowers enterprise to reduce risk with movers. Many organizations will utilize an automated proxy platform involving local or a cloud-based auditing with databases, server clusters, and web application. For example, attribute-based access control or Okta or IDRAM. Employee terminations. Termination will be driven by a variety of circumstances. Organization must test and document all procedures for revoking outgoing employee access before termination. The thing which I was explaining you, need to monitor and audit the employee closely in the last weeks, days, and even hours of service. If possible, terminate face to face and with a witness for security purposes. So, employee termination. It is imperative to meet all regulatory requirements such as the Worker Adjustment and Retention Notification Act and Sarbanes-Oxley Act (SOX). Establish a policy for deleting, disabling accounts, revoking certificates and digital signatures, returning properties like physical and IP. Managers should modify, update corporate controls, social media. Former employee must be added to the risk ledger for potential threat agents. Do follow-up interviews if possible to learn about vulnerabilities. Employee release and exit interviews. If possible, conduct exit and follow-up interviews to gather intel about potential unknown vulnerabilities and weaknesses. Possibly, possibly identify factors that led to an employee leaving voluntarily. He can, how can an organization improve to keep employees, if applicable? Remind leavers of their agreements and responsibilities. Review NDAs and non-competes. Conduct activities with respect and dignity for an ex-employee. So this is a very important cyber security and HR and IT combined activity where onboarding, movers and exiters are to be handled, and you will definitely get multiple questions on this particular segment also. Any questions, sir?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
So let's take a little bit of. We have completed. Uh, we are halfway through in today's slides. So let's another take another 5 minutes break, and then we will continue with risk assessment. That will be a little interesting. I know this was more theoretical and more of subjective kind of a topic, but since I this is a 16% weightage, so you will have to go through this multiple times until you start answering correctly the practice questions, right? So
Okay.
it's not a very tricky, but the questions are very tricky. The subject matter is very simple. It's very logical. We have been seeing it in our day-to-day life. But when you see the scenario-based questions, that you should definitely apply yourself in answering this, right, sir?
Right.
So let's meet
Okay.
after 10
One,
minutes.
one more question. I know you said you shared a slide with me, and what about the video, the recording?
Sir, I will definitely I will approach the organizer about this. I will convey that you have asked for the video as well as slides.
Okay.
However, I am just hired for instructions.
Sure, sure. Sure.
So, so let's take a 10 minutes break, sir. Sorry, I think I was muted. So can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Now we are good. So time over there is 3:05 p.m. Is it?
My time is 2:09,
Okay,
9 minutes after two.
understood. So it's Chicago time, right? I think.
Yeah, Chicago time.
So now we'll be diving into a very interesting topic, that is the risk management concepts. So before we go into risk management, I would like to know, what do you understand by risk?
Okay. My understanding is risk is anything that can harm the organization financially. Um, and sometimes it's not financially, or it go beyond financially, like it could also put a dent on the organization's reputation. So all those things are risk.
I am really sorry. Okay, let's continue. You were telling me about your understanding about risk.
Yes. So I was saying risk is anything that can harm the organization financially, and also it could put a dent on the organization's image.
Okay, absolutely. But let's discuss about it in a layman's term. Like, uh, I mean, let's not think from the technology point of view or any other point of view. Let's think as a very basic in our day-to-day life. When
Right.
we talk about risk, uh, are you talking it in a positive frame of mind or negative frame of mind?
I'm talking about a negative.
So when you are risk taker, suppose if you are into stock market, when you are taking a risk, right? You are still taking risk. Or when you are betting your money in a casino, or when you are betting a money in a horse race, you are still taking risk. But the outcome can be really positive also. So is it that always risk will be giving a positive negative outcome? It can even give the positive outcome, right?
Yes.
So when I'm trying to do some brainstorming like this, now what do you think about risk?
Um. Now I think risk could be something. It could be two things. One, you can plan and then take that challenge, just like the scenario you gave. If you decide to do betting or invest in the shares, you are taking a calculated risk. You knew that there's a risk involved in what you are doing, and you decided to go ahead with it. So, in my opinion, that is a calculated risk. And there will also be some risk, like I'm the organization. There might be something I don't know. Maybe there's a vulnerability. I'm using a particular software, and there has been a vulnerability, and then the vendor has released a patch for that, and I have not patched to the latest or to what the vendor has released, and as a result, hackers use that to get into my system. That is also a risk.
So absolutely. So based on the situation or based on the definition, uh, when we apply risk, it can have positive as well as negative outcomes, right?
Yes.
And mostly in the cybersecurity domain, we are more focused on the negative outcome of the risk because we want to prevent the negative outcome in our risk management journey. But eventually, when we talk of risk, then we are mostly worried about something negative happening to a negative event which should maybe happening in our life, right?
Right.
So we say that it is really risky. When we drive our take our car and we drive on the road, we say that okay, one in 10,000 times or one in 1 million times chances are there that there could be some problem. There could be some issue. So we say that driving on a road has some associated risk. Flying in the plane have a associated risk. You know, doing a particular activity has some associated risk, and based on the likelihood of it realizing, likelihood of its becoming a real issue, we normally take insurance and pay premium accordingly. For example, if you are going for skydiving, the risk of something wrong going is very high. So the associated premium for that insurance will be really high. So you pay the money to mitigate that risk, right? That is how we have been living mostly in our day-to-day life. We take medical insurance, we take motor insurance, we take personal insurance because in the event of that risk materializing, realizing, in that scenario, we want that particular thing to get mitigated. We don't want the risk to impact us in a negative way, right? That is how we understand the risk. So let's see what does the definition of risk. A potential for a threat to exploit a vulnerability and cause harm to an asset. So risk itself is
You are
not.
not sharing your screen, money.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I have been made. Sorry, I have not been made the presenter yet. I will just give him a call and do that. One sec, sir. Okay, I have been made presenter now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So now can you see the slide, sir?
Yes, sir, I can see it. Thank you.
So, yeah. So when we talk of risk, it is it in itself is not going to give a negative impact. In itself, a risk is a probability of something happening. If we talk of mathematics, it is a likelihood. It has not happened. It is some event which will happen in future. At present, I am living my life comfortably, but tomorrow when I am driving on road, something wrong may happen. So with that fear in my mind, I am taking a insurance, right? So the outcome of that risk realizing is something which scares me, and that is the reason I am taking some actions to mitigate that risk. In this example, I am doing something known as risk transfer, where I am engaging a third party and I pay premium to the third party, and they take all entire risk on their shoulders. Based on the outcome of that risk, if there is a need to change the vehicle, they will pay for the entire money and do that. So for that, I am already paying them annually, right? That is how it happens over here. I'm sure the same thing must be happen. Similar thing must be there in that part of the world also, right? You must be buying some motor insurance. You must be buying some health insurance, some personal insurance and stuff like that. Is that the case, right?
Yes.
Yes. So the key word, the key thing which I'm trying to drive down is that risk in itself is just a probability in future, and it can theoretically be a positive. It can have a positive impact, and it can also have a negative impact. In cybersecurity, we are basically focused onto the negative impact, and that is where we are slightly taking. Whenever we listen risk in the cybersecurity domain, we make a negative mindset about it, but eventually it is just a probability, it's just an assumption. It does not have anything on ground as on today. When I'm calculating a risk of my organization, I need to understand that my organization is very fine at this point in time. My organization may not be the same after 10 days, 20 days, or some point of time in future. So I want to mitigate that future time when the thing will realize. At today's time, I want to mitigate that particular issue so that there is no disruption in my business, and I want to get that risk in an acceptable limit. That means today I am, so it's kind of a mathematical modeling which I'm doing, in which I am preempting that the future scenario will be causing disruption, and that disruption should be in acceptable limit today. So that should be very clear in my mind as far as the risk goes. Second key term in the risk is threat and vulnerability. So I think we already know the difference between threat and vulnerability, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So threat is something which is external. It is an external actor, right? Like a thief, like a hacker, like an external activity like an earthquake, a flood, or stuff like that. So this threat is something external, an external factor, external actor, and vulnerability is an internal weakness. Okay. So normally before starting into going deeper into it, I generally take a very basic example to again make this concept absolutely clear. For example, let's calculate a risk. I will give you one scenario. Okay,
Okay.
you have a bar of 1 kg gold, right? Suppose that is the thing, and you have a bar of 1 kg iron. Okay, now both of your assets have different valuation. 1 kg gold versus 1 kg iron. So your two assets have different valuation. Now the scenario is that the 1 kg gold is lying outside your house on the road itself, right? Outside your road on the in the street itself, the gold bar is kept, and you walk inside your house. So what is the risk of it getting lost?
There's too much risk in the sense that it is lying outside the house. Anybody, anybody walking past by the house will stand a chance of taking it. So it's the risk level is so high.
Absolutely. So almost 100%, right? We'll
Yeah.
say that if we have to, we'll say there is a likelihood that there is a 100% risk. Now the same gold bar I will lift and keep it inside your door, inside your house, inside in the drawing room. I will just keep it on the table. I will place it on the table. Now how the risk has reduced? Maybe
The risk has reduced drastically in the sense that now it is inside the house. So somebody has to either break into the house or somebody that I will invite into the house. So the risk level um, has been reduced a lot. Before it was exposed to a lot of threat factors, but now the threat factors has been reduced a lot.
now in the third scenario, you would take a safe, right? A very ruggedized industry standard safe, and you will keep place the same gold bar inside the safe, right? So now, how has the risk reduced?
It has reduced like there's no risk.
Absolutely. So it has come within the acceptable limit, right? We will. That's what the risk is still there. The risk can never be zero. If there is a highly specialized, thief who can break those kind of safes, they can still steal it. But it is very very rarest of rare chance. So you would say that it is within the acceptable limit. You will never say that my risk is zero, right? So this can never be zero, but it can always be brought within the acceptable limit, which is as per your risk appetite. If you still don't have that appetite, if you still don't have that appetite of losing the gold inside your house, inside your safe, then you will probably invest in a bank locker and you will keep it over there, right? So,
Right.
based on your risk assessment, whatever calculations you're doing for some future disruption which has a negative outcome, you are calculating or modeling it right now with based on various scenarios. So when it is outside, you have a very high vulnerability that there is no protection, no control only. So you are absolutely vulnerable, and there are you are exposed to threat factors, the external factors also, because it is a unguarded area. It is a street. Anybody can come and pick it up. So there is 100% vulnerability and most 100% likelihood that a threat actor will come and pick it up. When it comes inside, the scenario changes. The vulnerability has reduced considerably because now you have kept it under a guarded house. However, still there is a chance that some insider, some cleaner or somebody who has access to your house, if you are sharing your apartment, then the partner, so some insider can still pick it up. For an outsider, he still have to break into your house. So it has considerably reduced, but still it is riskier. We would say that not acceptable, beyond my acceptable appetite, beyond my acceptable limit. Now you keep it in the safe. You say it is extremely nice. So that scenario is very good, but still there is a risk wherein your you have reduced vulnerability. It is not it is in a very controlled and safe environment. You have put very nice controls, so there is hardly any vulnerability. However, the risk is there when somebody is still going to break it up. So very less, but yes, you further have want to reduce it, you keep it inside the bank locker and pay the charges what the bank charges. So in that scenario, you have almost still the risk is there. Somebody can still, some dacoit can still come and rob the bank. So it is never zero, but yes, it is in a very very low position because it is banks are mostly insured. So even if it is lost or robbed, you will definitely get back your asset value. So this is how a basic risk assessment is done. Similarly, you change the asset from gold to iron, so you need not invest so much, right? Only picking up the bar from outside of your road to keeping it inside a house somewhere should be enough to mitigate the risk, right? Am I right? Because the value of the asset is not that much. It's just an iron bar. It costs few dollars. So I don't want to keep it on the road because still somebody can pick it up. So I will just keep it inside some my premises in some safe area so that it is just generally guarded. So my risk mitigation effort is different for something which is of higher asset value, and it is difficult. It is different for my risk treatment methodology is different for something my asset which is of a high asset value, and it is different for an asset which is of low asset value. I think this should clearly explain the concept of how we are going to handle our risk, right?
Yes.
So there is where this is the basic, and this is actually what we are doing when we are making big Excel sheets and calculating our risk, either doing fundamental analysis, different types of analysis to calculate a risk and mitigate a risk. The fundamental is this only. What example which I have given you, right? So let's dive into the slides. So towards calculation of the risk, the two terms are very important. The likelihood, since it's a probability, or the likelihood of threat, which is an external factor exploiting the vulnerability. Risk is nothing but likelihood of threat exploiting the vulnerability. The term likelihood is the most important term in when we calculate risk, because the likelihood changes is scenario based. Remember, the gold bar outside has 100% likelihood of a threat exploiting the vulnerability. The same gold bar, the likelihood has reduced considerably when it is inside your premises, and it is almost become negligible when it goes inside your locker. And in the bank locker, it is even lesser. So the likelihood of an external threat exploiting the vulnerability. If in this entire environment you remove the threat, if you remove the threat, for example, when you're keeping it in a bank locker or inside the safe, you are removing the threat. You're making it extremely difficult for the threat. It's not there. But right, so if you remove the threat and the vulnerability is still high, the risk is still is zero. If any of the things is not there, suppose you're living in an environment where which is very safe. For example, that gold bar belongs to your family, and you are staying in a room and all family members are there. So obviously the threat is not there because there is no thief over there. So the threat is removed in the environment, but the vulnerability still exists because you are not guarded it, right? You are not kept it guarded. So vulnerability is still there, but still risk is zero because the threat is not existing. In that scenario, the risk is zero. Similarly, if the threat is very high, suppose you are keeping it in the road only, but you are mitigating the vulnerability. For instance, you are putting a big locker, putting 4 or 5 gunmen around it in the road itself. If you have reduced the vulnerability, if you put too much of controls, and the threats are all around, the thieves are all around, still they are not able to steal it. So if either of the things you fix, the risk becomes zero. So our aim in risk management is to not allow an external factor to exploit the vulnerability, by continuously fixing our vulnerability. We keep doing patch management, we keep doing vulnerability assessment, patch management to ensure that our vulnerabilities are continuously fixed. We don't give the threat the environment to exploit our vulnerabilities. And when we are doing that, what we are doing, we are reducing our risk to a level which is based on my risk appetite and within my acceptable limit. So now let's dive into the slides. Once these basic concepts are clear, this will be a cakewalk. NIST broadly defines a threat as any circumstance on the event with a potential to adversely impact organizational operations, including mission, function, image, or reputation. The organizational asset or individual through an information system via unauthorized access, destruction, disclosure, modification of information, and or denial of service. Also, the potential of a threat source to successfully exploit a particular information system vulnerability. So, into sum this up, it is that it is an external factor. It is a threat which threat actor which has the potential to adversely exploit my vulnerability. So, threat and vulnerability identification is very important. Mostly, when we scan the environment, we say that threats are not changing too much. The threats are generally same in the environment. For example, for a gold, the biggest threat is that it can be stolen. There can be other threats also, like if we say that uh, it can you can forget, you can go, it can go missing by your mistake. So there can be multiple factors which can threaten the loss of that particular asset, but generally it is fixed. For example, for gold, the only thing which is coming to my mind is somebody will steal it, right? Same way, when we see the environment, when we see a particular asset, what all can threaten that asset, there will be a list of 4 5 things, 6 things that are generally going to be fixed over a period of time. But yes, the vulnerabilities keep changing because newer technologies are coming. Legacy technologies needs to be upgraded. So vulnerability assessment is, that's why very frequent. When we will say the threat assessment is not something which is very common, but vulnerability assessment (VA) is done periodically because vulnerabilities keep changing, because the environmental technology changes, environment changes. The vulnerability assessment is done very frequently. So threat and vulnerabilities are best defined quantitatively by a security manager to deliver accurate assessment and acquire control resources. It should be approached by simply compiling a vague list or scary things. So it is a arbitrary thing. So we are talking of probabilities. It is going to happen in future. So we are just based out of experience and expertise. We are creating a vague list of scary things that what can go wrong, who all can adversely impact me. Begin with the most critical assets. So very important to have an asset list in an organization. So that's called an asset register, in which we will list out of my all IT assets, hardware, software, IPRs, all the stuff, and then I will try to categorize based on criticality. Right? What are my critical assets? I will try to categorize. So, suppose there is a server which is hosting the main application. So that server is a critical server. So I need to understand that if this server goes down, or if this server is hacked, my entire application will be shut. So this is a critical server for me. So this is how you will put a basic knowledge of things, and you will define that what is critical and what is not critical. So begin with the most critical asset and those with the highest likelihood. So the word likelihood is very important in this whole thing, that how likelihood, what are the chances. We cannot see one thing which has to be understood very fundamentally is that in the world of in the scenario of our business administration, everything costs money. Especially security is comes with a price. Security comes with a price means, to mitigate a risk you have to put controls. I will be covering controls in few slides, some slides now. To put controls you have to spend money. So how much controls are how much control you should put? You should put one control, you should do two control, should you put a technical control, should you put a administrative control? All that decision making will be based on the likelihood of the impact. If the likelihood is less and you are spending too much of money in implementation of control, then the cost benefit will not be there, and the business will bleed because you are spending and wasting money. So everything has a monetary connotation. So when you're doing a risk assessment and mitigation, it is very important that cost of control is to be calculated, and it should be seen that my control is giving value to the organization. Otherwise, people will not will definitely question that this is a overspend, and it is bleeding our business. So likelihood is a so the likelihood is the most important word in our risk identification and mitigation. The highest likelihood and most critical asset needs to be actioned upon. It can be a derived value from the threat capability of actors combined with the resistance of existing security controls. So threat intelligence or identification cycle is plan.
Manny, I got a question for you.
Yeah,
If you can go back to the previous slide, please.
yeah,
Yeah, you made emphasis that begin with the most critical asset and those with the highest likelihood.
yeah.
So maybe can you give example or a scenario that will be able to identify the most critical asset here and then the likelihood?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know for the likelihood you have given because your intro into risk, the scenario you gave, yes, that gave me answer to the likelihood. But I'm still pondering, or my mind is still spinning when it comes to the most critical asset.
Yeah. So you're generally going to make some heat maps like this, in which you will give heat map, and then something which is dark red would be the ones which will be most likely and most disastrous to the organization. So there is frequent, likely, occasional, seldom, improbable. So this is the likelihood matrix, and this is the criticality matrix. Whether if it happens, then the impact would be negligible. If it happens, there will be a minor impact, moderate impact, critical impact, disastrous. So something which is disastrous and frequent in this matrix here, this asset, all the assets which lie in this category should be mitigated for 100% sure. When you run, when if you would have used a software called Nessus, which is generally used for VA, it gives this kind of a heat map. So whatever is in this dark red category, we are we make sure that that those things are mitigated. They are the critical vulnerabilities which needs to be mitigated, right?
Right.
So yeah, so more examples would be there,
Okay.
qualitatively and quantitatively. So we will be calculating it. So this question will become more clearer and clear, right, sir? Shall we move ahead?
Yes.
Yeah. So when we are talking of uh, threat intelligence, because it an identification life cycle, plan and planning and direction, collection, analysis, production, and dissemination and feedback. So this is just a process in which we are generally scanning our environment. Now threat intelligence is there are multiple automations which have already also done. So threat sharing is happening, right? So if suppose in one big organization they find that there is a threat actor who is trying to do a DDoS attack and things like that, immediately across the channels it is informed to all the major companies with the IP addresses and things like that, and immediately the mitigation measures are taken in place. So intelligence sharing is happening as far as the threat goes in a big way. in across the major stakeholders. Then risk analysis, assessment, and scope. So the scope of risk analysis and assessment must be established first. What is the scope of your so normally when you go for an audit, you generally ask for a scope, right? You ask,
Yes,
okay, what all is my charter, what is my audit charter, and what is the scope of that audit. So if you are only asking for a particular geographical location data center, on-premise data center, or you're looking for the entire cloud infra, so accordingly the experts have to be hired, and the number of days and resources needs to be right. Similarly, for risk, you should be very much clear about the scope. Is it the entire enterprise, and which segment we are doing the assessment for? And uh, so what it should be established is physical facility, site or campus security, wireless guest VLANs, corporate LANs, intranet services, DMZ, public access zones, server farms, data centers, storage area networks, hypervisor clusters, cloud deployment, including hybrid or supply chain. So, what all is my scope should be very, very clear before you are starting. When so that's the planning phase. You should first be knowing what is your scope, and then you should thereafter you can only plan about it. So there are some companies which have some organizations which have already created vulnerability databases. Common vulnerability and exposure CVs is a very common vulnerability database. So what it does is that at the moment a vulnerability is discovered, it will analyze it, and the experts will give the mitigation also. So suppose I am using a Chrome browser right now, and there is a vulnerability which is discovered in a Chrome browser, which was exploited, and somebody reported it. So immediately the the owner, like Google in case of Chrome, will find a solution and roll out a patch file, right? It will say that this CV can be mitigated by implementing this patch file. So immediately this will be which it will be registered in this database, and this CVE database is generally monitored across the board by all security professionals. Immediately the patch file can be downloaded, and you can upgrade your Google Chrome browser by putting that patch file, and that vulnerability can be mitigated. So these are the common vulnerability database which are available, which we can constantly monitor, and whenever the vulnerability surfaces, whenever they report the vulnerability, we need to check whether the same particular technology is getting used in my company, inside my establishment. If that is the case, then we need to mitigate those particular hardware and software. So how do we do analysis of risk? We do by risk analysis can be done by dollar value, that is quantitative, or we can do a guesswork in qualitative way, that this is more likely. So sometimes in intellectual property rights or softwares, we generally do a qualitative assessment, that we don't have a fixed dollar value, but having a fixed dollar value is also a very time taking task. So qualitative versus quantitative both have its advantages and disadvantages, but when we do qualitative, it still does the job. So many organizations, because it is faster and it does the job, stick to the qualitative ones and not go in quantitative or dollar value types of risk assessment, risk analysis. At the same time, there is a provision of semi-quantitative one, in which you can still give some value based on the qualitative and quantitative aspects of your assets. We will be covering that in slides, but that is how it is. According to NIST, qualitative analysis uses a set of methods, principles, and rules for assessing risk based on non-numerical categories or levels. A qualitative analysis involves gathering and evaluating non-numerical data, for example, test documents, diagrams, videos, audios, to comprehend concepts, opinions, and experiences. It can also be used to get in-depth insights into the security challenges or generate new ideas or initiatives. In qualitative analysis, there is an arguably a more subjective tactic that uses evaluation and assessment. It is a more subjective. It can be it can be valuable when which has access to real world scenarios, expert judgment by subject matter experts, applicable case studies, best practices and guidelines, third party support, insurers, auditors, institutions. So it often involves interviews and surveys. For example, there is a method called Delphi method where everybody how they feel about that will give their opinion without disclosing their name, and based on that, a value will be arrived whether it is risky or not risky. Brainstorming sessions, workshop, tabletop settings, and consulting. So idea is that qualitative is on the subject is a subjective assessment. You involve multiple stakeholders, take their opinion, and come out to a conclusion. Whereas quantitative will be more specific. It will be really specific as far as the dollar value goes. So qualitative generally ends up in heat maps. There is a likelihood is high, medium, or low, and based on these heat maps, you would take some mitigation, right? So it will not give you an exact value like how much money you have saved to the organization or how much loss it would that impact could take. You cannot determine that, but you can definitely say that there will be a high impact because it is a very critical thing and critical resource which is falling into a disastrous and frequent category. Hence, the impact will be really high. So I need to mitigate that. So generally, a semi-quantitative analysis is also done where the impact is given a number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and likelihood is given this kind of a number, and then you calculate total impact number based on multiplication of left and right value, and then you work out that okay how risky the event would be. Anything falling between 10 to 12 is it needs to be mitigated. So those that kind of risk mitigation is undertaken in semi-quantitative analysis, but eventually it is subjective. There is no objectivity into it. It is purely subjective analysis, but it does the job. What I mean to say is that if you actually go and check the risk, the asset value, asset list of an organization, it will run into massive numbers. So when you have to list that asset list and then apply it to this some quantitative for each asset, you have to calculate how much it costs, what will be the percentage likelihood. All that it takes a lot of time. So to save on to time and keep it realistic, you can go in for semi-quantitative analysis also, and that does the job. A quantitative, on the other hand, quantitative risk quantitative, on the other hand, is a mathematical methodology in which you go with a mathematical formula. Okay, you decided with dollar value. You have a formula which we will be covering. We will also be doing an example. So in which you know the cost of my server is, for example, $6,000. All right. So what will be the it has some data, and what if this server goes down, right? If I lose the server, so what will be the cost which I need to pay to restore that particular server? So that those kind of things. So it gives a specific dollar value. Impact and magnitude, severity, probability, and likelihood of occurrence is also mathematical. For example, an earthquake historic data tells me that in my area once in 10 years the earthquake happens, right? So once in 10 years. So on a yearly basis, it will be 0.1, right? 10% only. The chances of earthquake happening is 10%. So I can model based on specific mathematical details. So the important thing in this particular qualitative analysis, risk analysis, is you need to know the exact asset value, the dollar value of your asset. You need to know the exposure factor. That means, for example, if I have a risk of flooding in my data center, if my particular server is exposed to flooding, how much percentage loss would happen? I will say that it will lead to 50% loss. I need to spend $3,000 on my $6,000 server. So it's a 50% exposure if that particular risk realizes. Then in single loss expectancy means how much loss will happen if that event happen in that particular event. But once that happens, right? Are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you. I got a question here.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get the differences. I know you have said the qualitative is subjective, and then the quantitative has numbers to it. So apart from those things, is there any other clear distinction between the two?
In what sense?
Because I was looking at, you talked about the impact and then the likelihood.
Yeah.
So, and it seems they are all present in those the two analysis method. Like if you take the qualitative and then the quantitative. So I was just trying to see if there's other thing that I can use aside. I know the quantitative is monetary value, and then the qualitative is subjective. So apart from that, is there any other thing to draw a distinction between the two?
See, the formula or the definition of risk is likelihood,
Mhm.
right? We have to satisfy the basic definition, that is the likelihood of threat exploiting the vulnerability, right? So we
Right,
have to factor three things, that is the likelihood, the threat, and the vulnerability. So in
right.
both the scenarios, we are factoring likelihood like exposure factor
Okay,
and annually ARO. These two are actually these two are actually covering the likelihood part, because what is the likelihood of the event happening at an annual rate is coming over here.
okay,
And if it happens, then at what percentage I will be hit, what will my impact, that percentage, if exposure factor is telling. So mathematically here it is very clear, right? Here it is very clear, the value which will come, it will give me a fair idea as to how much money I may lose if this risk occurs, right? So here there is
okay,
no. When we come to quantitative, here we are putting some procedure, that some subjectivity, we are involving multiple people into the into calculation of that risk value, that to come to a thing whether this is a event is risky or not risky, right? So all these subject matter expert will sit together and they'll say no, no, this is a risky thing and this is very critical also, because if it happens, the frequency of this happening is very high, because suppose the floods are coming every in a year 2 or 3 times. So we'll say that the event of my data center getting flooding, the frequency is very high. So
okay,
subjectively, somebody will say, no, no, last year it happened only twice. Somebody say that this last to last year it happened 5 times. So subjectivity is there, and people will say that fine, we will categorize it in a frequent event only. So everybody will agree. We can use a Delphi method where anonymously some voting will happen, and finally we'll say okay, fine, flooding is to be categorized under frequent activity. Now I have an asset which is a server on which I have hosted my applications. Now that server is exposed to flooding multiple times, we have seen. So again, the people will sit and say, okay, loss of server is going to be disastrous for our company. So let's put it in a high category. Period. So the likelihood is also factored, and the threat exploiting the vulnerability is also factored. So we
Okay.
are satisfying our formula of risk is equal to likelihood of threat exploiting the vulnerability, the likelihood of the impact, right? So those formula is satisfied here also, but the problem here, or the thing here is that it is based on the judgment, it is based on the subjectivity, where we are not able to give a exact dollar value to this particular event, how much loss will come. But yes, we can definitely say that this needs to be mitigated. Here
Okay.
I can
Thank
come
you.
out with the dollar value. I hope am able to answer it.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
So let me find a good example to give you, and from my notes. Okay. Yeah. So let's say I have an asset, and the asset's value is 6,000. Okay,
Okay.
and I have an scenario where so for example, flooding, right? So I'm
Right.
calculating this for a flooding. Now, exposure factor is 50%. That means if the flooding happens, if this risk happens, then 50% of my asset will be lost. Okay,
Okay.
so that is the exposure factor. Then, when we talk of the flooding, the historic data tells me that it happens only once in 10 years. 10 years, this is going to happen only once. Okay, so in 1 year, it will happen zero point 0.1 time, right?
Yes.
Now I have to find single loss expectancy. If this event is happening only one time, if this event if this event is happening only one time, then I will have asset value multiplied by exposure factor. This $6,000 will be lost by this factor. So it will be 6,000 into 50%, which will be $3,000. With me?
Right.
This is the key. This is the important formula. So you have a asset value AV, which is 6,000. You have a exposure factor. If this particular thing happens, then how much of my asset will be exposed? This is 50%. Then on the annual rate, on the annual rate of occurrence, if it happens once in 10 years, then it is 0.1. If it happened 10 times in 1 year, that it is 10. Okay, so this is again a mathematical formula. So this is ARO. So first I have calculated single loss expectancy. That means if once this is happening, then how much I am losing. Fine. Now I will reduce it on based on my annualized rate. For example, if once it happens, I lose 3,000, but this is going to happen once only in 10 years, right? I am doing a mathematical modeling, right? So based
Yes.
on the historical data, this 3,000 I am going to lose over 10 years. So what will I do? I will multiply my SLE with ARO. So that will come out to be 300.
Yes.
This is called annual loss expectancy. This is called annual loss expectancy. So when I'm budgeting for a particular critical server to mitigate for flooding, I have to keep $300 spare. For a 6,000 server, I have to keep $300 spare every year so as to mitigate the risk of flooding. Making sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So you expect a numerical like this. Exactly, these are the terms which I will come. They will also give you a calculator in on the screen itself. So you should know what is AV. You should know that is the asset value. What is the exposure factor? What is the annualized rate of occurrence? What is single loss expectancy? And what is annual loss expectancy? Okay. Single loss expectancy is asset value into exposure factor, and annual loss expectancy is single loss expectancy into ARO. What is not understood? Please tell me.
Yeah, everything is clear.
Yeah. So the definition of the terms which I've used is on the slide.
Right.
So this is how you'll say calculate the ALEs for various critical assets. You know the exposure factors, you know the single loss expectancy, you know the ARO, and based on that you calculate the ALE. So some if there is a fire, there is a risk of fire for something which is a 15,000 dollars, you have to keep 1,500 spare, and for something which is 20,000, you have to keep 2,000 spare. So this is how you will do it for the assets which have dollar values for a particular threat, and calculate your ARO, and that would be the complete money which you need to again some factors will further apply, and that will give you a basic idea that how much dollar you should keep spare for that particular budget of that year to mitigate if any of these threats become a reality, right?
Yeah.
So qualitative, quantitative, and semi-quantitative analysis, understanding the definition of risk, threat, and uh,
Yes.
vulnerability. Now we are going to the factor analysis of information risk, FAIR. Factor analysis of information risk, FAIR, is an internationally recognized quantitative model for information security and operational risk. FAIR offers a methodology and taxonomy for identifying, analyzing, and quantifying cyber and operational risk in a mathematical and financial term. It does not focus on output or qualitative color charts or numerical weight scale. FAIR establishes a foundation of creating a robust method for managing information risk. So this is the taxonomy. Loss event frequency. Define the loss event frequency, loss or the loss magnitude, primary loss, secondary loss. What is the frequency of secondary loss? What is the magnitude of secondary loss? Threat and vulnerability specific. What is the frequency of the threat event? What is the vulnerability? What is the threat capability? So based on this flowchart, the FAIR taxonomy evaluates the and recommends mitigation of critical risk. So when you have calculated the risk based on any of the given risk calculation philosophy, whether you are doing a qualitative, quantitative, semi-quantitative, or a fair, once you have calculated the risk, what should you do with the risk? There are various ways of risk treatment. You have to treat the risk. Once you have calculated the risk, you have to treat the risk. Okay. When you know that we have a risk, we have to treat. So first way you can treat is to accept it. Okay. The best way is to accept the risk, that you say, okay, this is risky and let me mitigate it. I will accept it. In risk is acceptance involved no non-introducing any additional safeguards or controls to lower residual risk. Sorry, it's not the best way. It is that you are saying, okay, fine, let it happen. I accept it. Okay. So there are multiple scenarios. Nothing is right or wrong. There are multiple scenarios. It is a scenario-based decision. So let's go one by one on the what how are we going to treat the risk, and then we will discuss the scenarios. So first way of risk treatment is to accept the risk, in which you would acceptance involved non-introducing any additional safeguard or control to lower the residual risk. Determine that the cost of additional countermeasures far exceeds the value or revenue generation of the asset or asset class. The process of simply ignoring the risk. So this here you are saying that I accept it. Let it happen. Let me see what it can do. So you are in a way ignoring it, and that's not the right way of proceeding with the calculated risk. However, the organization sometimes accept the risk when the cost of mitigation is far beyond that reach. For example, the cost of mitigating an earthquake. So it's a very risky event. If the earthquake happens, the entire buildings in a high seismic zone area, then the entire buildings and the entire structure can collapse. But and when the building was constructed, the due care was not taken in constructing it with the technology which can withstand the earthquake. Now, if the risk assessment says that the risk is very high, we need to mitigate, the company will say, I cannot construct a new building, it will be extremely costly affair. So I can do nothing about it, right? So in that such a scenario, when the cost of mitigation is too high, beyond your pocket, that is a time when you are compelled to accept it, and you can do nothing about it. The another scenario of accepting a risk is when the impact is really low. When you say that the impact is hardly anything. The cost of when the flooding happens, there is nothing which happens. So hardly anything. So you say, okay, there is, then I'll accept it. Means there, I don't have to do anything because let's not do anything because there is not hardly any impact to me, right? So those are two occasions when you will end up accepting the risk. The all the other occasions you will do something else. Another treatment is avoidance.
So that
Yeah.
Murray, please let's go back to the previous slide. And you talked about accepting the risk, and I think there are about three different ways that you can accept it. You said when the risk value is too high, but you still have to do it. Can you talk a little bit about that scenario, please?
Yeah. Okay. When will we be accepting the risk, right?
Yeah.
The cost of mitigation is higher than the potential loss. The risk is so low that it is within the organization's risk tolerance, and the impact is low and unlikely to occur. For example, I have a very high impact in case of earthquake, right? That scenario, that example I've given you.
Yes.
Now, the historic data tells me that in last 50 years there has been no earthquake. We are in not in a we are in a seismic zone which is very safe, and there is hardly any issue. But if it happens, then the thing is the impact is going to be really high. But do I invest heavily to mitigate that risk? In last 50 years there is nothing which has happened. That is a scenario where it will fall in this category where the impact is unlikely to occur. Right?
Okay.
So there is where I will accept that risk because I mean I am generally in the safe zone, safe area. Same can be for the flooding. Same can be for any threat scenario where which is very unlikely to happen. So I will accept it. Second scenario is when it is very high. The cost of mitigation is extremely high. As the example I gave you. For example, uh, let me give you more examples. Low value asset. A small branch office printer is vulnerable to hacking. Fixing it would cost $50,000 and $5,000, and replacing it would cost $2,000. It's a printer vulnerable for hacking. It is a low value asset. Fixing that, mitigating that, buying some controls like firewall and stuff like that would cost me $5,000, and cost of replacing is only $2,000. So what should I do? Accept it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is a just I will accept it. I will accept that risk. Business justification. For example, a marketing tool stores only public information but lacks advanced encryption. Okay, there is a public information but lacks advanced encryption. The data has no confidentiality impact because it's a public information. It's like something which I'm googling. So there is no, when the information gets lost, there is hardly any impact because it's open source open source anyways. So the company has decided to accept the risk to save the budget for critical systems. So they are not so they have accepted it, and they are not putting any encryption onto that particular tool.
Right.
Fair. Next scenario is temporary risk during a project. So during system migration, you are migrating from your system. A non-critical service runs out without redundancy for 2 days. Okay,
Yeah.
non-critical service runs out. So it's not a critical service, right? Now, to keep that non-critical service running, I have to spend a lot of money. So management decides that let's keep it down for 2 more days, no problem. I've accepted that risk, right?
Okay.
So generally, when the asset value is not worth, so when I gave you an example of an iron bar, You will never spend money to buy a electronic safe to protect a iron bar, right? But you will do it
Right.
for the gold. So your value of your asset is it's not worth to invest so much. So that's why you accept it. Even if the
Okay.
iron bar will get lost, it's okay. There is where the companies decide based on the business decision.
Okay. Thank you.
Risk treatment acceptance, risk acceptance involved. Okay, sorry, we have covered it. Right? Yeah. Next risk treatment example is avoidance. Risk avoidance is commonly entails deciding not to undertake actions or engage in initiatives that introduce or increase risk or vulnerability. For example, not processing and storing credit card information of customer data on site. The acceptable use policy that forbids the use of personal cloud storage like Dropbox. Avoiding the use of generative AI based on lack of expertise in machine learning. Being too risk averse can lead to missing out on the opportunities and advantage. So here the scenario was that you have taken a conscious decision in acceptance. You have taken a conscious decision that there is no requirement to do anything. But here you are not taking a decision only. You are, sleeping on it. You are risk averse. You are thinking that nothing can go wrong. For example, you have a car with worn out tires. You know that it needs a change as per the maintenance cycle. The tires need a change. They are worn out, but you are running them for continuously, and avoiding that maintenance requirement, and eventually the risk gets mitigated and there is a puncture or which leads to some undue accident. So that is what should not be done. The avoidance is a very negative connotation of risk treatment. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
uh, so risk avoidance response strategy has an organization eliminates the risk entirely but not engage in activity or moving the asset vulnerability or removing the asset vulnerability. The, it is used when risk is too high and outside the organization risk tolerance. So this also sometimes why people are sleeping over it is that it is beyond your pocket. It is beyond your risk tolerance, and you can do nothing about it. It's so high that you can do nothing about it. The activity or asset is not critical to business goals. For example, some open source information in the server, even if it is getting lost. So say similar examples to acceptance also. So in that scenario, you will sleep over it. You will say, okay, doesn't matter. Eliminating the exposure is cheaper or safer than managing it. So so those are the similar scenarios in which you will probably accept or avoid it, but avoiding is doing nothing about it and accepting is a conscious decision. So that should be understood very clearly.
Right.
The one important and commonly used treatment is transference. Like your entire insurance system is based on risk transfer. The treatment of risk is transference. It is done. It is also referred as a risk sharing or involves passing of all or some of your liability to the third party or the shared party. For example, using a cloud computing shared responsibility through IaaS, PaaS, or SaaS services, who are doing a shared transfer of risk to the third party. Signing a reciprocal agreement with other organization to share the cost of cold or warm disaster recovery site. Adding an extra cybersecurity policy to your business policy from an insurance company, right? You take a policy, do sign a reciprocal agreement, move on to cloud, so that the downtime requirements are generally mitigated. So those are some examples of transference of risk. It is commonly exercised in everywhere. We see it everywhere, right? And the direct when you take the risk head on is you mitigate it. You select the controls, you check which controls you can put, and you mitigate it. So when the risk mitigation is a strategy and tactical use for technical, administrative, and physical controls. So when you know that I have a risky thing and I have to mitigate it, I will be choosing controls and safeguards. I will be putting firewalls. I will be putting IDS, IPS into my networks. I will be using antivirus on endpoints. So I will be investing money in mitigation, and when I will be doing it, I will be having using some things like controls and safeguards, and mostly they are categorized into technical, administrative, physical, which I will be covering. Now, when you are mitigating, when you are yourself trying to mitigate that, you are trying to uh, uh, reduce it to the acceptable limit. As I told you, risk can never be zero. With the example of that gold bar, you still have risk, but it is in the acceptable limit. It is like you would say that yes, even after doing all this, even then, if there is a loss, I mean, I will have to take it. Like so that is a scenario. Risk can rarely be eliminated, but the impact is really reduced. Examples of mitigating risk is implementing a next generation endpoint protection device, a startup company employing a cloud access security broker or managed security service provider, escalating to a cloud-based SIM or SOAR solution like Azure, hiring armed security guards for physical security. So these are the examples. These are some controls which you can choose to mitigate or treat the existing risk. So how are you going to handle the risk? It can be expansionary, conservative, and neutral. So what is the flavor of your company? How you want to handle your risk? Enterprise intends to increase the number of resources to allocate to treat risk as needed on the ongoing basis. If you are having a conservative approach, then the enterprise is frugal and extremely careful to spend more money, acquire controls, add personnel. They would rather find compensating controls. If you are neutral towards the risk handling approach, then enterprise will take a balanced approach to risk treatment. The appetite is neither expansionary nor conservative unless necessary. So, based on the business, based on the scenario, based on which what type of company it is, if it is dealing, if it is suppose a bank, then obviously it has to take, it has to be more proactive towards mitigating risk. If it is some other services company which is providing services, it may delay it. It may not have that critical requirement to mitigate risk on a near real time basis. So, so based on the business and based on the scenario, what type of risk handling approach a company or enterprise has to take, it will be decided. So we will come to an important topic called controls. So we know there are different ways of handling risk mitigation now. So let's quickly go back. We know the definition of risk. We know how we are going to analyze the risk. We will carry out either a qualitative risk analysis or a quantitative risk or a semi-qualitative or a fair system and calculate the risk. Based on the calculated risk, I will take the treatment approach. Either I will accept, I will avoid, I will transfer or mitigate. When I have decided to mitigate, I will have to select control to mitigate. That control selection is very important. It will be based on my approach, whether I am conservative, whether I am neutral, or whether I am extremely proactive, right? Based on my approach, I will be selecting the type of control. The type of controls are mainly categorized into three categories: administrative, physical, and technical. Your policy is a type of administrative control. All remote accesses will be through multi-factor authentication only. If that is the policy, is it mitigating? Is it a control? Yes, obviously it is a control. Multi-factor authentication is ensuring that the right people are only granted access, and the hacker is not granted access, right? So it is a definitely a control. So policy is administrative, it's a admin policy, right? So there could be policy, procedures, best practices, guidelines, governance, hiring policy, screening policy, training and awareness. All of them will be the come under administrative control. Whenever you are implementing these things, you are putting administrative controls to mitigate the risk which is existing in your environment. When you want to do physical security, for example, you putting video cameras, guards, locks, gates, fences, lights, sensors, bollards, all of that is for your physical protection. It's like server rooms. Critical infrastructure should be physically protected. It should have good environmental control. So HVAC system should be good. All that is to give a good physical protection to the critical infrastructure. And the most, I would say, the technical controls which are going to be they are going to mitigate the risk in the best scenario, best possible ways. Operational controls that reduce risk, for example, firewall, access control, cipher, IDS, IPS, smart cards, biometric, EDR, and more. So they are the technical things which we put in and do to mitigate the risk, and they are I would say that preventive in nature. They are preventive in nature. They are the type of controls which will prevent. For example, if I'm putting a firewall, it will allow only the legitimate traffic to enter into my network. Rest all packets will be dropped. So it will surely prevent. I am 100% sure that these are preventive in nature. Access control, multi-factor, MFA, multi-factor authentication. I am 100% sure whether unless and until hacked, unless and until manipulated, this MFA will only allow the legitimate users only. When I am using ciphers, I am encrypting the traffic. I am 100% sure. However, here it is again a subjective kind of a control. Here the policy adherence is based is not it cannot be 100%. So so what is the best control to use? Actually, it's a technical control, but it costs. The cost of using a technical control is also very high. So there is where when you are undertaking a risk assessment, impact analysis, and when you derive to mitigation, you are going to use technical controls only on the assets which are critical assets, right? The things which are not so critical, you will probably not invest so much of money in implementing technical controls. Wherever you want to be 100% sure that things should not go wrong, there you will choose technical controls. Rest of the places you can do away with some administrative controls like acceptable use policy, stuff like that. So even if the risk realizes, it will not impact you that much. So this is a good slide. Here this is giving examples of administrative, technical, and physical controls. You can just go through that. They definitely test you at in the exam. Anything you want to ask, please ask.
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Right, sir. So another way to categorize controls is the way they behave. One is administrative, physical, and technical. They are categorized by maybe the technically how they are. This is the categorization in the way they behave. A preventive control prevents or delays an external or internal structured or unstructured threat. It will prevent or most likely delay. So it is going to prevent. For example, lock, barbed wire gate, firewall, IPS. These are the things which will prevent from attack to happen. So the way they behave, they are called preventive controls. A detective control is kind of a deterrence. It is a kind of detective. Well, I mean, the word itself says that it cannot prevent it from happening, but you will be able to really really check from this and reach to the person who has done it. A detective control can identify an attack, breach, or a gap in the environment. It can identify, but it cannot prevent. Best example is us installing a CCTV camera. Here, you cannot prevent a particular thing to from the person from entering into your premises, but you can definitely identify that yes, this person was there and he is the person who would have most likely done it. Putting a tally that you are under CCTV surveillance, or putting a tally beware of dogs. So those kind of tally, putting a tallies, they are deterrent controls. They deter some thief or some person with malicious intent will become a little alert, and he will not act in a irresponsible manner. For example, in your office premises, if everywhere the tallies are written that you are under CCTV surveillance, then you will be on a guard, or anybody with a malicious intent will be on a guard that I am getting recorded, so I have to behave in a certain manner. The other type of control is a corrective control. If something goes wrong, then it corrects the thing which has gone wrong. Or corrective or recovery control returns the system to the returns it back into the same state. For example, backups, right? You take backups and then those are recovery controls, corrective controls. Application or services are two pre-established recovery point. The rollback or fallback from a faulty or a vulnerable patch or an update. You put a patch and it malfunctions. So you should have your previous image so that you can roll back to that. So that is a recovery control, a corrective control. Restoring a server from a backup image or data after a ransomware attack. Recovering a configuration error by returning to an infrastructure as a code JSON or YAML template or stack. Forwarding further spread of a DDoS by the incident response team. These are the once the thing has happened, you are correcting it. You are going back to the initial stage. And the deterrent one, which I explained, that you are putting signboards, bollards, stickers, visual presence control. So somebody with malicious intention gets a little. He doesn't do it. He gets deterred basically. So compensating controls is another is a tricky one, generally asked in the exam, because uh, here the rest of the ones definitions are very clear. It is extremely defined that either you are deterring them, correcting them, detecting them, or preventing them. But compensating is slightly tricky. Here, a compensating control aids or augments the control that is already in place. For example, you have a firewall which is legacy now, right? But your company doesn't have money to replace all the firewalls. So instead of putting the latest firewall, you have put a compensating control which would be, and document it and you know it, right? And it is going to be there for a very small duration till the time you you buy and the deliveries happen, and you replace it with the legacy system. It can be a permanent solution or a temporary stopgap measure. So generally it is not kept as a permanent solution, but definitely as a stopgap measure for a short duration, because at present the resources are not enough. For example, I gave you a example earlier where your company wants to give roll out a application after 2 days, and it is not, when you did a VA, you find that that particular application is not a stable application, it is a vulnerable application. So what could be a compensating control? What could be a stopgap measure? You could say that, okay, the critical features should not be rolled out, or you could say that, okay, they can be rolled out, but this can be mitigated by putting some more technology, or a commercially available solution for a very short duration, which should be a stopgap measure. So those are the way scenarios in which you are going to compensate for a weak control, a control which is not delivering, to to strengthen that control as a stopgap measure. Generally, not it can be for permanent thing, but generally it would be best that it is kept as a stopgap measure. Moving to a dual operator environment. So you have two controls now. Automating a previously manual security task or deployment. So now you are putting a, so because the security personnel will go for a break, the security personnel will sleep. So I have a physical security issue. When I put a security guard, he's giving me a physical. It's a kind of a physical control. Now that physical control is going to be a problem if there are vulnerabilities like him sleeping off, going for breaks. So how do I mitigate? I'll put a compensating control by putting a CCTV camera on top of his head, right? So that CCTV camera will also monitor him as well as who is entering and going. So it's a dual control environment in which I have ensured that the problems caused by the weaknesses in the control, which is the security guard, is getting mitigated by another control. Are the is the CCTV enough? Just having a CCTV is enough? Most of the places that is not the scenario, because CCTV is just a detective control, but I want a preventive control also, right? So security guard is a preventive control. He will not allow a person to enter. A CCTV is a detective control. He will not, he can tell me, but he cannot prevent. But I have used both of them now and ensured that I get a robust end result. Right? I have a preventive control as in form of a man standing, as well as a detective control to guard that man, as well as a malicious person who may enter into my facility. I hope I have made this compensating clear.
Yes, you have really decoded. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Adding additional supervisory visibility, adding a DLP engine on Microsoft Exchange implementations, right? So these are add-ons onto a existing control, which will deliver, because the control weakness will be mitigated by this add-on control. Replacing that control would be not be cost effective. Replacing that control may not be feasible, because at the enterprise level changing so much is not. However, putting a solution like a commercially available DLP can be an easier way to mitigate the vulnerabilities or weaknesses in that particular control. Compensating example given here is PCI. With PCI DSS, payment card industry, an organization is unable to fulfill a particular demand based on legitimate technical or document constraints. If unable to meet a constraint, a certain requirement, the compensating control must meet three criteria: match the intent and strength of the original requirement, offer a similar level of defense so that the control adequately offsets the risk of what the original PCI DSS requirement was designed to protect. be above and beyond other PCI DSS requirements. So these are certain ways you can mitigate the control weakness by adding on to other controls and strengthening the overall effectiveness of the control. So where all the controls are documented, it is given in NIST SP 830, which is Risk Management Guide for Information Security System Stage. I think if you just SP 830. Of controls. So if you just basically refer to this document, you will find there the way we have categorized the controls. There are multiple controls and multiple how they have to be implemented and stuff like that is given in that. If a control would reduce risk more than needed, then see whether a lesser expensive alternative exists. So it's a business decision. How much is it going to cost? The cost of breach and the cost of control. The golden rule is that cost of control should always be less than the cost of breach. If the cost of control is much higher than the cost of breach, then it is not a good business decision. So ideally your selection of control should be that it should mitigate the risk and it should be less expensive. If control would cost more than the risk, the reduction provided, then find something else. If control does not reduce risk sufficiently, then look for more control or different controls. If control provides enough reduction and is cost effective, then use it. So this is a very, I don't think it's a very logical way to deal with it. That it should be cost effective and it should be reducing the risk. So then only you will be using it. Otherwise, you search for a better alternative. You have administrative controls; they are not that expensive. You have physical controls; they can be expensive because if you are hiring a security guard, for example, then you have to take care of multiple other things because there are associated costs involved with hiring a person, right? There is gratuity, his pension, and stuff like that. If you are using a technical control, that could be multi. Then that if it is commercially very popular, then it will be definitely costing less. So that could be a cost-effective way of using it, and it will be a preventive control. Most of the technical controls are in the category of preventive control. So it will give you a desired effect also. It will reduce the risk to an acceptable desired level. So when these are the factors which will aid to your decision making when you are mitigating the when you're selecting the control to mitigate the risk. Security control assessment. So suppose you did a risk assessment and you decided to mitigate by selection of controls and you have implemented the controls. Now what? Controls are working, but how are you going to assess? So you have to periodically keep on assessing also that are your controls delivering the desired end result or not. So your security control assessment needs to happen. The security control assessment is a methodology for evaluating and then improving the implementation of various security control and countermeasures. It involves a systematic and often automated process of gauging, describing, and testing information system security controls before being put into the operational state. Successful assessment should determine the effectiveness of all implemented security control and discover any gaps that demand further attention. For example, repair, upgrade, replacement, or add compensating controls. So when you have put a firewall and then you see that number of incidents which are happening where unauthorized user is able to access into the network, there is where you will have to assess it, mostly automated or the incident response team. So when you're doing that control assessment in last 1 year, how many times this has happened, so should we put a compensating control, should we repair it, should we upgrade it, should we replace it, so all that decisions needs to check the effectiveness over control. Security control assessment is a formal evaluation of a system against a predefined set of controls. So we already have a set of controls against my that is the outcome of my risk assessment. Now I will be doing a assessment of to evaluate the effectiveness of my control. This could be done with or independently of a full security test and evaluation, which is carried out as a part of an official security authorization. The SCA is often conducted as an audit for an official credential or certified process, certification, accreditation or certification process. So if you are involving a third party, you can do it for in-house by your internal trained teams, or you can call a third party, which would definitely then undertake the check your control assessment control effectiveness, and if it is found correct, then you can that is enough. Those auditors will also give you the you know uh, recommendations, their professional recommendations, that if there is a control weakness, then what you should do to mitigate that. Should you put a compensating control, or should you upgrade, or stuff like that. So security control assessment tools are CSATs, control self-assessment tools, cybersecurity program assessment tools. This is one of the tool. Security vendor, security cyber security tool. So they are many a times they are all automated. So like Nessus is one of the tools which can do carry out such an assessment. So these are the examples of security control tool assessment tools. So PT. Now suppose you have done as I told you that a risk is all probability, right? I can run Nessus and let me show you a sample Nessus report. If I have saved it. Let me show you a sample Nessus report. Yeah. So it's a software, it's a tool when you connect it to your network, and it will do this automated assessment of your network and endpoints, and it will do a credential scan, and it will thereafter tell you that what all are the issues with your infrastructure. So it starts with the executive summary, then it will tell you the summary details. So of the entire, if this particular IP 205, total vulnerabilities is these many. The 31 critical, 150 high, 30 medium, 2 low, 0 for info, and total is 213. So now obviously when I am looking at this, I will be more interested in this, that this critical one should be immediately mitigated, and the higher one should be addressed based on how much impact it is going to cause, and the medium and low obviously needs to be mitigated, but that's not so critical for me. So this is the first thing which comes in my mind. Now I'll see that, okay, fine, where is the problem? Criticality 10. Why? Because it this particular service will allow remote code execution. It will allow remote code execution. So I will definitely address this particular issue, right? Remote procedure called interface buffer overrun, buffer overrun. So all these criticality in the Microsoft environment needs to be addressed. Criticality 10, the 9.3 is high. Okay? What does it say? HTML help code execution is there, critically 9.3. So when you read such report and you understand, so when you understand this IP must be a server, I would have put some Microsoft services, I would have configured it with multiple other services. So when I start reading what my server is, what all services are there, and then when I start reading the vulnerabilities on those services which I have installed, the hardware, the software, and the data, and then I will go item by item and try to mitigate up till here, and then I will try to mitigate these ones, and then I will look at these ones. So this is how I categorize my effort, because the resources are very limited. I may not be having so much of people with me, money, resources with me to put controls for every vulnerability which has come over here, right? And you can see the list is never ending. This is only one IP. This is a sample report, and they've just shown one IP. If there are, say, 2,000 IPs, then just imagine how exhaustive that report would be. So there is where, as a cybersecurity professional, you have to be extremely careful as to where you are, how much you are investing, where you are investing your resources, time, and effort, right? And yeah, let's go back to the presentation. Yeah. So now PT. Now, so why I was showing you the NIST report is that there are thousands of vulnerabilities which have come. So when you go to the senior management saying that everything is having vulnerability in our organization, they will say that you are doing fear mongering and your entire process is flawed, right? That is the basic thought which will come in anybody's mind, that this entire process appears to be flawed. It does not have any logic. How can our business has been running from past so many years, and just one tool has given us thousands of vulnerabilities? So how do you validate? How do you get people on board that yes, this vulnerability is a realistic vulnerability? So you will do something known as a penetration testing, where you will try to exploit that vulnerability. You will try to exploit that vulnerability, and based on the exploitation result, then you will go to the senior management and say that, see, this vulnerability is there, and this vulnerability has been exploited also by the PT team. So we need a control, and we need to spend money to, because if my team can exploit it, then a hacker can easily exploit it. So that is the premises of validating the vulnerabilities by doing a PT test, right, sir? With me?
Yes.
So a PT achieves that objective, that the validation of vulnerability happens, and people get little serious about critical vulnerabilities, and they give you money and resources to put a control. It could be a technical control, it could be a administrative, physical control, and you can probably choose for an administrative control also. But the seriousness comes when PT also is done along with VA. VA is generally automated using some tools like Nessus and other tools which I have shown you, and PT is by a PT professional which will be doing red teaming. Now, PT has again some frameworks. So, SSAF is a framework provided by Open Information System Security Group and a not for profit organization based in London, a non-profit organization based in these are the organizations which have prepared multiple frameworks of doing PT. So OSSIMM is an open source security testing created by an Institute of Security and Open Methodologies. OWASP is a very popular methodology used widely by security professionals, created again by a non-profit organization focused on advanced software security. PT is a penetration testing execution standards methodology was developed to cover the key parts of the penetration testing. NIST provides a manual that is best suited to improve overall cybersecurity of an organization. So after you have done the control assessment of your and effectiveness of your control, and the outcome of it would be to improve the existing controls, you have to do continuous monitoring. Unless you are monitoring those controls continuously, there can be a weakness which creeps in, and then so as we said that, as I initially said that we don't want a scenario in which the incident happens in my area, in my infrastructure. So for that, I have to be continuously on the ball. For that, there is a requirement to continuously monitor and measure. So continuous monitoring, a systematic and continuous initiative that often leverages automated tools and cloud technologies to gain visibility into operation performance and security of the organization systems, applications, services, and user activities. This tactic enables organizations to use early mitigation, detect issues early, mitigate, and lower the risk and increase their overall environmental resilience. So you are going to be using tools to monitor, like SIEM tools, SOAR tools. There are multiple tools in the environment which allows you for continuous monitoring and assessment of your security controls, how they are performing, and stuff like that. So continuous monitoring can be done how monitor operational effectiveness, regulatory landscape, risk-based decision making, automated feedback mechanism, metrics and reporting, management visibility. So these are the some objectives of continuous monitoring. ISO 9001 gives the quality management standard. It focuses on monitoring and measuring organizational processes and activities. Deploying ISO 9001 can be accomplished by using based on cost, time, and resources requirement, and on the approach. Certification involves adopting a ISO 9001 requirements, then completing an audit by an independent ISO 9001 registrar, then attaining the certification. So there are multiple tools, as I told you, which are available in the market, which can achieve the monitoring and measurement requirement, continuous monitoring and measurement requirement. For system specific, you have syslog, netflow, version 9, security and information and event management tool like SIEM, SOAR, database activity monitor, cloud-based API monitoring by AWS CloudTrail, next-gen endpoint protection, hybrid edge cloud monitoring with AIMM engines. So there are multiple tools which are available and which are automated tools which can aid you in continuous monitoring of your environment to continuously see your control effectiveness, its implementation, its weaknesses, and alert you to take necessary steps which may prevent you from an incident to happen. And these tools will also aid you in your incident response effort. So these tools are helpful in multiple domains. It helps you in risk mitigation. It helps you in control assessment. It also helps your incident response. We definitely need to have an internal organization in place. So internal risk management reporting. The internal reporting often involves security control assessment to report to decision makers. For example, the steering committees or executive management. So you can have an internal audit, sort of an internal audit by your own trained staff, and the report will then be limited to steering committees and executive management. But yes, when you are involving some external third parties, those reports you definitely that can be a regulatory requirement also for undergoing the audit, and those reports are definitely shared with all the stakeholders, even the external ones. But these internal reports generally management don't expose to the external stakeholders. The main goal would be to report on to the success or failure of the cyber information security program and initiatives for which resources were allocated. Reporting may be needed to update stakeholders and decision makers on changes and new solutions. So you may choose to, or you may choose to hide because it is something internal activity which has been done. But if you are absolutely clean and transparent, then you will definitely update the stakeholders. Like recently, I had a email from one of my banks saying that our data base of credit cards have been breached, so kindly change your access passwords and stuff like that. So that gives so much of a confidence to a customer or a stakeholder. Yeah. Anything, sir?
No.
So that gives a a lot of confidence to a stakeholder or a customer that the bank is very transparent with its dealing. The moment it is breached, it has sent a notification. The moment there was a problem, it has sent a notification. So there is where updating stakeholders and decision makers would aid to a better transparent environment. The reports will have different formats depending upon the type of analysis, whether it is quantitative, semi-quantitative, or qualitative, semi-quantitative, or quantitative. So whichever type of assessment you opt for, the formats will be different. So initial internal reporting best practices are aligned reporting to customer security guidelines, policy standards, and guidelines. The reporting route should correspond to the vulnerability scanning route, whether you are doing it on a daily basis or a weekly basis. Maintain a constant reporting structure over a life cycle or for improved result. So it should be a continuous effort. Purge outdated and obsolete security scan result data and engage report customers frequently and assess possible improvements. So this is the best practices for your internal reporting scenario. Generate reports with different audience and technical knowledge in mind. Your report can be technical for consumption of technical audience. It could be just an executive summary for executive people. It can definitely be used for training purposes, for awareness purposes. So you can have it in multiple formats based on your audience. Provide glossaries and definitions. Don't assume that everybody will understand them. Make reporting an interactive and dynamic as far as possible. Utilize engaging presentations and dashboards to keep things engaging. Provide pie charts, histograms, so make it a little swaggy so that the interest of people is attracted towards the report. So common external reporting targets are partners, vendors, and customers, your external stakeholders. Sometimes for the press and bulletins, but that generally at CISO level, that decision is not being taken by the CISO. It is definitely releasing something to the press and bulletins is definitely a higher management decision because it may have some adverse impact to the business. Then for financial reporting, a notice of incidents and breaches, for example, data and cards. Now, this press releases and bulletins may be a regulatory requirement also. Like some places, some nations, they say if the breach happens, it should be reported within 24 hours to the regulator. So, if that is the case, then definitely the press release and bulletins would fall into that regulatory requirement, which cannot be overlooked. So in that scenario, yes, the senior management needs to be notified, and there should be a press release and bulletins based for the breach which has happened to a particular company. So external reporting example is a SOC 2 standard report. So in this defines criteria for managing customer data based on 5 trust service principles: security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, and privacy. SOC 2 reports are unique to each organization. They are aligned with precise business practices, each with its own controls to comply with one or more of its principles. There are 2 types of SOC reports, type 1 and type 2. This is extremely important. You expect a question from SOC 2 report 100%. So type 1 describes a vendor system and whether their design is appropriate to meet the applicable trust principles. Type 2 is details that operational effectiveness of those systems. Type 1 describes the vendor systems and whether their designs is appropriate to meet the applicable trust principles. And type 2 details the operational effectiveness of the systems. Let me see if I have any SOC 2 report sample. Um, yeah, there is. I found one. This is a PDF long SOC 2 report of an organization called Signed, a Type 2 report. Uh, Section 1 is Independent Service Auditors Report, Management Assertion, Description of Engineering Design and Spatial Data Service. Uh, exactly what is the infra, we don't know. Control environment, control activities, risk assessment, monitoring. Yeah. So what I'll do is I will give you a link. So in your own time, it's a longish report. You should definitely go through it as a example. So chat. Yeah. So please save this link, sir. I put on chat. And let's see. Let's go ahead with the report. So read it in detail. It will give you a greater insight into how a SOC 2 report looks like. Like I have shown you the Nessus report. I will share that also. Nessus report.
Thank you.
Yeah. So section 1 is independent service auditors report. So it's a independent service auditors report. The third party people who have come and done the audit. So first thing is the scope. So it says that what is the scope of the audit? It provides engineering design and spatial data services throughout the blah 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 sub-service organization for managing security operations center. They have used a third party for, I think, their SAW and help desk ticketing services. Right. Service organization responsibility in Signed has provided a auditor's responsibility. Asserting the risk that the description is not fairly presented. Testing the operational effectiveness of those controls. Right? Whatever we have read, those terminologies are matching in this report, right? Evaluating the overall presentation of the description. Some opinion. Yeah. So management assertion, some directives the management would have given. Then description of signed data services. So they will give an overview of the infrastructure. Maybe with a data flow diagram, if, maybe what all services they are using in their organization. So there is a data flow diagram. If once you will read it properly, you'll understand. Okay, so basically, they are an external third party. They don't know, so this all information have to be provided to them, so that they can understand how the organization has set up their infrastructure, and then they can see what all controls they have put. So to prevent loss of information, and how they what where all they are storing the information, whether it is in cloud or on premise, what type of encryption they are using. So the data flow diagram needs to be studied. So that full description will be there in this section. Firewall, what type of firewall they are using? A Palo Alto firewall configured on a perimeter network to protect IT resources. Firewall and switches configured standards are documented. Firewall and switches configures are reviewed by management on a quarterly basis. So see, this is a policy of their organization. You come to know that on a quarterly basis they are reviewing the configurations on the firewall on the and switches. Is limited to the IT department. Specifically, IT department has authorized to request changes from the provider, right? Network and endpoint protection. External connections to company servers are just not permitted, right? Important. How they are monitoring, important. How do they monitor? Monitoring controls and to detect unauthorized information processing activities. Critical service systems and are configured to log user activities, exceptions, and information security events. System administrator and system operator activities are logged and reviewed on a periodic basis. Capacity management controls are put in place to make certain resources are monitored, tuned, and projected are made to ensure performance in the expected service levels and minimize the risk of system failure. Blah blah blah. They undertake patch management. They do vulnerability scan and IDS IPS prevention. Endpoint security, AV is put, and data leak protection is also there. Their organization structure. This gentleman is giving oversight to following departments, organization chart, how their manpower and department, what all departments are there in that organization, board of directors, MD, CEO, security council, composition of the council, CIO and his role, how is the IT department managed, who is the risk owner. Risk owner are the highest level of authority accountability to manage the risk and have the authority to approve the risk treatment plans and the residual risk. So we did the risk treatment, right? We just studied the risk treatment
Yes.
based on the residual risk, the appetite of the organization. The risk owner will be approving the treatment plan, right? Information asset owners, what are their responsibilities? Department Information Security Officer. This CISO they have converted to DISO. All associates, new hiree procedure, onboarding. They are saying that new hiree ka ye, this will be the procedure they will be following, right? Human
Right.
resource policy and procedure. So here it says NDA. The
Yeah.
moment you are hiring, these are the hiring procedures. Then training and development, performance evaluation, new employee training, employee termination. So termination, how they are going to terminate, we have studied in detail. So when you will read 2 or 3 SOC 2 reports, you will realize your domain 1 is entirely embedded in this particular SOC 2, right? Everything and anything you have studied in your domain 1 has formed a part of this report, right? Ethical practices, code of conduct, procedures, help desk, change management, incident response we will be covering later, security configuration, outbound communication, confidentiality, classification of data. We talked about data classification, highly confidential, confidential, internal, public. So they have 4 types of classification. Access to data is restricted to password controlled folders, and any external data transfer are monitored through using Firepoint data leak prevention. Okay, so this is how backup and recovery. We will be talking of backup, data restoration procedure, applicable trust service criteria and related control, user entity control consideration, right? Security, availability, confidentiality. Coming to the section, independent service auditor description of tests and control and results. Right. So now they are coming to the control control testing. Let's see what it says. Evaluating the fairness of presentation of description. Type of operating effectiveness of controls. So test of operating effectiveness of control. So here now he ideally he should have done a risk assessment here before checking the effectiveness of control, or maybe after this section he will do a risk assessment. But anywhere there is a gap, you can only check the gap by doing a risk assessment. Unless and until you are doing a risk assessment, you will not be able to find the gap. So he is checking the effectiveness of the control. Sampling, he will be doing sampling. This would be a good if you read them in detail. It will give you a lot of clarity on whatever we have studied, right? Security Console meeting headed by CIO are held every 3 months to discuss the security level changes, technology trends, occurrence, and so on. So the company has an enterprise risk committee that reports to board of directors, right? Test result, no exceptions noted. So they was all fine, right? This is all fine. This is all fine, fine, fine. So he is not no exceptions mostly everywhere he's saying no exceptions. Noted. I wanted a use case where he's writing some exceptions. No exception, no exception, no exception. So this is how he is going entering into each and every control. In some instances, so what is this? All policies are updated, reviews at least every year. Like you asked, na, what should be the duration of policy review? In their organization, they have a policy to review the policy every year to ensure that these are current and in line with the current business. This is a requirement of their business. The
Right.
compliance department assesses adequacy and relevance of the policy and procedure. In some instances, could not verify if the policy document was periodically reviewed in the absence of the relevant information in the policy document version history. So version control is not there in the policy document, so he has put in exception that there is an issue and that needs to be mitigated, right?
Right.
There should be version controlling over there. Most of the places he is writing no exception noted. Other informations provided by management. Okay, so he has put the remark, right? Now the management has replied to it. So he has put the reply over here. Client has reviewed policy documentation and will take steps to document the same. So now, see, that's what the report is. He found only one exception in the entire evaluation. He did a detailed evaluation of each and every control. So policy is a administrative control. So he found an exception. So that he has put it to management. Please reply to my exception, and the management has replied to it. Right now, this SOC 2 report will be shared with external stakeholders. Right, and when the external stakeholders will read this, they will come to know that yes, the management is very responsive. They've already mitigated the concerns which was raised by a independent third party auditor. Right, making sense?
Yes.
So this is a random report I picked up from net. I'm sure if you will search for a SOC 2 report, you will definitely find multiple examples, and you should definitely read two or three so that you have complete clarity as to how this entire game of risk assessment, risk mitigation, risk monitoring, re-evaluation, controls. How do we evaluate the effectiveness of the control? All that is done in reality in the cybersecurity environment.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Let me go back to my slides. So you expect a good question from this software, and you must read the one I have sent you, and also one or two from internet download. They must be there in PDFs, and then whatever we have done till now, you will find that most of the things are involved. Somewhere there will be risk assessment also done by the auditor. In this particular report, there was no risk assessment. He started straight away started evaluating the controls. Somewhere where the major changes to the infra would have taken place, the auditor would have started with risk assessment first, calculated the risk, and then moved ahead with the other steps. So continuous improvement using PCDA, plan, do, check, act. So PCDA is a standard normally used everywhere for continuous to continue improving. You first perform the gap analysis. Where is the gap? When you do such kind of assessments, normally there is a highlighted gap. Like the one we saw, it highlighted that one of the policy was not updated, right? So there is a gap. They have a policy to update every year, but when the auditor went and tried to examine, he could not find annual updation in certain policies. So he's put it as an observation. So there was a gap. So when you want to improve the gap, so how do you improve such gaps? You plan, perform a gap analysis. Why this has happened? Why did the report? Why did the policy was not reviewed annually? Who was at fault? So find that reason and areas needed improvement. Determine how the best to best fill that gap. Such improving the knowledge transfer from developers to program managers to customers before the next plan. Then do complete the plan. So you have done a gap analysis, you have worked out a plan, and now you complete the plan. This may include implementing a knowledge base and automating tasks to certain milestones. Then check. After your implementation, you have to check, test, monitor, measure the result of the plan based on the goals it perceived initially, and then act. Retest. Improve the Retest the improvements before implementing and incorporate it into the overall life cycle. So this is the way you keep continuously improving onto the your into the organization. Then ITIL continual improvement model. How do you keep momentum going? What is the version? Where are you now? Where you want to be? How do we get there? Take action. How do we take action and how do we get there? So these needs to be answered. Business vision, mission, goals and objective. What is your vision? Then where are we now? Perform baseline assessment. Where do we want to be? Define measurable targets. How do we get there? Define improvement plan. Take action. Execute improvement action. Did we get there? Evaluate metrics and KPIs. Right. So these are the way is the ITIL framework. ITIL 4 framework recommends for continual improvement. The next important is capability maturity model. Now, uh, now very important before we discuss capability maturity model is the interdependencies or within various domains. Now we in an organization, especially IT and information security and information technology, it is very difficult to stay in isolation, right? Whether it is HR, whether it is sales, whether it is marketing, or whether it is the operations, any domain, the IT is a integral backbone part of it. The enabler. IT is the enabler. And every process is based on the IT. So it is very difficult to stay in isolation. You are part of each and every vertical. And since IT is part of each and every vertical, securing those assets, those IT assets, be it hardware, be it software, is the part of information security. So it is very difficult to live in isolation. You can't say that information security is a vertical, it's a department which is independent of others. It is not independent. It is uh, you know uh, it is mixed with each and every department. So there is where uh, interdependencies or convergence. So earlier, why the departments was made? Initially, why the departments were made was because people can work peacefully, right? There is clearly defined boundaries that okay, this work is to be done by sales, this work is to be done by marketing, this work is to be done by the operations team, and this work is to be done by IT. So there was a very clearly defined role so that people don't blame each other. Okay, this is your work, this is not my work. So roles are very nicely defined. But now in today's world, when everything is mingling with each other, there is a way a convergence is happening. Like we are converging back to the same mixture, and it is very difficult to stay independent. You have to mix with each other. You have to at least at the higher level, there has to be a good convergence, because that convergence will lead to your business objectives, that will lead to your better maturity in your organization. So a capability maturity model is something which tells you that how mature you are. Okay, it rates the organization overall, that how mature you are in your basic setup, in your capabilities. If you are not mature, then you should aim at maturity level, higher maturity level. That is the basis of having a capability maturity model review done, where a numerical number is given. Based on your numerical number, the decision makers can aim for a higher capability maturity model, so that your organization is optimized, right? So let's go to the slide. The capability maturity model is a methodology used to advance and enhance the organization's software development process. The model consists of 5 levels: evolutionary path of progressively prepared and systematically more mature process. It is like ISO 9001 standards that specify an effective quality system for manufacturing and services industry. So a level 1 is a chaotic level. It is an initial level where there is no, at various levels there are no optimization. A level 2 is a repeatable implicit level. Process is not codified or defined and is still vulnerable to inconsistency. So something is there, but it's a very inconsistent. It's not chaotic, but inconsistent. Then the processes are defined. This is a early explicit level. Here the processes are clearly defined and documented as standards business processes, but there is a problem in implementation and optimization. At level 3, CMM level 3, the processes are well defined and documented, but the implementation has not happened to that extent. In a managed level 4, the processes are well are controlled and can be adjusted and adapted to particular projects without measurable loss of quality. So here the management is fair. It's nicely managed. If there, it can absorb issues and adapt to a particular requirement of a particular project. The best level would be level 5, where everything is optimized, where the process management includes deliberate process optimization and further improvement. So it is a self-sustaining level where everything is so optimized that you don't have to worry much. The things will be taken care. At the management level, you have put the policies, procedures in such a fashion that everything is optimized, everything is documented, everything is not only documented, it is on ground implemented also. So it is optimized. Your teams are well trained. Your teams know their role. They are delivering, and they are interacting with each other. They are helping each other out. So that is the that is the level we want to achieve in an organization, and that is the capability maturity level 5. So definitely the CMM level questions are also there in the exam. You will definitely get one question. You need to know the name via with the level number. Definitely that initial, repeatable, defined, manage, optimize, and level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need to commit to your memory. So let's take a 5 minutes break, sir. Maybe 10 minutes.
Okay.
Let's move on to threat modeling, sir.
Okay, sure.
So coming to threat modeling, uh, it proactively appraises a variety of yeah. It proactively appraises variety of cybersecurity threat vectors and payloads. The process entails assessing potential threats and constructing procedures for identifying and answering those threats. Typical threat modeling activities include threat intelligence strategy, asset identification, mitigation capabilities, risk assessment, and threat mapping. So, what is the goal of threat modeling? The goal of threat modeling is mitigating the risk. Whatever is the risk with the organization, that needs to be mitigated by recognizing possible exploits and malware before they reach the targets. Security managers can be proactive in reducing the risks. Understanding the behavior of malware attacks by combining decision making, human analysis, and machine learning, artificial intelligence tools an into an art and a science, a better risk management can be achieved. Improving security awareness, improved due care, security hygiene, visibility, continual improvement, and maturity. Meeting compliance mandates and audits. So this is what is the end result we want from our threat modeling scenario, where we want everything to be really cleaner. We use the technology, we use security awareness, we improve the hygiene, visibility, improve and maturity. Eventually, the maturity, right? The advantage of threat modeling is that isolating issues early in the software development life cycle. For example, agile, continuous integration, CI/CD, analyzing new attack variants and zero-day code and artifacts. Most organized. So I am sure you are aware of what is a zero-day attack.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So analyzing a new attack variations and zero-day code and artifacts. Most organizations contribute to a vendor or a cloud ecosystem, security guidance, and vulnerability database to populate with new data. Understanding more clearly the impact and magnitude of attacks. Both qualitative and quantitative risk assessments are improved. Categorizing and mapping threat agents, targeted assets, and proper control in a established matrix. So, threat modeling life cycle has 6 steps. Make an inventory of all physical and software assets. Generate a diagram or topology of the system or service infra as code or data flow diagrams. Then establish the scope and goal of security initiatives. Carry out the risk assessment and analysis, and deploy the optimal and feasible security control, and perform a gap analysis and report for continuous improvement. So threat modeling with Stride. So Stride is one type of threat model, which is acronym for spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation of privileges. So in Stride model, it was originally developed by the Microsoft developers for their internal use, but later on they made it an open source model, and the goal is to address CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, along with authentication, authorization, and non-repudiation. Once the security subject matter expert builds a DFD, data flow diagram based threat model, system engineers and other experts review the application against right threat model classification scheme. Once the DFD is made, the people will prepare this matrix. This matrix they will put stride, STRIDE, and then they will check pretending to be someone else. That is spoofing. Property authentication. Example: hack victim's email and send a message to the victim. So based on this particular template on the DFD, they will then evaluate what is the likelihood of a particular attack to happen or not. So basic data flow diagram would be something like this. For example, there is a grading system. For a student, the input would be the student will be submitting their work, and the grading system, the output would be a graded work. So the student will get a output as a graded work. For a student, for an instructor, the input would be the grading parameters. The instructor will put a grading parameters into the system, and output would be a report which has full grading. So based on this parameter only the work has been graded and the graded work is gone to the student. For the student record system, the input would be the class roster and the final grade of the all the students that can go into the record. So this is a basic data flow diagram. Similarly, there could be some complex data flow diagrams based on the different setup. So this is how a data flow diagram is. Process for attack simulation and threat analysis. The another threat modeling is PASTA. The full form is process for attack simulation and threat modeling. PASTA is a relatively new application threat modeling approach. It is for applications. It offers a 7-step platform independent process for risk analysis. The objective is to align to the business goal with technical security needs while allowing for business impact analysis and compliance. PASTA combines an attacker-centric perspective on the potential threat with asset-centric risk and impact analysis. It is most suitable organization that must align threat modeling with strategic objectives. So these are the 7 steps. It is good to read. Need not memorize in the in a step by sequence, but you should definitely know. I mean, if the question comes that is this a part of pasta, you should be able to answer that. Then Trike. Trike is an open source option that emphasizes enabling the security auditing process with a cyber risk management angle. This combines the risk-based approach with a unique implementation and risk modeling process. The foundation of the approach is a requirement model that endeavors to ensure the assigned level of the risk for each asset is acceptable to the various stakeholders. With the requirement model in place, the next step in Trike threat model is to create a data flow diagram. In Trike threat modeling, data flow diagrams are used to illustrate data flow in an implementation model and the action user can perform within a system stake. The Trike model would be something like this: create, read, update, reading. So define a system requirement model, undertake a risk assessment, create a data flow diagram and assign risk values. Then vast, visual, agile and simple threat is another model. In the vast model was introduced after analyzing the inadequacies and challenges in other legacy models. The core principle of this effective threat modeling must be scalable over the infrastructure and entire DevOps portfolio. Specifically, it should effortlessly integrate seamlessly into the agile and CI/CD environment. Fast delivers meaningful, precise, and reliable outputs for developers, security teams, and C-suite alike. A key differentiator is its real-world approach that realizes that the security issues of development teams are diverse from those of the data centers or infrastructure. So attack trees. The attack trees are used to determine how a threat actor might attempt to access an asset like a network, application, or system. How the step-by-step steps, how a threat actor is going to attack a system, right? So that those are preempting that steps are is making attack trees. Help security professional recognize the possible hazards of various targets. Graphically, it's a visual aid. Graphically outline threat agent techniques to conduct a skillful skill chain. Help security administrators better understand the methodologies of their attackers and the controls to counter them. When you have attack trees in place, you are having a better organization and you can implement controls to counter them. Sample attack tree would be something like this. So if you have a authentication bypass at the root node, then what could be a attack tree? He would steal the cookie. He will use an insecure dependency, learn username password, modify credentials, get access to database, get from other users, get access to mail, or get access to password manager. This is an attack tree which can happen in case of authentication bypass. Hybrid Threat Modeling Method (HTMM) was created by the Software Engineering Institute in 2018. It is a combination of security quality requirements, engineering method, where security cards, and persona non grata task. The goal of the method is no false positive, no unnoticed threats, a constant result regardless of cost and participants. HDM activities involve recognizing the threat system for modeling, apply developer recommended security cards, generate a summary using tools, carry out a formal risk assessment. Supply chain risk, needless to say, we know what is supply chain risk, and it is one of the biggest concern because no one company is in a position to make a particular product on its own. Everybody wants a third party, so we have multiple supply chains for even a small software development requirement or a hardware development requirement. A company is dependent on multiple different third party vendors, which are further outsourcing their requirements to their third party vendors, and that is how a chain of supply has been created. And we have seen in COVID and global unrest scenarios that the supply chains become really vulnerable. For instance, in a Russia-Ukraine scenario, you would see that multiple companies which the products which were outsourced from these countries like Ukraine and all, now the companies have stopped doing it because the environment is such over there. Because of which the other products which are getting manufactured in various companies which were Europe based are getting impacted. So it is a real problem in today's world where the supply chain vulnerability can be a major, outage for your basic product to be rolled out. So according to World Economic Forum in 2024, the global supply chain faced their worst shortages in 50 years due to the pandemic and global conflict. A rebound in customer demand fueled by stimulus spending stronger than anticipated, which also put pressure on supply chains. Another contributing factor is that China slowed down production facilities and even entire cities. That's about the pandemic era. So the supply chain is an issue. Economic events can disrupt the supply chain. We know vendor, distributor, suppliers going bankrupt, national and global economic recession, there's work stoppage, sudden spikes, price and currency volatility. So there could be climate-driven supply chains. Multiple climatic activities can lead to supply chain disruptions. Non-compliance. Yeah. Anything, sir? So non-compliance can lead to supply chain risk. For example, organizations may decide to abandon certain points in supply chain due to lack of attention or non-compliance, because of which there could be issues in the supply chain, including employee engagement, diversity, equity, inclusion, health, safety and social sustainability, privacy, data protection and cybersecurity, product safety, labor standards, human rights issues. So all that non-compliance issues can lead to supply chain issues. Catastrophic events we've already spoken. The which are the one which are uh, uh, climatic disruption. Other than that, also there could be multiple catastrophic events. like active shooters, chemical or gas leak, internal fires, earthquake, uh, threat of intellectual property, ransomware attacks. So these are all the product tampering. Product tampering is a very important example. We have seen a very good example which comes to my mind is that recently when you know uh, one of the like solar winds, right? So solar winds, it was product tampering, so they could easily tamper into the thing and create a havoc just using a HVAC system. So tampering is a critical risk to for visibility in the supply chain, although quite difficult. Compromised privilege inside can inject into a product component or by changing the firmware itself. These exploits they often generate a backdoor link between the device and external command and control system that an attacker manages. When the device or integrated component reaches the final customer, it leverages the backdoor and get access or exfiltrate the data. So supply chain, so risk, product tampering, right? At the UEFI, Unified Extendable Firmware Interface itself, the changes have been made and the malicious code has been put. Nobody will come to know. There is a launch, secure launch, and then the disruption happens. Supply chain counterfeits. Counterfeits progressively have access to the same quality code, part, and technology used by the original equipment manufacturers. The counterfeits can be categorized into two forms from the customer's perspective: non-deceptive and deceptive. A non-deceptive counterfeit is declaring that yes, boss, I am the cheaper version of the better product. But the deceptive ones are sold under the comparable condition and almost undistinguishable from the original. So that also is an issue with the supply chain risk. Implants. Hardware Trojan attacks on integrated circuits and printed circuit boards have gained attention recently. These are the risk of malicious code modified by untrusted parties in a manufacturing supply chain. Also, attackers can install implants or tamper with PCBs when they are in a transit or in the field. Hardware Trojan causes financial harm, loss of reputation, privacy breaches, and other threatening human safety and national security. So supply chain risk management is a very key concept. It has been a problem in today's world scenario, and it has a four-step process to mitigate, identify, quantify, mitigate, respond. And it's a cyclic process. You have to keep doing this: identify, quantify, mitigate, respond. Sorry. Yeah. To identify, quantify, mitigate, respond, you can remember it by I question my risk or I quickly manage risk. So it can be a mnemonic can be I quickly manage risk. It can be remembered by that I quickly manage risk. Third party assessment and monitoring. So third party assessment and monitoring, a third party assessment and monitoring initiative is an ongoing analysis of all risk and vulnerability visible to an organization based on all relationships in the supply chain. It can relate to assessing and monitoring all third parties in the chain as well as having an assessment and monitoring performed by an external entity. So all the parties which are involved in chain, there is a third party who is not associated in the chain, and they are monitoring the activities to mitigate the third party risk. which is supply chain risk, which is existing. These tools are critical aspect of every third-party risk management program. Implementing minimum security requirements. So, implementing baselining and guidelining for CIS best practices, AWS well architecture firewall, NIST risk framework for infrastructure as a code, Terraform, AWS cloud formation, zero trust initiative, software assurance, capability maturity model, CMMM. So these are implementing these minimum security requirements can mitigate the supply chain risk. So when we go to the capability maturity model, you can remember it with I really do manage optimally. So there is a mnemonic to remember this. I really do manage optimally. To see a CMM level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can remember it by really do manage optimally.
Okay.
So you will have to make few mnemonics which work for you as far as the steps are concerned, right? Important steps. So NIST cybersecurity framework is IPDRR. IPDRR. You can remember it by I prefer donuts rather regularly. I prefer donuts rather regularly. So IPDRR can be remembered like that because this is a important framework to remember. You may get questions like what are the steps for this cybersecurity framework? IPDRR. I prefer donuts rather regularly. Or you can make a mnemonic on your own. Means this is just an example I'm giving you. So this is a NIST cybersecurity framework, and there is a NIST risk framework. NIST NIST risk framework is CSIAAM. Cat sits in an angry mood. Something funny. Cat sits in an angry mood. CSIAAM. Categorize, select, implement, assess, authorize, monitor. This needs to be committed to memory. The steps of risk framework as well as cyber security framework of NIST. Service level requirements, the ability, the availability goal of security with the supply chain is often measured by service level requirements. These are critical success factors, CSFs, that measure the percentage of delivered goods from an order compared to the total order, intending to meet demand and fulfill customer requirements. Having a higher supply chain service level requires effort across all phases of the chain. For example, a 93% fill rate donates that the vendor successfully delivered orders on time 93% of the time. Silicon root of trust. Silicon based security for emerging hardware based function is critical for mitigating an unrelenting epidemic of new and evolving cyber threats. Silicon root of trust integrates security straight into the hardware levels of servers. Explicitly, the integrated light out ILO chip that makes a secure out of band management of servers, for example, remote controlling and monitoring feasible. This solution successfully generates an immutable fingerprint in the silicon, delivering unparalleled level of protection against new firmware attacks and previously undetected firmware exploits. Physically unclonable function PUF. Physically unclonable functions are a hardware security measure that utilizes inherent device variation to generate an unclonable distinctive response to various inputs. Think of a PUF as comparable to a human biometric factor. They are intrinsic and unique identifiers for each piece of silicon. Each silicon processing technique are imperfect, ev- imperfect, imperfect. Every single IC overproduced varies physically from each other. These distinct manifest in a way such as different path delays, transistor threshold voltages, voltage gains, and many other that are not crucial for a security manager to understand. Software bill of material (SBOM). And software bill of material is an organized list of components, libraries, and dependencies used in a software system such as an application container. Software bill of material itemizes all the open source and third party components that exist in the code base, as well as licenses, versions, and patching updating states. It is not unlike a bill of material used when manufacturing a physical product like automobile. A list of all the material and components used to build such a product. Increasing awareness and training. Needless to say that awareness and training falls a key part in your governance, because whenever something new is to be disseminated to the entire organization, the awareness and training makes the key role. It has the most important role to play. Awareness is commonly underutilized, can often be overdone. Increases awareness through self-paced, computer-based training, modules, videos, classroom training, posters, newsletters, articles, emails, bulletins. Combined with the carrot and stick reminders to users with system banners, drink cups, mouse pads, notepads, and other media. Training and education. Awareness training for the users with sensitive area or with elevated roles. Security training for new hirees, technical security training for IT staff and members, advanced ongoing information security training for security practitioners and engineering, specialized instructions for a C-suite and other key stakeholders, the champions. Remember, whatever training or awareness campaign is happening, it should be designed for the audience. If you are having awareness throughout the organization, throughout the enterprise, the slides or the material which you are going to use will be different for different targeting the different type of people. If you are carrying out training and awareness for C level people, then you will be talking more on non-technical aspects. If you are talking or the mid-level people, then you can include some technical aspects. At a lower level, again at the entry level, you have to be talking more on the carrot and stick side of the thing, so that people understand and they comply to the requirements for which the training and awareness is undertaken. Adhere to the acceptable use policy, no tailgating, access controls. These are some of the training which you can do. Social engineering awareness, handling phone calls, social media threats, spoofing hoax, reporting of security guards and teams, mock phishing and business email compromise campaigns, incident and disaster recovery plan drills and exercises, security training through gamification. Gamification and stimulus enable employee engagement and enthusiasm. It brings a little bit of buy-in from the people, because it increases the enthusiasm. It make it easier for the stakeholders to remember the training, because it is gamified and interesting. It makes it easier to remember the awareness initiative that they learn. Simulated environments embodying learners to ramp up quickly on privacy and security mandates, as well as to help develop new technical skills. Gamification example, a quiz-based game show to gauge players' knowledge and awareness, online team-based training, puzzle games to test participation, logic and analytical skills, simulation games that imitate real-world cyber attacks and defenses. So gamification definitely helps to engage people and generate some new enthusiasm. So we are at the almost at the last phase of today's training. Only 4-5 more slides left. Periodic content reviews. Regardless of security program, training awareness or initiative, periodic content reviews must be conducted. Periodic reviews assist content creators and institutional designers with tools to recognize moded information, evaluate keyword optimization, clarify alignment with current industry technologies and trend. This should be a continual proactive approach to affirm that your content is still pertinent and meaningful to the learning audience. Regardless of the security program, training awareness, or initiative, periodic content review must be conducted to address emerging technologies and trends, new and changing regulations, shift in business structure, cryptocurrencies and smart contracts, augmented reality, generative AI, blockchain and measures, graphic databases, quantum computing and post-quantum reaction, and serverless technologies. Product content reviews, define policy and process for typing and scheduling, prepare for review, perform a review, document results of the review, and perform corrective action. So these are the steps how you should plan your reviews. Security training, monitoring, and reporting. Security training, monitoring, and reporting must be scoped to the specific audience to deliver the different type of security training. Basic security awareness, technical security, security management, and compliance. So you can have a different format to address to the different set of people. Regardless of the training modality, participants should be able to answer surveys and evaluations about all aspects of the experience. Participants should be provided with a venue to give open-ended subjective feedback. The Net Promoter Score is considered the gold standard in customer experience metrics. In this context, the NPS score measures participant behavior by looking at their probability of recommending a given uh, security training experience. NPS scores are measured with a single question survey and reported with a number ranging from -100 to +100, where the higher score is desirable. Security, the NPS score evaluation would only be part of the reporting process. Peer and supervisory evaluation should be performed to offer valuable critique and to reinforce feedback to the one delivering the training. This evaluation should also include the original content, graphical representation, test question, and various modalities of the training. All reporting best practices mentioned in this security plus training should be considered. So with this, we end with domain one. This is a lengthy domain. We have split it into two parts and finished, taken a little more than 8 hours, I guess. We yeah. Any questions?
No, I mean that's this is pretty intense.
Yeah. Well, this is only domain one. So we have 7 more domains to go, and yeah, it is certification needs a little bit of. It is intense and a lot of data basically. That is correct.
Okay, okay. So I don't know. I know I asked you. You said you will send it. Am I gonna have it tonight so that I can go through and then probably get myself prepared against tomorrow's, or uh, I'll be giving the material after the end of the training.
Yeah, I will just we'll work it out. We'll definitely be giving you some material, and the recording is all obviously will be shared with you. So let me just check if the slides can also be shared. So we'll work something out.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So tomorrow, I think if can we start today? We started at what time? In the sense, as per your time.
We started my time at 9 today, but I mean tomorrow we can start early if it's okay with you. So we'll finish early.
So yeah, so I mean whatever is convenient to you, not a issue. Let me see time.
If you could start tomorrow 8 o'clock my time, 8 o'clock Central time, that would be good.
So right now it is 5:21 p.m. right?
Yes.
So 8 a.m. It will be yeah. I think let's start at 8 tomorrow.
Let's
So
start at
we
8 tomorrow. Okay, 8 a.m. Okay.
8 a.m. Right, sir. It was nice interacting with you. I hope the basic see it- the the thing about this certification is that a lot of content is there, but you have to stress on the understanding the things which have to be understood deeply. So I have put most of the things on the slide which have to be understood really deeply, and there I'm pausing and I'm trying to give you multiple examples to drive down the key things which should go. Rest of the
Okay.
things requires mugging up. So mugging up is definitely there in this certification. You will have to put a lot of effort in mugging up the steps or reading this 5 6 times the content, so that when a scenario based question comes to is thrown onto you, you are easily able to apply. But conceptually understanding the risk, why it is done, how it is done, is the conceptual parts of a particular domain. There are mostly 5 or 6 important points that has to be done and understood very very clearly, right? Otherwise it will be very difficult to clear that domain.
Okay.
Sir, see
Okay.
you tomorrow then. Bye bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.